So just going to test the horn again. Just under 10 minutes till we're going to start this heat. So free service, please start to make your way in.
First one through.
Okay, 5 minutes off a start. We have 5 minutes off a start free surfers. We'll start passing his waves in.
The 2025 World Surf League Championship Tour continues in Australia, where surfing is a cultural touchstone woven into the coastal fabric of the continent.
Oh, look at this set. It's pretty solid, man. 2 waves.
For the world's best, the pressure is mounting as the fight for the final 5 intensifies and the mid-season cut looms on the Outback's horizon. Fate will unfold across stops at Bells Beach, the Gold Coast, and Margaret River. 3 events on 3 different coasts, showcasing the iconic, diverse, and powerful waves Oz has to offer.
Oh my God!
This season, the inaugural Aussie Treble comes to life as men's and women's competitors chase another prize down under. It all starts with the pilgrimage to the Easter Rally on the shores of the Southern Ocean. Bells will ring out loud and history will be written at the 2025 Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy.
Honestly, it's the only trophy I want. It's the only trophy I want to win.
Good morning once again from Girard. We're here for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. The 62nd edition, can you believe it? So much history has been made here at this iconic break, and today, potentially, we could see more go down as our competitors make their arrival to the car park. Jack Robinson heading out for a free serve. He'll be up against Jackson Bunge in that last heat of the round of 32 for the men. Gabriella Bryan looking to chase back-to-back victories. One of the most informed surfers in the world at the moment. A cast of exciting young rookies, people trying to survive, keep their heads above water and stay on the championship tour. That cut is looming. We're at stop number 5. The first stop on the GWM Aussie treble, and expecting some inspired performances. Both the men and the women are going to have a chance to win one of those new GWM tanks. They look exceptional. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside two of my favourites, Felicity Parmentier, Richie Lovett. Morning, Flick. How you been?
Oh, I've been really good. Day off. Got some exercise in, and we woke up this morning and there's some beautiful conditions out there.
There sure is, yeah. A lot cleaner than yesterday, Rich. We were on hold for a period there, but you know, we almost lost our noses off our faces yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
Or the hair off our heads.
We definitely, well, I've already done that.
Yeah.
So. But your point is, we had a lot of wind over the last couple of days, and it was super strong. But things have settled overnight. We had a starry sky, and, well, generally you wake up and the wind swings around and offshore. So I think it's happy days.
After a big day of competition a couple of days ago and a break yesterday, we've had the chance to really have a close look at some of the big matchups that have been established. It's head-to-head competition from here on out, Flick, and the matchups are huge. The first heat of the men's in particular. We're getting a replay of the final a couple of years back.
I mean, men's exciting. I want to cast to the women's. Heat number 6, Isabella Nichols taking on Erin Brooks. I mean, they're two besties, basically sisters, going at it. And they're going to go hard, so it's going to be super exciting. Today's going to be great.
That's going to be a huge one, and they've got some history, not so much on the CT, but on the Challenger Series. You know Isabella's going to want one back after Erin Brooks dropped one of the most incredible rides we've ever seen at Snapper Rocks on her, getting a 10-point ride.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. There's a lot of good matchups on the women's side too. Sally Fitzgibbons against Katie Simmers is a real cutthroat one, because Sally, the veteran, she needs a big result. Katie's on a tear, obviously, so that's going to be a challenging one. But yeah, all the matchups are really exciting. Looking forward to a big day.
It's going to be a lot of fun, but let's see what's coming our way. Are we going to see the men out there? Are we going to see the women? Let's ask Vaughan Blakey.
Morning, Ronnie. Yeah, it's been a classic build so far. We've seen some action in the bowl. We've had a couple of lay days, and now the contest has moved down to Winky, and a guy has just come in. He's Aleo Monese. Good to see you, mate. How's the waves out there?
Nice to see you. Good morning. The waves are really nice. The shape of the wave is really, really nice. I saw some girls and boys ripping already. It's really consistent, so it will be a really full day of action.
Mate, we saw you in the bowl the other day. How different is the approach that you have to bring to a wave like Winky Pop?
I feel like you can ride shorter surfboards. It's more of high-performance waves, so I think we're going to see a lot of airs. I already saw Iago and Griffin doing some big airs, so the girls are going to rip too, so yeah, it's going to be a good day.
Have a great day, mate. Thanks for the update.
Thanks.
Good on you, Alejo. Thank you, Vaughan. And we are underway with the first heat of the round of 16 for the women. And we have a quarterfinal spot up for grabs here. Molly Picklum's been super consistent on a run through the opening stages of the tour this year. Luana Silva, she's probably had one of the bigger individual turns of this event so far, but is chasing some results to elevate her position on the rankings. But great matchup to kick us off, Flick.
Yeah, this is a great matchup, and, you know, different wave, different location. We're down at Winky, and that's going to call for a different sort of style of surfing. And I mean, Alejo touched on it. You can sort of drop down that couple of inches in board, you know, probably looking at different sort of turns, more down the line approach. And this matchup here, I mean, Luana, when I think about her strengths, you know, there's that big open face carve, really suited to the bowl. So she's going to maybe have to adjust a few things coming here, surfing at Winky this morning.
Well, it's just after 7:30 a.m. here, Thursday, April 24th. Easter, a distant memory now, just crumbs of those Easter eggs left. We're still pecking away.
Or nothing.
But for the competitors, a big shift in just the energy around the contest, because the focus now, after, you know, that big holiday buzz, is surviving these earlier rounds. If you're at the top end of the ratings, holding off the push, the attack from those surfers who are languishing down the back end of the ratings. And that's what we've got here. And Luana Silva had, I think, had a confidence-building elimination round heat. So Molly's got to be sharp here.
Yeah, she definitely does. And Flick, I like what you highlighted there with the two contrasts in styles. I feel like Molly has a more kind of acute, a sharper angle to the way she performs the turns, especially down here at Winky Pop. And I think that's going to be the order of the day. It's incredible how, you know, we move from the Bells Bowl, which is, I don't know, 300 metres in distance between these two breaks, but they are so different. You know, this is traditionally a more high performance wave. It is a little bit down the line, but it calls for that more kind of radical approach, a bit more fast twitch manoeuvres on offer rather than that kind of rhythmic type of style that we see at Bells Bowl. So some beautiful lines coming through. And this is total contrast to what the ocean looked like. Even late last night, I was walking the cliffs, and it was, I honestly nearly got blown off the cliffs. But beautiful set starting to roll in here, and this will set the tone for the day.
Well, the competitors they're hustling at the moment, pushing one another around the lineup. Luana obviously wants to really let Molly know that she's going to be in attack mode in this heat. But it is going to be Molly Picklum taking the first ride of the day. Beautiful floating re-entry to kick things off. A nice flow. This wave, it runs down the line at a different pace to the Bells Bowl. So an adjustment needing to be made by the competitors, but they did know that the event site was being set up yesterday for a potential run here at Winky, so they would have got some reps in. But the conditions very different, but a positive start here for Molly.
That was really, really well surfed, I thought. I mean, even just the attack straight up into lip. She could have easily sort of whisked around that and, you know, maybe placed a more on the rail turn for that first section, but she just went, no, I'm attacking. And I think just in setting the intention for the start of this heat and, hey, no, I'm here and I want to win. And when that foam climb straight up onto that section, it just set up the rest of the wave beautifully and sort of demonstrates exactly what we were talking about, Rich, just that fast pace of this wave.
Absolutely. And like you said, Flick, it's not one of those dynamic air rev super high risk manoeuvres, but it's a sketchy manoeuvre because there is turbulence on there. She gets some good work down the line, and almost shades of J-Bay as she finishes off that final turn. But a good three-turn combination there. Great energy to start, and a good confidence builder.
There's a number of regular footers through this run of 4 events, El Salvador being one of them, that really have to make the results count to get themselves in a position potentially to have a challenge for those WSL finals. Molly is one of them. You know, the big frontside wrap, the progressive turns that she can lean into on her forehand definitely give her an edge over a lot of surfers in the field. Backhand is still strong for Molly. Obviously, she's one of the best backhand tube riders we've ever seen. But it just feels like she, along with the likes of, on the men's side, Ethan Ewing, Geordie Smith, for example, really need to make this run of 4 events count if they want to crack at the WSL finals. As we see Luana in response to Molly's first wave. That score's yet to come through. And we'll see what Luana can throw down. Grew up surfing Sunset, so has a great forehand, big calves as well. When you look at the weapons that these two surfers possess, Flick, pretty similar.
They are similar. I mean, I just think back to Margaret River a few years ago when Molly, you know, dropped that 9-point ride for that one big hack carving manoeuvre that she did. And from that moment on, I was like, wow, that is her strength. And I mean, definitely for Lulu as well. But I think there's two contrasting approaches here, and we saw that demonstrated beautifully on those first couple of waves. Molly was in attack. Lulu, you know, well, let's have a look here, Rich.
Yeah, so Luana takes off. Nice clean snap to start things off. For cut back, straight back into the power source. Another slash on the open face, but this is where things started to unwind a little bit. She doesn't get this final manoeuvre, gets stuck behind, unfortunately, and really needed that final turn if she wanted to really match Molly's first ride, which has dropped in. Decent score.
7.67 for Picklum to kick things off. A remarkable start to the year for her. Has made the semi-finals at every event and broken through to one final for a second place finish in Abu Dhabi. But yeah, that's, you know, going to keep you situated in that top 5 picture. Probably for a good portion of the year. It'd be surprising to see her slip out of that. from here on in. Just showing amazing consistency, but you know, Molly is well aware that without the multiple victories prior to getting to the WSL finals, breaking through for a third CT victory when it comes to the finals, it is going to be difficult. She needs to get the confidence of winning that final heat of these events.
For sure. I mean, she's so consistent, right? Such a good competitor. But, and then, you know, she's come home to Australia. And, I mean, we think about Molly's best starts of the year, and they've happened at the first couple of events. You know, even I think back to last year, and, you know, her strength is Sunset. She's won out there back-to-back 2 years in a row. And I think coming into Australia, I think it's a different sort of feel for her, though. I mean, she's come into Australia wearing that yellow jersey for the last couple of years, right? So that's a lot of pressure, and we spoke about it, you know, already, but a lot of expectation, a lot of media, you know, requirements and commitments coming here. And I think she's definitely not an underdog because she's so consistent. She's already in that top 5 conversation, but just a little bit of that pressure alleviated, and they're like, okay, I'm just going to do my thing here, and we'll know, maybe we'll see. She's got 3 events coming up, and here, right-hander. She's got a, you know, Burley, right-hander, and Margie's typically just all going right, which is her strength. So
yeah, it sets up well. Sets up well for Molly Picklum. I've found just watching her over the last couple of seasons that she's really found the mental space where she likes to compete in as well. We've seen her go through transitions where she's been super focused and really serious, but I feel like she is on her best or performing at her best when she almost has that little happy-go-lucky, smiling, you know, good energy, everything sort of upbeat around her. You know, she has those times when she gets laser focused, but generally she's got a good energy and upbeat energy around her, and that's when I think she does her best surfing. So she likes to alleviate that kind of stressful element to it, and it allows her to free up.
Just over 20.5 minutes to go. First scores in. Molly Picklum, 7.67. Luana Silva, work to do, just a 3 for her. Let's take a bit of a trip here, Rich, and zoom in on where we're situated at the moment, because 2 very different breaks right beside one another.
Yeah, so we're right tucked under the bottom of Australia here, Bells Beach. You can see the dot. We get all these southern ocean swells marching up into this zone. And 2 very distinct breaks here. Obviously, Bells Beach, the more famed location, so much history. And just down the next little point is the Winky Pop break, and it's a long-running right-hand reef break. As I mentioned, shades of Jeffreys Bay there, but it likes that southwesterly direction in the swell. And you can get a super long ride here. 3 to 4 turns with a big finishing manoeuvre. Generally more high performance in the style of surfing that you need. But so many different moods to all the breaks around here. You know, Bells, we talk about the rhythm that you need to perform well out in the Bells Bowl. Winky more down the line. And I feel like it likes a more progressive approach.
Yeah, different wave, doesn't tend to taper as much. Obviously, it holds its form, its height, as it makes its way down the reef here, Flick, but the judging components at Winky Pop on show for everyone there.
For sure. I mean, obviously you've got your standard, you know, combination of high speed, powerful manoeuvres, but just to echo what Rich is saying, it does sort of cater to that more acute style of surfing. I mean, and Molly demonstrated it. She's already dropped a high score. She's showing the judges, hey, okay, I'm putting it tight in the pocket. I can snap it here as we see a few sets start to roll in. But yeah, it's definitely more, and I think we will see a few airs. I think we will see some progression today as well. I mean, you heard Alejo say it, a couple of airs from Italo and Griff already this morning in the free surf.
Yeah. It's a rare day when Italo doesn't stop an air in a heat or in a free surf, as we see Luana now. So playing catch up, but she has the big turns on these individual sections, but didn't really tee off on that one the way she would have liked. Does sort of lend itself. It's a little bit more forgiving, Rich, this wave for those progressive turns, but also a little trickier, seems to have a bit more water in the bowl, and it can make it hard to ride out of those fin releases or airs.
Yeah, definitely. It almost feels like the kind of girth of the wave, or the lip is a little different down here at Winky. Perhaps a bit thinner, and again, you can kind of attack it. You can see here Luana just roping that big cut back to start, gets the finishing hit, and well, this is going to be a great view from the drone. You can see here, puts that board on rail, wraps it around cleanly, waits patiently for that closeout section, was perhaps a millisecond late to it, but she did ride out, put a lot of emphasis on actually sticking that final manoeuvre.
Yeah, the judges liked it more than her first ride. It was a little steeper, less room to move, but a 4.83 keeps her in reach of the lead here, gets her right back where she needs to be, even though that wave, you know, Molly would have probably had a hard time going that wave. I think Luana's made a smart decision there. Luana, though, you know, she's really looking to tap into the form that sees a breakthrough for great results on the Challenger Series on the CT. Yeah, this feels like still that CT jersey is a little restrictive sometimes, whereas Molly's really given us some amazing performances with the jersey on. So, you know, everyone's at different stages of their career, and I think probably the biggest thing that Luana's been missing is some confidence.
You know, it's interesting, or even it's actually shocking to me. Luana Silva won a World Junior title at the beginning of the year, and that just makes you realise, oh my, she is still so young, because you kind of just forget, I think, on the women's side of the tour, like how young most of them are. And it shook me at the beginning. I was like, that's right, she's still eligible to compete in the World Juniors. And to get that World Junior title, I think you've got to be taking some confidence with that. You get to the pointy end of your career and you're competing at the highest level, unless you're in that top 1 percentile or, you know, whatever, wins aren't coming around all the time, and so that winning feeling, you can kind of forget it. And I think for her to get that on the World Juniors is good. It should be confidence boosting, and hopefully she can take a bit of that into the CT.
We've got some amazing kind of shorter competitors who have great rail turns, but Luana is just perfect to step into that void that was left by Stephanie Gilmore and Carissa Moore, with the leverage that she gets through those big frontside calves. I think Bryan is setting the pace for power on the Women's Championship Tour at the moment, but it feels like Luana can really, you know, create a point of difference with her rivals in these Championship Tour heats, particularly on these right-handers, Rich.
Yeah, definitely. You know, she is one of the more stylish women on the tour. She does have that height, and really this all comes down to using your skill, you know, what you've been given to the best of your ability.
Well, looking absolutely stunning out there in the morning light is our man Kaipo, who's been tracking Luana's career since she was just a grommet over on the North Shore, Kaip. So it's great to see her back on the CT.
Yeah, it's great to see her. Recently crowned the World Junior champ, Luana Silva. And but you're right, Ron, also about the conditions out here. Beautiful morning light, sunrise in the east. The surfers are looking into that, though, so there is a bit of a glare happening. And also just, you know, the stark difference between a stormy Bell's Bowl and these long walls at Winky, where we see Molly Picklum right here. And a little bit of a catch there on the first turn. I'll let you take it away, Ron.
Thank you, Kaipo. Someone get a portrait of that man so he can update his profile picture. It's looking incredible out there this morning. It is a magic morning. We have had some grey days, and we've had some serious wind to deal with, and there is just a light texture on the face of the waves out here at the moment, and Molly just catching on that first turn.
Yeah, it is beautiful, and it's the best conditions we've had in the last couple of days. However, what I will say is we've got that residual leftover lump and bump. You can actually see it right there. It's not perfectly groomed. Yes, it is nice, it's offshore, but there's a little bit of texture on the face of the waves. There's still that, I guess we say, morning sickness, you know, needs to be cleaned up. It hasn't been blowing offshore for that long. So let's have a look what happened here with Molly. She gets a bit caught there, maybe a little bit too high, then this last turn just a little bit mistimed. And, you know, if you sort of 1 millisecond up wrong into that first turn, the rest of the wave just isn't going to flow, and I guess like we just saw that with Molly.
Yeah, and you know, you're trying to identify, Rich, little mistakes that can be turning points in heats, and for someone like Luana, she has to capitalise now on this opportunity.
100%. She's been given a chance here to really get back into this heat. She, in my mind, would be thinking, okay, I need to match or get very close to Molly's 7.67 at this stage to really stay with her. You can almost guarantee that Molly's going to better that low score that she just took off on there. She's paddling into this one. Good looking ride.
Yeah, well situated too. She'll get to drive into this first section. Luana Silva, an opportunity here to get ahead of Molly Picklum. She needs a 4.45. Couple of turns already. Gets the big finish. Throws that tail around. A committed turn. Joe Gianca watching on. He likes it. Throws his hands together. But that was impressive stuff. You know, good rail work, but the finish aggressive.
Wow, that impressed me. I think, you know, the first two calves, really solid surfing, but then she just put that exclamation mark on it at the end and was like, yeah, watch this. Like, I'm going to release the fins here. I'm going to give it a bit more. So she's going to be giving Molly something to think about.
Yeah, I love it when a plan comes together, executed almost perfectly. Great start to the wave, clean snap, and again, a beautiful little wrap. And then tags it, as you said, Flick. Put a little bit more emphasis into that final manoeuvre. Great water angle here, and that gives you a good vision of that little northerly wind surface texture that's been created here. So hard to really dig in with the rail, but she does it so well. Gets some tail release off that first wrap, live action.
Yeah, Molly just hammering down the line here. Foot to the floor, drives up into the pocket. We'll see what kind of work she got done on the outside, but it was a 6.33 for Luana. She jumps up into first. And already we're seeing that here at Winky, you're not adding extras necessarily, just small increments on those final moves. You can really bank a big number if you get a tall section to bank into.
Yeah, and then Molly behind her takes off. She's trying to just improve on the 1.6, gets that little down the line snap and gets up into the lip and gets the finish. So she's obviously improving. I think what you can see with those couple of scores, the 6.33 and the 7.67, there's a bit of a difference there. Molly started really strong up into the lip, whereas Luana finished strong up into the lip. So I think that's the difference, but got a heat on our hands now, Ron.
We sure do. 11 minutes to go. It's a beautiful morning here at Winky. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Back in just a moment.
Picklum, back in the first round, 7.67 and a 3.83. Luana Silva, a 6.33 on her last wave. Also holding on to a 4.83. Now requires a 5.18. Just got 10 minutes remaining. 10 minutes remaining circles.
Welcome back to the show. We're at Winky today. We're going to have a look at the Surfline forecast and see what's coming our way throughout this Thursday and also through the rest of the event window. Rich Lovett, take it away.
Thanks, Ron. Well, the swell that we've had the last couple of days is going to start easing through the day, but then we've got this new energy coming through. You can see all that red power coming, travelling along the under Australia. That's going to move up right into the zone where we need it. And the next couple of days, looking pretty promising. So we've got great winds. As I said this morning, it's moved around to the north, and that's creating these clean conditions. Today, what are we looking at? 4 to 6 foot faces, a bit of a side offshore, and then offshore through the afternoon. So exactly what we want to see down here at Bells Beach. But yeah, the forecast looking really good, and the next couple of days are very promising. Everywhere up to the sort of 5 to 8 foot faces. We're going to be dealing with good winds, so get down here every day
It's good, isn't it? It's turned around a little bit for us. We can take the pegs off our noses now. It was looking a little grim when we first rocked up to Bells Beach this year, but Surfline reporting the good news, and they've been spot on with the forecast. Clean conditions today and a real fantastic heat unfolding with a surfer that's been consistent in the worst possible way. Luana Silva, for her, she's had all night so far, so she's been getting knocked in this round, but she's giving herself every chance to survive this heat and maybe get a quarterfinal spot against Molly Picklum with some great surfing so far. Molly just holding on to a very slim lead at the moment when you look at the numbers there. And we had a couple of waves ridden during the break. Take us through this one, Flick.
Yeah, so big snap there for Lulu. She goes down the line here. This wave running off pretty fast. She gets another carve here. She's chasing a 5.18, so nice little finishing tap there, but does she get around and get another opportunity? She doesn't. I'm not quite sure if this is going to be the score. It's beautiful surfing, but this wave was quite fast. I feel like she didn't get a real chance to just drop down and really get that sort of vertical approach. And, I mean, like you said, Ron, I mean, this heat's so close at the moment. And beautiful little finish there. But, yeah, even just to speak to that point before, she really does have that opportunity, I think, as we see Zhao just really appreciating that, supporting his partner.
Yeah, it's nice to see. 4.33 though, not enough. And these competitors, they're pretty smart. Like even the comparisons for Luana would have been to her first ride, the 4.83, knowing she needs a bit more than that, was probably aware without a huge finish there that she wasn't going to get that number. But Molly Picklum will try and extend now. No. She goes down. So again, just leaving the door open and providing an opportunity for Luana here. Molly, when she's been through her turns, you know, despite the fall there, I think she looks really on. She looks crisp, but a couple of mistakes in this heat have kind of held her back, or at least stopped her from really shutting Luana down.
Oof, it's going to sting, and she's going to know that, right? I mean, these women, they've competed for so long. They know when, you know, the chess game isn't going their way, and I mean, that was a bit of a mistake. I really think it's that bit of northerly, that a little bit of chatter on the face of the wave. She came down from that turn, everything was looking hunky-dory. It was like, yep, she's making this, no problems. As we see Lulu answering back now.
Well, this is the big opportunity. 4.33 on her last wave. Wasn't enough. A much better start here. Looking for a 5.18. She's dealing with that chatter as well really nicely. A big attack on the bowl there. Two big hits in the pocket. Power displaced. And the number should be pretty solid. Molly up behind her. We've got a really big heat on our hands for Luana, trying to climb those ratings. And Molly just trying to maintain this incredibly consistent run of finals appearances she's had through the first 4 events.
Critical exchange here, no doubt about it. And I love the way Luana surfed that wave. She attacked it. There was more vert in the approach. And, well, Joao's calling for an 8.
Yeah, it was a couple of big hits there. Kaipo, you were watching on. Luana looks like she found something in her last elimination round heat with some big individual turns, scoring well.
Yeah, I like that. And, you know, the trick out here from the water perspective, Ron, is having projection, but also fitting in maneuvers at the same time. It's a fine line, right? You saw Molly go down in that earlier wave because she had to try to highline float, but try to force a turn in there at the same time. Luana flowing nicely, but really I think the tale of today at Winky Pop is going to be projection and performance at the same time. And a lot of time it's hard to do that dance.
Kaipo, just talk to us quickly about the texture on the surface out there, and also when you look east, which these competitors, they're surfing into that sunlight. Is it a blinding light? Is it hard to really kind of identify, I guess, the sections of water that are right in front of you?
Yeah, the sun's still low right out of the east, and I mentioned that, you know, earlier, is that there is a glare. So the first few heats of the morning, the surfers will be surfing into the sun, and that glare will be bouncing off the ocean surface, blinding them a little bit. They got to put the force field down, use the force at times. The warble, not as bad as you would think, but it's more that it's a bit sectiony out here. So it's, you know, when to get on the gas, when to get on the brake, and when to hit the turn.
Digging those insights, and I can just let you know if you didn't hear it, 7.33 for Luana. She's in front. Molly Picklum has just over 3 minutes to turn this around. She has a 7.67, still the highest scoring number of this heat, so only needs basically a 5.99 to get ahead of Luana, but she is being pushed here, and yeah, I really do feel like that mid-range 5 that Luana scored on the Bells Bowl for one big individual turn just had her thinking, you've got the power, you've got the moves, you just need the combinations and you'll go near excellent.
You could see on that last wave in particular that she surfed that with more aggression and she wasn't holding back, and we've seen her perform like that on the Challenger Series, and she's starting to take those shackles off her and give herself the opportunity and the freedom to really approach the wave like she wanted to. Like that last wave, all her maneuvers were placed in the right spot. She had the big finish, and that's why she got the big number.
The coaches, Flick, on your breaks, you venture down there, you listen to them talk. They're getting intel as we dive into this Stone and Wood slow-mo, but both surfers throughout this heat have laid down some clean rail turns, and on the slow-mos we've seen it, but it's been the vertical approach that's fetched the big numbers.
Yeah, and I sort of spoke to that before. I think it was a clear difference between Molly's first 7 and Luana's first 6, right? Luana went out into the open face for her first. She went straight up into the lip, and she's been rewarded. She's gone up into that 7 range. And, I mean, she's absolutely stoked. But I think that was a full sliding doors moment. I mean, there's been a couple, and Molly's going to know this. But that was the sliding door moment. Luana turns around, sees Molly's fall. Okay, here we go, fallen. And then let's capitalise on this. And she's done just that. It's kind of like, it's almost like a double little win. Molly falls, you capitalise, you get back up in the lead, and all of a sudden, the chips have fallen your way, and you're thinking, hang on a second, it's fully in my control here.
One of the most winning surfers ever here at Bells Beach, 4 Bells titles. Kelly Slater used to love using boxing analogies when he was talking about competitive surfing, and Luana's just been getting jabbed in the face throughout the first 4 events of the season, and she's up against the ropes in a big way. She's come out swinging in this heat. She knows that she has to not only be smart in her choices tactically out here, Rich, but if she's going to overcome one of the most consistent performers in the 2025 season, she's going to have to do her best surfing as well. Yeah,
she's got to punch a little harder, and put those combinations together a little quicker. But, you know, Molly made that mistake, and as a competitor, you know, I've been there, you've been there, Flick. You make those mistakes in a heat at this level, and you go, oh, gosh. Like, very rarely do you get the opportunity to make a mistake like that and still progress through a heat. So that one mistake that Molly made, the big mistake where she kind of rolled on a toe side edge and went over the falls, that wave could potentially have been the score that put her way out in front and changed the whole sink of this heat.
Oh, so we just saw both competitors paddling for a ride there. Just keep an eye on that priority as this one's coming to a close. Luana Silva has done the job on Molly Picklum. You know, Molly, a great result here, surfing at Winky, got herself a second place finish back in 2023. The clear favourite on paper and based on her results this year, but this event has a habit of, you know, some upset results. It's an interesting point in the season, Flick.
It's interesting, right? It just, Molly is going to know where the errors were. I mean, doesn't take a rocket science to figure it out. There was a couple of mistakes that went wrong, and it's going to sting when you have that highest single wave score and you're still not advancing.
Just their second head-to-head matchup. The other one came in Portugal this year, but the ledger's been evened by Luana Silva. A massive result for her into the quarterfinals, past this round of 16 for the first time in 2025. Congratulations. We've got another big clash coming your way right after the break. It will be Sawyer Lindblad taking on Lakey Peterson.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Visit Victoria, Melbourne, every bit different. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy.
We're back underway here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Luana Silva getting the job done over Molly Picklum in the first heat of the day, her first quarterfinals appearance, and you can see how much it means to her. Greeted by Leandro Dora, her coach there on the beach here at Winky. Solid start to the day as we move into heat 2, and we'll see who Luana's going to face off with in the quarterfinals. The winner of this heat, Sawyer Lindblad and Lakey Peterson. Sawyer will love the move to Winky. Often some comparisons made, Rich, to Trestles, where you were victorious. You won a CT event there back in, well,
1912.
Well, oh, that was 2003, wasn't it?
It was.
2003. What a victory it was. But yeah, a big one for Sawyer. But you know, Lakey too grew up on a right-hand point break, surfed a lot of heats at Trestles as well, and also has a bit of a hometown advantage here.
Yeah, absolutely. Husband lives just down the road, so I guess really her second home, and will be very familiar with these long-running point waves. I like this heat, the way it's setting up. We've got the goofy footer against the natural footer here. We're going to see for the first time this morning the goofy foot approach, and just to see how that fares in these conditions. But Lakey, full of confidence coming in. You know, she's in career best form at the moment, I think.
13th year on the championship tour. You know, multiple CT wins, a couple in Australia. She'd love to win bells. I think that would be a huge result for her, maybe the most important one of her career, if she could break through and get it done here, because she is part of the community here. She loves her time in Australia, and she loves Winky.
Yeah, she does love Winky, and obviously she's got so much experience on right-hand point breaks, you know, Rincon, even living, you know, spending the time in San Clemente as well, lowers the right there. I think she's got her hands full, because Sawyer is, I mean, I think back to Sawyer last year. This is where she had her breakthrough moment on the CT. She was chasing results. She was, you know, the cut was looming. Margaret River was the next event. And she had a breakthrough moment here, advancing through to, I think it was the quarterfinals.
That's right.
Beating Molly Picklum. And it was just a big moment for her, right? And I think she just took that confidence from here at Winky and, you know, applied that at Margaret River. She ended up getting that runner-up finish, kept her spot on tour. So she's got good memories here at Winky. So this is going to be a great heat.
Fresh head-to-head history between these two as well. They met in this same round over in El Salvador, and it was Sawyer getting the jump on Lakey there. So, you know, back on a right-hand point break. The thing that needs to be brought up, though, is just how close the exchange was. There was, you know, only a couple of tenths of a point in the heat score totals. 11.97 to Sawyer. Lakey losing with 11.47. So could this be the start of a little rivalry? Let's hope so.
Why not? Cat and mouse at the start of this heat. You saw Sawyer Lindblad took the inside position. Lakey pushed her up the point for this first set. I think we might see it again. Another set approaching.
Just over 24 minutes remaining here, and it's just that little jostle for that inside position we can see unfolding here at the moment. Kaipo watching on. Kipes, you've been watching the cat and mouse game unfold.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a new story, right? And surfers continue to do this, where they push each other too far up the point. Let's see, Sawyer deep on this one. Off the bottom, looks like she got a section in front of her. Gets one turn in there, Ron, and that's it.
Yes.
Now it's Lakey's game.
So you'll see Lakey move down the line, you'd think a little bit now.
Yeah, now you can get, hey, the rotation, the priority rotation has started now, so all the surfers will put them in the proper position on the point. Here comes Lakey.
Yeah, there is a bit of a split in the takeoff zones there, positioning key. Lakey Peterson winds through a carve to get started here. The wave will start to reel off down the line. Lakey with a floating re-entry to finish, does well to hang on to it. She'll win the opening exchange, but it won't be a massive number. Yeah, Kaipo suggesting that the competitors, you know, in their quest to get the inside position and find the edge, got a little deep in the lineup there on that occasion. There is a couple of takeoff zones, but if you sit too deep, you know, that secondary takeoff zone will shut down that wave and rob you of opportunity down the line.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw it on that sort of, you know, big globe picture before where we zoomed in on the takeoff, and you've obviously got, you know, it highlighted the button, which is that bit of reef, and then you got uppers and lowers as two different distinct takeoff points. This wave here from Lakey, I mean, she surfs it well. It's just unfortunate that there's so much froth on the face here. So just, you know, almost when there's so much froth too, it kind of slows down that surfing, the pace of the wave. She surfed it great. She got it done. She got the finish. This was the wave before. Sawyer just utilising that priority there. But nice down the line approach, but just that one running off without her. She was a bit too deep.
Rich, it just felt like the wind kicked up a little bit too for that set.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like it's gone up a couple of knots here.
Just makes it hard to set that rail, doesn't it?
It does. It's almost like, you know, a road with a little bit of gravel on it. You never really get that full grip of the rail. The water running under the board is a little bit disrupted, and it does make it hard to get those rails really deep into the face of the wave.
Which, you know, I think makes Lakey's ride a little more impressive than maybe what it was. She was able to set the rail. It was kind of sleepy through those first few turns, but she flowed nicely. Didn't have to do too much in between work and didn't let that board get too chattery, and she got a good finish on it. The score is decent, 5.83, a very positive start there.
Yeah, positive start, and I guess it feels good, right, when you play that cat and mouse game and the surfer on the inside takes off, and it's just like a one-up for Lakey. She's like, yep, okay, sold you into that one, you can have that, and I'm going to capitalise. I'm going to drop this score, 5.83. Definitely, you know, today's scores, I mean, we already saw a couple of sevens drop in the first heat. You can be thinking, okay, this can be a backup. Job done already in the first, 10 minutes.
Yeah, it automatically sets a bit of a tone from that opening ride, because Sawyer's mental analysis right now is, okay, I'm behind the 8 ball already.
Yeah.
I've got to, you know, the 2's inconsequential, really. It's not going to count in the scheme of things, or we hope it doesn't. But she's thinking, okay, I have to match that 5.83 now or better it. And then that sort of sets my rhythm for this heat in motion.
Yeah, and probably Lakey in her head going, well, that's not my keeper, that's not my best score. This is a really healthy backup, a really healthy one. So, you know, she'll go on the lookout for a higher quality wave that gives her the opportunity to actually build some speed before laying into those first sections. She's in a great position. Early days though, 20 minutes to go here. Have really enjoyed watching the evolution of Sawyer's performances. You could see her build as a rookie, and she had some really strong showings. I think for me, she was most impressive last season in Tahiti. She got some really solid pits. Also performed pretty well at Pipe again this year. But has been getting some strong rides in those gnarlier conditions.
She's someone that, you know, definitely doesn't have the most experience out of anyone on tour in those sort of consequential waves. But she's someone who, you give her an opportunity, she isn't going to back down. And I think she spoke about that, you know, at Chopes, that performance, that heat that she had where she dropped that 9. You know, there were, the surfer before had just caught a wave. She was the only one out there. Everyone in the channel started hooting. She's like, okay, it's now or never. Like, there's a set coming. Like, if there's ever an opportunity where you're going to swing and go, it's as safe as it's ever going to get. The water safety's there. Everyone's there. I'm going to go. And she did. And she just doesn't back down from the challenge. And I love that about her. Just so open to opportunity and learning. And yeah, I'm looking forward to watching the rest of her career unfold.
Yeah, gets got the ultimate sparring partner. Brother Taj absolutely rips. He's definitely one of my favourite performers to watch. Like to see him get onto that Challenger series and give it a good nudge. Great talent, no doubt. Tuned in and watching on. Big shout out to the Lindblad family. 18.5 minutes to go here. Lakey Peterson with the edge on that opening exchange. But Vaughan, what a performance from Luana up against one of the toughest competitors on the CT and getting it done.
A fantastic performance, Luana, and a great place to get your first up win against Molly, particularly in light of the fact that she got off to such a great start.
She did. She got off to such a great start. I kind of gave her that set wave, and I was like, frick. that was such a good wave. Like, why did I give it to her? But I'm glad I never gave up, and I just kept on fighting, and I kept on believing in myself, and I said, there's going to be a wave that's for you, and if you just open up how you do normally in the free surf, you can get it done. I just kept having this belief and this faith in myself, and I'm glad I never gave up.
Well, it was gritty. Yesterday we saw you in the bowl, a really good score for one big turn. This wave really does allow you to get those combinations happening.
It really does allow you to get those big combinations. Winky, pop, and bells are such a completely different waves, so I'm kind of happy. We got down here and it's pumping, so it's super fun to open up and just get a few combos, and yeah, so it felt good.
Well, it's a great way to start the morning for you. Congratulations. Anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, my mom, my dad, my brother, my grandma watching at home. Sorry if I gave you a heart attack, but we got it done. And yeah, I can't wait for the next one.
Nice work.
Thank you.
Cheers, Vaughn. Well done to Luana. Out the back at the moment, we've got Sawyer up, and she is looking to get herself back in this heat. A fantastic response. Lakey Peterson won the opening exchange. And it's Sawyer who's answered back beautifully here.
Oh, soy sauce adding with the wasabi on that one. Far out, that was beautiful. She just absolutely attacked that. And you know what? There was beautiful flow and transition between each turn, and hard thing to do on your backhand. She gave us some variety as well. So I can't wait to break that one down.
On the outside now, Lakey gets her opportunity. Nice steep section here, flowing through that first move, maintaining speed. A bit more attack in the second move. Gets the tail above the lip, grinds through the carve, lines up the finish, gives it a hit, pumps the fist. Good exchange from these two. And yeah, mentioned that Lakey's trying to even the ledger here. So we're getting the jump on her over in El Salvador. So see where this one falls through. Let's first check out the replay of Lindblad here, Rich.
Yeah, let's check out the backhand form. Up and over, lip glide floater, projection down the line, sets up that real critical backhand snap, waits patiently and tags that end section. So a four-turn combination. You can just see on the backhand that ability to just pivot right off the tail, get tight in the pocket. This was that projection down the line floater. Always difficult on the landing there. Sit straight on the heel side rail. And there's that ability on the backhand to get right tight and high. And just waits patiently here. And again, gets a little bit of fin release. And yeah, really good surfed wave there from Sawyer Lindblad.
Nice and low, great control to finish that final move. Lakey on the second wave had a bit more height to work with on the back. Did she capitalise on it though, Flea?
It was a tricky wave to surf because it was so fast here in the beginning. She does well on that second turn. Really, you can really see her leaning in on that carve, gets the finish. I think the difference, obviously, the wave height instantly. That's what my take here. But, you know, we're not scoring on the height of the wave. It's obviously the surfing that's done on it itself. And Lakey here, I mean, she's giving it her all. You can really see the intention with her surfing. And I feel like this is such a great heat. Both women wanting this so much. I mean, just these first couple of turns, she's going up into the lip, but this wave here keeping her honest and keeping her moving down the line. So she's not able to really pivot on a dime. You can see that still horizontal sort of approach as she's going down the line. She does get up into the lip though. So I am interested to see where the judges are going to go here. This turn here absolutely buries the rail. You can see that back arm absolutely digging in just so she can pivot even harder. So technically really great. And then just being able to jump up straight into the lip from that turn. For me, that was my favourite part of the wave.
Yeah, really nice construction of combinations there from Lakey. As you said, she did have to keep a down the line flow. We've got numbers on the way. We'll update you on the situation right after the break.
Situation blue, Peterson in the lead with a 7.5.
Red, Sawyer Lindblad sitting in second. Sawyer, you have a 7 on your last wave with 2.67. You're looking for a 6.34 to take the lead. We are coming down to just over 12.5 minutes to go. So once again, blue, your last wave was a 7.5. Last wave in red was a 7. Sawyer looking for a 6.35 to take the lead off Lakey. It's just over 12.5 minutes to go. Priority is with red.
My favourite place to come and unwind is here at About Time Bathhouse. The place is amazing, the facilities, the treatments.
Yeah, I'm so glad you showed me. I mean, it feels like we're miles away, but we're right here in the heart of Turkey. It's amazing.
Dream day.
Yeah, being here in Victoria isn't just about being outdoors and surfing. There's also a relaxing and rejuvenating side to it.
Well, Isabella Nichols, Aaron Brooks, they've been enjoying their time, but the bathhouse experience is over. They're going to be in a different tub, and it's going to be on. The Hydrolite heat to watch of the round is Heat 6. Best mates fighting for a place in the quarterfinals, and you know, situated 7th and 8th on the rankings at the moment. This is going to be intense.
I'm hoping they're going to give it to each other a bit harder. That's what happens when you're good mates. You kind of just have the sort of the permission to go a bit harder. You can get away with a bit more, maybe.
Absolutely.
We'll talk about the history of their head-to-head matchups when they hit the water, obviously. But right now in the lineup, we've got a big heat unfolding. Great exchange just went down before the break. The scores are in. Lakey Peterson finding an edge over Sawyer Lindblad, who surfed her wave so beautifully and really extracted all the points that were on offer out of this wave. Let's have another look at it, Rich.
Yeah, she really surfed this well and maximised every scoring opportunity, in particular that backhand snap and then the finishing manoeuvre, you know, really acute in the angles. You can see Lakey's way more down the line, bigger wave. It was a bit of a freight train at the start. This turn here just almost catches an edge on this big hook out of the top and finishes strongly though. So for me, Sawyer surfed her wave up. She extracted every point out of that wave. Lakey potentially, while she did get the better score, maybe left a little bit on the table.
I'd have to agree with that. I think technically Sawyer's wave, there was nothing to fault. I think Lakey, there's something different when you watch a wave live, right?
Correct.
And when you see that bigger set coming through the lineup and Lakey takes off, it does something to the judge's brain, it does something to everyone's brain when you watch that. It just has this more intensity to it, has more speed to it. And you take off on a wave like that and you're thinking, I have to be getting a 7 on this. This is a 7 or better. It has to be, just because of the sheer power, energy that thing has. And yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Rich. I think technically Sawyer's wave, amazing. If it had had a little bit more energy to it and speed, it'd have to be clocking up into those 8s, because for me, technically, that was really well surfed.
The same thing, though, that stopped Lakey Peterson from committing to turns is probably the thing that saw her turn in a better number, and that was speed.
Yeah.
She was flying down the line, and she did hit the pocket a couple of times, but you know, just by design of that wave, she was forced to maintain a down the line flow. And when she got the opportunity to lay her board over, she did it aggressively. She skipped a little bit, but regained and got the finishing combo.
Yeah,
so,
well, that's what I meant by there was more points on offer for her. The first 2 down the line turns, there was not much more she could have done.
You couldn't.
She executed that perfectly to get to the 3rd turn. If it was a beautiful glassy face, she'd roped that big turn, sunk the rail. There was 8, maybe 8.5 points on that wave, but she did well to clean up the 3rd turn, got to the finish. That's where the separation is in those numbers.
And she's still going to, like we said, she got the benefit of the 5.83 early, which we felt was going to be that backup score. And it's such a healthy backup that it's left Sawyer chasing a 6.34 now to get herself in the lead. 8 minutes to go here. you know, this is a fun heat to talk about. You know, is there an advantage being on your backhand up against a regular footer out here at Winky, or does it just depend on the individual and how strong that backhand is? Because Sawyer's got one of the best backhand approaches.
I'm going to let the goofy in the room take it.
Oh.
I'd say yes. I'd say yes, because you can bring a different brand of surfing and a different style of surfing, and the advantage on your backhand for me is that you can do a more acute, a tighter pivot off the top and really attack high up in the lip.
I just play devil's advocate. I think it depends on the day.
Yeah.
If you're a goofy or not. I really do. And it depends on the conditions that you dealt with. And some days the goofies prevail and some days they don't. That's my personal opinion over years of it, you know. Some days it's like, holy moly, it's a goofy show. And other days it's like, whoa, they're all getting booted. So
I'll keep the counter on it. We'll keep the counter on it throughout the day and see how the goofies
we'll keep them honest.
Because we have a couple of regular versus goofy battles matched up in both the women's and in the men's round of 32. But Sawyer Lindblad has been so strong and very efficient, economic in her heats this year. Wave selection has been a big factor, and she's really made those waves count.
Wow, interesting stats. And this shows me that she makes good choices in her heats and really is only prepared to take off on a wave when she can see scoring opportunity on there.
Don't you think that says a lot about
Jake?
Her coach too.
Yeah. Yes. Well, think about who else Jake's coached in the past. Ethan Ewing, one of the surfers that's known to drop anchor the most and just be so selective. And years ago, I got to work with Jake a bit, and some of the things that he passed on to me and his knowledge of, you know, what to do at what point in the heat, the strategizing part of it. There he is on screen.
Yeah.
But he is a mastermind, and, you know, if you're taking off, you're making it count, and it says a lot about his coach, I think.
One thing that I always have observed watching Jake coach different people is the conviction in the information that he relays to the people that he's working with. It's like, nah, this is the wave you wait for. This is the game plan. Stick to it. That's your best chance at winning through in this heat. And, you know, there's no question mark in that surfer's head when they paddle into the lineup.
Yeah.
And I think that might be the reason for that low wave count.
I think coaching with conviction transfers into the athlete competing with conviction. And it sort of eliminates any doubt and fluffiness and indecision.
The great thing about Jake too is away from the event, he knows the best watering holes to visit. He knows where all the good golf courses are. You know, he brings a lot more than just the knowledge on the surfing.
But you think about how many variables there are in surfing and how much head noise you have. I feel like I was always one of those people, maybe I don't know about you, Rich, but there is so much that you can choose from fins to boards to where to sit in a lineup, where's working, where's not, to wax to this, to leg up. It's just like the variables are just unlimited. So it's like, let's just speak with conviction here. This is what you're doing. This is where you're sitting. And if you want to get through, this is what you're doing. And it just helps. It's like, okay, no more head noise, no more sounding board. Thank you, goodbye.
For sure. I actually remember, I know we're cheating with this fly cam, Victoria fly cam here, looking at the competitors' faces right now. But I remember watching Sawyer Lindblad in her rookie season. Her head was on a swivel, always kind of looking back for feedback to the beach, and she's sitting there so staunchly at the moment. And I don't think chasing a 6.34 would be rattling her too much at the moment. The one thing though down here is that probably gets the surfers a little nervous is sometimes the ocean can kind of lay down for a bit, especially when you don't have that solid swirl consistency flowing your way.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, the repetition of sets and the distance between them makes it so important to pick the right wave. So this is Lakey, and this is how she got this heat started. Difficult wave to ride here with all this surface texture and foam, but she does it well, and this was the start of her construction of this heat.
Yeah, the GWM heat recap here. We've got Sawyer keeping herself right in check with Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, this wave just beautifully surfed. For me, technically, I absolutely loved it. And as a goofy, when you get that sort of variation in your surfing, it's a hard thing to do. So, I mean, this wave right here, this is the biggest wave of the day. This is the highest scoring wave we've seen, 7.5 in this heat. And, I mean, it's what's seen Lakey into the win. And, I mean, she just did such a good job at that. it was one of the, it just had so much speed, so much energy, and we were debating it before, we just think live, that would have been, it just would have been such a good wave to watch visually, and I mean, how can you not write down 7.5 for that thing?
Well, movement.
Yeah, and priority is with Sawyer, looking for that 6.34. And this wave looking like one of the bigger of the morning, but she's a little deep. And that can happen quite easily here, but just watching this wave unfold, you know, there would have been some chasing going down. Kaipo, that one stretched out in a big way.
Yeah, that one's stretched out, Ron, but, you know, it's really, it's cliche to say. It's not a checkers game, it's a chess game, especially within the last 6 minutes of the heat, holding on to priority. That last move is going to determine, you know, the winner of the heat. And right now, Sawyer holding on to that priority, steely nerves. Because I can tell you one thing, I've seen inside waves in here that she could have moved inside. Don't know if the score was on it, but at what point do you pull the pin and kind of get into reaction mode? Missing that one, that was a big, big opportunity that's gone away.
For sure. Kaipo, I want to ask you, obviously, we see the body language of the competitors, but you can kind of feel the energy between the two, and we've just been talking about the confidence of Sawyer these past couple of seasons, just building. Are you sensing that at the moment?
Yeah, you know, Sawyer typically is like, when we look at the analytics, is catches very few waves per heat. So she's comfortable in making those decisions. It doesn't seem like, even as a young surfer, she hits the panic button at all when it pressed up against these situations.
Oh, thank you, Kaipo. Hoping that we see her just get an opportunity here. Smart wave selection, easy when you see a set wave in an inconsistent lineup or a bigger wave, one of the bigger waves of the morning, to not just pull the trigger and have a shot at it. But Sawyer just wisely opting not to take that ride. I don't think it had the points that she needed in it. And now she's just begging for an opportunity.
Yeah, at this stage of the game with a minute to go as a competitor with priority, all you're doing is just going, give me a shot. Just give me that swell and I will deliver. Tiny little swell line coming through here. I don't think it's going to be enough. She may not have any other option though, but to have a crack at this one.
Sawyer just nervous about not getting the opportunity. Lakey nervous about being up against a competitor that bumped her out in this same round at the very last stop. So Sawyer's making that move now. She's running out of time. This is going to be a really hard wave to turn in the requirement. It just isn't going to have the points in it. She can't even get into it, and sadly won't get the shot. And really, you know, the heat was kind of set up on that opening exchange. A lot less frequency in the sets compared to that first heat. Who saw that coming? It just goes to show that you've got to make the most of the opportunities out there.
Oh, that was the sliding door moment. We spoke about it. That was going to be Lakey's backup. It ended up being that. And, you know, they were playing so much cat and mouse in the beginning, and Sawyer just came undone.
Yeah, well, unlucky for Sawyer Lindblad, but celebrations for Lakey Peterson. The local crew will be stoked in that as well.
Most definitely. We're going to take a quick break here. We've got a new panel in for the call right after this. Joe Tapel and Rosie Hodge.
17-year-old Katie Simmers
3, 2, and 1
wins the male Rip Curl Pro Portugal. Exciting rookie on tour. She's already won an event.
How's this gem for Caitlin Simmers as she goes off the lip? How about Caitlin Simmers, Vivo Rio Pro champion?
Goes Katie Simmers pulling in, huge backdoor section.
Katie Simmers is your champion of the Lexus Bike Pro. Katie Simmers has a section to work with, hits it off the top and rides away. She turns the final.
Smashes that lip. Katie Simmers is your champ. Back to back here in Saquarema.
Kate Simmers, world champ. Transition, that was a hammer. Scores in for Kate Simmers. She's queen of the desert here at Surf Abu Dhabi.
Katie Simmers looking to go back-to-back at Bells, looking to go back-to-back with her world titles this year as she headlines a big matchup. Sally Fitzgibbons, a longtime veteran, a two-time Bells champ, is trying to upset the role of current world #1. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel with Rosie Hodge, who spent a lot of time with Sally Fitzgibbons in tour life, on surf trips over the years. What a statement she's made in her longevity competing on the top 17.
Yeah, incredible to see the level that Sally has brought to each and every event that she attends. And just, you know, it's insane to see her career. She's obviously come so close to a world title before, and now she's fighting for a spot on tour. Obviously, she's got a lot of work to do in the 2025 season, but this is a place that she absolutely loves. Got some great memories at Bells Beach.
Gosh, winning her first ever CT event right here at Bells. And the whole story was she had never seen her father, Martin, without a mustache. And she'd come close to her first win before that. He was like, hey, I'm going to shave this thing off if you win. She won it, and it's never came back. So I think he was actually kind of grateful to change up his style.
Yeah, that was a funny one. Just at Peru, I think it was the event that she made the final at Libidos, and that was on the table. And obviously came to a couple events later. Sally won. And yeah, she's done so well at Bells, Joe. This is definitely one of the locations that she has really great memories. She's got a good bunch of people that she's traveling with. She's obviously very familiar with a lot of people here, so all the good juju.
Yeah, being Australian, being such a big fan of sports, Sally would just thrive in an arena like this. Looking back over her shoulder at the sandstone cliffs, seeing the bluff filled with Australians. She had a nice long talk with a 10-time Bells champ when she showed up here, Gail Cooper. They always connect up the stairs and talk about history, talk about performance. Sally going for a third bell this year. She's made 3 finals, was able to win her Bells trophies in back-to-back seasons against some of the best ever here on the bowl.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Sally's career, and she was one of those people that were in the conversation for the world title. You think about the people that she met up with in those finals. Stephanie Gilmore, she had to overcome her for her first Bells win, and then Carissa Moore, another woman that was so dominant in her career, winning multiple world titles. So Sally's always been in the mix of that world title talk, and obviously having some big wins over those champions.
Fun looking waves going through, no takers yet. Kaipo Guerrero, good morning. What are you seeing with the positioning tactics at the moment?
Yeah, good morning, Joe. Well, in contrast to the last heat with Sawyer and Lakey, where they were battling and pushing each other up the point, Katie Simmers is just happy to give the inside to Sally right now. It just shows me like Katie having a ton of confidence and allowing Sally to have that dominant position, likely going to get the first wave of this matchup. So that just shows that, you know, the yellow leader jersey, feeling very, very confident right now.
Yeah, Kaipo, you've seen those 2 starts this morning. Both of them, like, you know, Molly, Lulu, Sawyer, Lakey, they look very aggressive in comparison.
Yeah, super, right? And that's like, you gotta love Katie Simmers, because little Sim, she's just got game, right? And she's just gonna go out there and let her surfing be the strategy. That's what I see from Katie Simmers. That's what I've seen from her since she's come on the scene, and it's just refreshing to have that kind of surfer.
Gosh, Kaipo, lots happened in a short period of time. Remember that time when she said, you know what, I'm not going to take my spot on tour, and then when she was in the route to qualify the following year, Remember, Kaipo, you sent her a message, right? Please take this one. Please join the tour. We need your surfing on the top 17.
That's so true, Joe. And you know, even with Katie's interviews and so forth, I said, hey, don't you change a thing. We love you the way you are, Katie Simmers, a surfer. And again, she's just letting her performance do the talking.
And Kaipo, I guess it makes sense that we go to a lot of Curran-esque type comparisons, even a Reynolds, with her type of, first of all, personality and her approach on a wave.
Yeah, not attention seeking on land, right? But then a freakish ability and also a connection to the ocean in the water. And I love the Tom Curran comparison, Joe.
Always loose, always unpredictable, and that special relationship with the ocean. I mean, you're in the water now, Kaipo. You're feeling the energy today. Different venue, obviously at Winky Pop, but gosh, big scores, a lot of opportunity today.
Yeah, and you know, I use that cliche like it's not checkers, it's chess, but it is, because you have to have that calm heart rate in these lully periods and then activate as soon as, you know, the swells hit the point here at Winky. So it's almost like a Taoist approach, a yin and yang approach that I'm feeling out now in the water.
Good man, Kaipo. We'll be checking in with him throughout the day today in the water for the reporting responsibilities in the round of 16 as world number 1 Katie Simmers and Sally Fitzgibbons are waiting to get this one started. Things calming down a bit. The veteran looking like she wants to control the opening exchange. We saw Molly Picklum get that first good score, and Lulu had to dig deep to get back into that number 1 spot to get the win. And we just saw the rematch with Sawyer Lindblad and Lakey Peterson. We saw that one go down in Sawyer's favorite Punta Roca, and then a flip just happened in the last heat with Lakey winning over the Goofy Foot with a 13.33 combined total. So fun to get these back and forth battles, early rivalries after a tough loss. A surfer like Lakey would want to get that rematch quickly, and she got it.
And definitely, and just to note, like, it's been the blue jerseys, the underdogs, the lowest seeds that have come through this morning to take the wins. It's great to see Lulu get on a little bit of a run. Obviously, Molly, she'd be coming into the Aussie treble as a favorite. So that's a big loss for Molly, and obviously for Lulu to find qualification this season, big result for her. And then going to Lakey, she's coming into this one with a lot of fire. Like you said, in El Salvador, she mentioned she was doing her best surfing, and it's a tough loss when you're doing your best surfing and you lose such a close heat. So I'm sure that one is going to feel really good to get the win over Sawyer.
Looking at the time on the clock, we could be seeing a fresh clock for these two. You could hear Sean Doherty, Reggae Alice counting them down into a fresh clock. And so it'll be a fresh clock for these two. 30 minutes scored on their top 2. And they're always very vocal about the potential of a restart. They're able to sit tight, hold their positions, and see if they'll get a set here quickly. While they wait, let's chat with Lakey Peterson with Vaughn Blakey.
Thanks, Joey. Yeah, it's the ultimate stitch-up, asking you guys to do post-heat interviews after climbing up those stairs, Lakey, but at least it was a happy walk.
Yeah, it's a happy walk. It's much more miserable when you lose, for sure. I've been there before, but made it back up the Winky stairs, and happy to be talking to you again.
It was a tricky heat. That last 8 minutes, you know, there wasn't a lot of action. Like, how nerve-wracking is it when you're, you know, you don't have priority, your opponent only needs a mid-range score, and there's 8 minutes on the clock? It must feel like it goes forever.
Yeah, truly. I was like having to do breathing exercises the last 2 minutes of the heat, because I kept looking at the bells, because that's my little indicator, and I thought there was a set like 2 minutes to go, and I was like, oh no, it's gonna just maybe get here in time. But thankfully for me, it didn't. There was kind of one wave that did come through, but we were both too deep. So that worked out. But yeah, I mean, Sawyer's so capable of getting that score, and she's been surfing so consistent and solid. I really thought for sure I was going to need to better my 5. So yeah, things just kind of aligned for me in that heat, and I was stoked to kind of get the start first and get a good score on the board. And yeah, just to get through that heat felt really good.
I was talking to a couple of surfers earlier. They said you have your own peak out here. That local knowledge play into your your performance or strategies at all?
I don't know if I have my own peak. I don't know if I'm local enough for that, but I've surfed Winky a lot, and I know the wave really well, and I feel like I know the different kind of spots on the reef for sure. So yeah, I was trying to play that to my advantage. I was trying to kind of paddle around too, and see where she was sitting and yeah, try and draw her wider or deeper depending on where she was. But yeah, I just, I love this wave and I spent a lot of time here, so it felt good to be out there and just feel like I was surfing at home.
And in your quarterfinal, you're going to have Luana Silva. What do you think of that?
Yeah, obviously we both coach with Leandro, and I love Lulu. She's so sweet and just such a good friend of mine. So it'll be a good battle. All I can hope for is that we have some good waves and some consistent waves, and yeah, we both can just have some good ones and have a good battle. But we'll see what happens.
It's so fun watching you surf, Bells and Winky. You bring so much energy to it. You're always up and down the stairs, whichever ones they may be, with a smile on your face. I think that has a lot to do with just how much local support you have there. Is just crew up on the hill cheering their heads off. Look, there they are. I'll give them a wave. You want to show these guys? Try to have a squeeze. They're going off.
I know, I love it. That's my family right there. Shout out Beck. I could hear all the way in the lineup, so that was good. I have a lot of support here for sure. So it's, yeah, just the family and friends and everyone down here. It's incredible, and I definitely feel the love. It's working.
Great to have a catch up. Congratulations. I hope we have another puffed out chat later on.
Perfect. Me too. One more thing. Indy, I know it's your birthday. Happy 7th birthday back home. Miss you. Love you.
Thanks, Lakey.
Beautiful, Vano. Thank you so much. There's that Lakey Peterson feeling here at Winky Pop, being an adopted local saying she has a peak. She was a little bit humble about it, but yeah, spending a lot of time here. This is where her husband from. Thomas is such an amazing surfer. On lay days, you see them all over the world just throwing down 8s and 9s, and he can act as a sparring partner for her. And it's beautiful to see her in this kind of rhythm. We haven't seen her in the quarters since Pipe this year, where she actually went on to the semifinal finish. And now Leandro Dora is going to have a very successful morning with Lulu and Lakey getting wins. Now he's going to have to deal with them being in that first quarter final of the event, where Lakey is 2-0 over Lulu in their history. Their last heat together was at Sunset Beach, where Peterson got the victory. A little bit different now that they share the same coach, and this matchup being in Australia.
Yeah, it's so many insights there from Lakey. I love it. I mean, even giving away a few secrets there just about indicators and whatever else, but I'm sure she's got a few more tricks up her sleeve. But it is, I think, for the coaches to divide their attention between their athletes as they go head to head. That's a tricky one, but no doubt they're going to have it all sorted. And I think for Lakey, she's probably less, a little bit off the table because she knows so much about Winky, and maybe Luana's going to be getting a little bit of direction.
Still scoreless in this one after a restart, but we do have one of the greats on tour, and more specifically one of the greats at Bells Beach. CT by the numbers, Sally third on the list when it comes down to heat wins, only behind Carissa Moore and Stephanie Gilmore. And this is going back to 2008, which has been really insane to watch. Her strike rate at this event was just remarkable. This is her 15th start. In her first 9, her worst result was a quarterfinal. Just semis or finals or wins were the case for Sally Fitzgibbons.
And that's just here at Bells Beach, but I think that can be said across the board for Sally's career. How she was always in those quarters, always in the semis, taking home event wins. So she's extremely consistent, and her heat winning percentage here, her heat winning average is impressive to the number that she's able to clock up in heats. She's very consistent. She's always in the conversation for a heat win, and all her battles have been so hard fought. She gets really good numbers here.
Yeah, you talk about the era that she was growing up in. You mentioned earlier the final she had with first Carissa Moore, Stephanie Gilmore, and Tyler Wright's on that front page as well. 2014, you look at the season that we had, you can go back to the rankings on worldsurfleague.com and see Sally had 3 big wins that year. It was just all about trading the podium with Tyler, Carissa, and Steph.
That's right. She won the bell against Carissa. She went to, I think, Taranaki in New Zealand and won there against Carissa again. So just to see that impressive consistency. Yeah, Sally is a veteran here on tour. I think she's the oldest at the moment, but also extremely decorated, and her competitive knowledge is insane.
And she's able to redefine herself a few times with the way she trains, training with style, when she wanted to improve on a few different things. when the tour stopped in Karamas a few years back. We were on the beach and we noticed that Sally was one of the only surfers out. All she was doing was trying air reverses. She just was like, well, this is what I'm sticking to today. And I think she must have gotten about 35 tries in a row.
And I don't know if you remember, but we almost ran her over in Hossegor, and she was out running at dark and just training there just before one of the competition days. We might get our first wave here.
After a restart, we're finally getting the opening ride for Heat 3. It is the Australian veteran getting a nice turn off the top. It's racing down the line. Nice groomed morning conditions to lay down that open face slice. Ripping into the pocket again. Fitz hitting off the lip and now rushing towards the end section. She will shut it down. Real smart surfing from Sal, owning the inside position after a serious lull. Coming off the restart, which was about 10 minutes into that first heat. Reset the clock. She had to be patient for another 7.5 minutes or so. And opening up strong against the reigning Bells champ. Let's see what happened here.
Yeah, important to get the body moving when you've been sitting this long. I think for Sally, just to get this opening wave, to apply that pressure early when you know there's not too much opportunity with the draining tide. This is a good just nerve settler for Sal as she goes through the motions of this wave. A couple good hacks on the open face. Finishes off strong on her feet. That's going to set the scoreline for this heat. It's going to set the scale. Katie out the back. Second wave of the set. She streams down the line, eyeing off something, going to that high line, finding a lot of speed. Lays that rail. Gets down the line again. Two-turn combo there for Katie. Maybe a bit of a bigger wave and two really fast, impactful maneuvers. Definitely like that finish on Katie's too. But
yeah.
both of these women kind of finding their feet in the lineup.
Enjoyed the difference in the game plan there. Sally owning the first wave. However, Katie just playing her own game and finding a nice wall section to go up and down off the top. Kaipo identifying just Katie just letting Sally push deep, not trying to join a paddle battle to kick off the matchup. Sally Fitzgibbons getting a score at a 5-point ride as she's taking the deep breaths and finding her rhythm this morning. Standing by for the reaction from the panel for world number 1, Katie Simmers, as she's hoping to get past Sal to move into the quarterfinals. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Action continues at Winky Pop right after this.
How do you eliminate pressure and expectations and all the head noise that comes with it?
We are not from the surf industry.
She has a very cool, calm exterior, but she internalizes.
Drive is a big word. I think from being a single mom, he carries that weight with him.
Surfing's so hard to win a contest, win a heat, win a world title. He's a little bit tortured by it, like almost destiny.
He wants to put on a show. He wants to surf his best. He wants to do it for himself. He wants to do it for the fans.
He sees things differently to everyone else.
A lot of sacrifices for sure.
There's a ton of pressure. But a ride that's only just beginning, it feels like.
Really enjoying the Yeti series as told by in season 3. Katie Simmers, one of the Yeti athletes, has a beautiful story from Oceanside, California. She's up and out. Her parents are so fun to talk to. Her younger brother Timo absolutely rips. Had some great results recently in Barbados on the qualifying series. And Yeti also upping up the ante for those perfect 10-point rides this season long, getting the 110 Tundra, but this time that cooler is filled with all sorts of signature Yeti products. All the same stuff that Katie uses on a daily basis. And she did get a score before we went to the break, a 5.5 compared to Sally's 5.0.
Yeah, good spread on the scoreline there. I think really enjoying the two-turn combo on the bigger wave, more dynamic maneuvers there for Katie as opposed to, you know, the length of ride that we saw from Sally. And I think during the break, this is a ride from Sally. Really nice shape to this wave, a little bit smaller, but Sally's just out of something down the line, hooks into it there. You can tell by her energy and her body language, like she's very engaged in that wave. And I think when you have a smaller wave under priority, you need to surf it up. And I think that Sally did a good job of surfing that wave up.
Fitzgibbons doing well there, 5.4 compared to her 5.0 start. Has the lead now. Katie with priority needs a 4.9 to answer back. They've only had one matchup together, going back to 2023, so it's been a while. Back at Margaret River, where Sally did get the win over the young teenage phenom. And Sally's seen it all. She's been the teenage phenom in the past, now turned into the wise veteran of the tour. She's had to go through a lot of ups and downs as far as injuries, but always ends up prevailing as the legend that she is. Nothing more dramatic than winning Cloud Break after blowing out her eardrum in round 2.
Sally's been through a lot of iterations of herself. She definitely knows what it feels like to be in Katie's position as, you know, someone with a lot of expectations and a lot of hype behind them. And obviously for good reason. She's got the world title. She's won here at Bells, but Sally knows how that feels. Like you said, she's gone through a lot of injuries in her career. One in Cloud Break with a burst eardrum. She's had injuries that she's had to overcome, and also tough losses in her career. So she's done a lot of work on herself, on her technique.
14:30 on the clock. Katie getting to feel what it's like to be the defending champion at the longest running event on the calendar. It was a wild run on finals day. Remember, she had Joanne DeFay, who is actually running away with the final. Joanne DeFay was surfing incredibly well, and with a little time on the clock, the time against Katie Simmers, she ended up getting the result on the sand. I mean, it doesn't get any more dramatic than that. As we see her now going for a big flyaway. That was Sal on the inside, but still reflecting on last year's moment for Katie Simmers. I mean, as an athlete, as a young teenage superstar, that's a moment she'll never forget.
I love that Cole had to step in and help her. That trophy is massive. And I mean, that win from Katie, you just touched on it, having a clutch performance, turning it on their last exchange, finding out the result when you're standing on the sand surrounded by all of your people. You could just tell the happiness, like there's just pure elation from her, big smile on her face as we watch Sally streaking down the line. This offshore wind goes to the air, and this is something that Sally's really trying to bring into her arsenal, just that progressive approach. She does, you know, pretty well to regather that board under her feet with this wind. Super tricky to go to the air.
I think we had a feeling she might reach for a couple of those in this heat with Katie Simmers. Always love watching it on the Stone and Wood slow motion replay. Something she's been working on a lot is that frontside air, even frontside air reverse. She's landed a few in competition. And she had a lot of rivals in the early stages that were really trying to push progression. You think about Melanie Bartels from the west side of Oahu that wasn't afraid of a big air section. And I think maybe the surfer that landed the most in competition would probably be Silvana Lima from that era.
Definitely, those are the women that were really pushing the case of that element of progression. Silvana was definitely someone that had that in her arsenal. You mentioned Mel Bartel's extremely progressive, and then Lakey Peterson, I think, was someone that started to bring that move into competition, even as an amateur, knowing that she had that. I feel like Lakey's almost backed off on that progressive element in heats a little bit and gone more to the rail surfing and power surfing. And then also Carissa, I mean, that air that she did at, I think, Newcastle. I think that was against Joanne Defay too, maybe. Yeah, that was just insane, and it's cool to see, you know, the trajectory of that progressive element in women's surfing.
Oh, certainly. Also, Joanne Defay was able to do that nose pick reverse at Snapper years back. Moves like that, you can remember them so well. You know, they don't happen every event. Certain surfers take a lot of time in between events to work out those progressive maneuvers. And Fitzgibbons, even though she's the oldest on tour, she's not afraid of a ramp. Has the lead at the moment, but Katie's the one with priority who's just been very patient in this heat. Only needs a 4.9.
I think Sally's been really smart with her approach with that early, getting that wave early, the 5, and then backing up with the 5.4. I think she already knows that Katie has that ability to take off on a medium-sized wave and get excellent numbers. So to apply that pressure early and try and keep the control in her favor.
So into heat number 3 with a restart. Sometimes I worry about Kaipo Guerrero out there. It can get cold out there. Kaipo, how are you feeling?
You know what, it can get cold, but I'm feeling great right now. I got my hooded Dawn Patrol, Rip Curl Dawn Patrol on. It's a dependable suit, it's a warm suit, of course, Rip Curl. You got the Flash Bomb in the wetsuit family, the world's fastest drying wetsuit, and then when you look for performance, the Rip Curl E-Bomb, the stretchiest wetsuit, but I chose the Dawn Patrol today. I'm nice and toasty out here, and I just wanted to jump in on the aerial game with the women. I want to put Carissa Moore also on that list. Chris, I've seen her do not just in competition, but probably 25 air reverses on Kiwalo's Wrights in her history of just, you know, surfing together out there.
It's a great point, Kaipo. Remember those like Menahune contests and boys divisions contests? They'd have little air show heats, and Carissa's like, hey, I want to get involved in that, and she'd jump in and land some punts.
Yeah, and Carissa, when she was a Grom, would beat the boys at times in those mixed Menahune finals and send all the boys home, you know, with the 2nd and 3rd place trophies when Carissa won. That's just some of the greatness that we've enjoyed from Carissa Moore. We miss her on tour, but we know she's having a great life as a mom right now.
You want to go see some vintage footage of Carissa Moore getting those airs on lock. You go look at an old Roxy movie called Shimmer, shot by the late great Sonny Miller, and she is just I think she's not even a teenager, and she's getting those moves down, and yeah, just a really good little look into what Carissa had, like knowing what she's achieved now, but going back and seeing Carissa's like not even a teenager doing amazing surfing.
Gosh, what a legend. Carissa, we love you, we miss you, call us. We're always thinking about you, especially at this event where you owned it for 3 straight seasons. 9 minutes to go here. Katie Simmers, world #1. Has a fresh Winky Pop canvas to start on. Little fading turn. Such an easy pace, looking comfortable off the bottom. Big attacking fin throw, incomplete, stressing out her coach, Tommy Whitaker. Sal's on the next one. Nice first turn to just keep up with the pace of the wave. Draws out the carve. Keeping a higher line, smart. Now off the bottom. Well-timed move for the Australian veteran. Rosie, you mentioned this morning the blue jerseys getting through heats. Right now, the veteran in the blue just took advantage of a big mistake by world #1.
I mean, Tommy Whitaker's face said it all there. Just a wrong move from Katie. I definitely think she would have got that 4.9 had she completed that maneuver, but I think the danger sign was Sally taking off on the second wave of the set. As you watch, Katie just shunting down the line, beautiful cut in the open face there. She's eyeing off this last section. And you can tell with that being the first wave of the set, there's still that little bit of wind effectiveness on the open face. And then Sally on the second wave of the set, just beautiful stretched out wall in front of her. She does well to place all of her maneuvers. Just well-timed surfing and just getting that completed right. I think this is going to improve her situation. Good finish there, just going through the motions of that wave, not really over surfing anything, where Katie's stomp on the tail, that was looking like the more progressive maneuver in my opinion, but you can tell there that she's pretty disappointed that she fell off. And also having a look at Sally's wave after that fall, that stings.
Yeah, that's a tough fall. You see her land that maneuver. She's in the lead by a long shot. Having that mistake opened the door for Sally Fitzgibbons to turn in a 7.33. Now Katie's got 7 minutes and she needs a 7.24. A tough season for Sal as far as results go. She's dealt with the wrong side of the midseason cut in the last couple of years. Only one heat win this season. And a big one. When you are the low seed, you're always going to have the top seeds. That's what makes it so tough when you get off to a slow start. Then you've got to prove yourself with the most consistent surfers on tour.
And smart surfing from Sally. I mean, there's nothing where I can fault her approach to this heat. Getting that early start and then building and then getting that 7.33. She did such a good job of applying the pressure on Katie, and that's really seemed to rattle Katie at this moment in the heat. We'll see how she answers back. She's got that priority. A 7.24 for Katie is well within reach. Let's just hope that both of these women get another opportunity.
Down to 6 minutes on the clock. Katie trying to go back to back. She's done that successfully already at a CT venue. That's in Saquarema in Brazil. And you look at the past champions, there are a lot of eras where one surfer owns a certain venue. Courtney Conlogue's done it, Sally's done it, Steph, Carissa. They figure out the secrets of bells and Wikipop, and they often can repeat that success.
I think especially on the women's side, I think when you have someone win one, they often go on to win multiple, looking at the list of winners. So let's see if Katie can replicate that from years past.
Tyler Wright almost went 3 in a row, was knocked out by Ellie Harrison last season. By the way, they've got a rematch today. And that big wall just moving quickly down the line here. Such a paced wave. Sally doing a great job to find the lip when it showed up. Sometimes it feels like there's no bottom, and you got to be right in flow with this running wall at Wikipop. 4:45 to go. Sally looking for a breakthrough win in 2025. Simmers off to an unbelievable start this year in her world title defense. Almost went back-to-back at Pipe. Tyler got the win. Beat Molly Picklum in Abu Dhabi. That just looked like a freestyle type skate jam performance. Saw her make quarters in Portugal in those cold conditions, and then a semifinal in El Salvador, world #1. Chasing a 7.24 as we check out the surfing in the GWM recap.
Katie on her best wave of the heat. This is an opening wave of 5.5 is what she amassed for this one. Sally Fitzgibbons getting the early lead. A few smaller waves, but Sally's done a great job of linking all of her maneuvers together, getting aggressive on the rail, showing us points of difference as she heads in. A little bit of variety there. Katie streaking down the line. This is looking like a great wave for Katie with a good finish. Ditches the fins and unfortunately gets stuck. Tommy Whitaker, her coach, unhappy at this moment as she is looking for a score. Sally ups the ante on the rail. Beautiful open face in front of her. Looking good in the morning light. beautiful finish from Sally. A 7.33 is what she's rewarded with, and she has the lead.
Brilliant performance from an Australian veteran. That 7.33, Sally's best score so far in 2025. 12.73 combined heat total, Sally's best of the year as well. Katie Simmers needs a 7.24 to change things around. Nice clean cut back in the pocket. Off the bottom, she's over it. She's going to be in second now without priority. Sal's looking to shut it down, playing more of a defensive strategy as she moves closer to world number 1.
Yeah, tricky one for Katie, just out of the rhythm of the surf at the moment. Definitely have that feeling. I think in El Salvador against Gabriela Bryan in the semi-finals, she had a pretty tough loss. She needed just over a 2-point ride and not able to get it. I think, you know, Katie looking a little bit out of sorts this morning.
And fantasy surfing players out there are stressing right now. 50% of you all out there have Katie Simmers as your power surfer. Your power surfer worth double points. Can play fantasy. If you missed out on this event, you can go to worldsurfleague.com, download the WSL app, and get your squad together for the Gold Coast. Minute 45 remaining. If you look it up now, you might be able to pick a few players that haven't surfed yet in the round of 16 to get comfortable with the fantasy format. But to lose a power surfer, that is tough. Makes sense, though, that you'd pick a Bell's champ and a world champ phenom like Katie Simmers. When you break it down, it's a slow heat for waves. We had a restart. Katie going all in on that 2-turn combo. And Sal had the wave behind it to get her 7.33. Katie's fishing under priority. What's she going to go to here? She's got the speed and a ramp. Fin throw reverse for Katie Simmers. And she will step off there with a minute to go.
She is so exciting, Joe. I mean, even on those smaller waves, I think that's a strength that Katie has. She just surfs anything and is capable of the score. I mean, Sally would be so nervous even watching her on that smaller wave.
And just seeing that smaller section, you know, having to chase a smaller wave, but to do something radical like that. She is chasing a 7.24. Can kind of tell her body language as she kicked out. It's like if she does that out the back, I think she's turning the heat on a smaller wave. It almost feels like it might come just under. And it does. 4.6 for Katie on a single maneuver. That's the kind of talent she has. But with the clock running down on her, this is going to be a huge upset for the event. The reigning world champ, defending Bell's champ, goes down to an Australian veteran named Sally Fitzgibbons, turning in her best performance of the season so far and into the quarterfinals at an event that's given her so much. Well played heat for Sal. A great victory as she moves on.
Yeah, really well done for Sal, and at a critical moment in the season for her to make it into the quarterfinals, overcoming the #1 seed. Really strong performance.
So Katie Simmers will now get a little bit of a break before preparing for the Gold Coast. The second stop in the GWM Aussie Treble. And also the 6th stop on the championship tour. And now we'll see what happens in this world title race shakeup. Sally moving on. Coming up next in the round of 16, heat number 4, it will be rookie Bella Kenworthy taking on Costa Rica's Brisa Hennessy. We'll be right back. We always enjoy our time in the state of Victoria, from running over to the great city of Melbourne to hunting waves down the surf coast. There's something for everybody around here. As far as great waves are concerned, you can get the first wave you've ever caught in your life at Cozy Corner. You can then come to the iconic arena that is Bells and Winky Pop to surf the same wave that the best surfers in the world have surfed since the early 60s in competition. A lot of great golf courses as well. We're having a blast here, along with the world's best, have been enjoying their time. Already getting started here during the break is rookie Bella Kenworthy as she faces off with Brisa.
Yeah, great heat. I mean, Bella's been such an impressive rookie on tour. She's been super consistent, making quarterfinals, and definitely someone this year that has just improved so much in my eyes. It really has. I think the challenge of being on the championship tour has one that's you know, really awakened Bella's surfing to a whole new level. I feel like it's really pushed her in such an amazing direction.
It's a good point, Rosie. It's like sometimes the tour can frighten you and kind of dampen your performance because of all the nerves and pressure that you can feel. We've seen great talent go through that all the time, and some actually do their best surfing in front of that energy where it actually fuels them. And gosh, we saw that performance from Bella at Punta Roca in that heat with Gabby Bryan. Even though Bella lost that heat, I think that's still my favorite performance heat that we've had so far this season on tour.
Oh, definitely. I mean, both of those women just dropping excellence. And I remember I qualified for the tour, and I actually went back home and I found myself in this rut, like not having that self-belief, not feeling like I belonged, and really feeling just out to sea with a lot of things. So to see Bella step into this role as a rookie on the championship tour and be someone that's so consistently making finals appearances in the quarterfinals, very, very impressed with her and the hard work she's been doing.
I talked to Carissa Moore during the event in El Salvador. I'm like, when did you meet Bella? And then she just sent me a photo of the two of them riding tandem at Doheny.
Wow.
She's like, probably around this time. And I didn't look like Bella had been walking too long at that point. Just in the ocean at a very early age, and having like family friends and mentors that happen to be world champions. I mean, that's how Bella grew up.
Yeah, you just think about the relationship that she has with Carissa Moore, and her dad, Jason Kenworthy, shot an amazing women's surfing movie called Leave a Message. It featured all of the greats, one of them being Carissa Moore, and I think they've had this really great relationship. I think Chris Moore, Carissa's dad, even coached her on her qualification year, just back and forth over text, over phone call.
And we got to see Chris Moore in Abu Dhabi, hanging out with Bella Kenworthy. Also, she's been working with Reynos as well. First score for Bella, a 2.5 as she's getting going. We've seen that knee brace all year. First couple of reports, she was just trying to shake it off, get it out of her head, and we were kind of told that she feels fine. It's just kind of there. Then we got a little bit deeper into it, and you know, she's still recovering from that knee injury. But I think that as an athlete, there's been a lot of stories. I remember even Courtney Conlog would be taping herself up and she'd be like, nothing to see here, you guys. Yeah. You know, it was like almost like she doesn't want to reference that she might not be at 100%, because it's all about fueling your mental confidence that allows you to go all out.
Definitely. And just chatting with her dad, Jason, again, just talking about that injury. And he said it could have been, you know, potential that it would have derailed her rookie season and maybe needing surgery, but then obviously got the nod that she didn't need surgery, that ACL tear that she's been nursing, but definitely not 100%. And she's been doing a lot of hard work and rehab to that on the off days and in the gym. So yeah, doesn't seem to be affecting her performance at all.
What a great heat when you've got a surfer like Brisa Hennessy sitting with priority. Such a powerful regular footer that we've been enjoying on tour for multiple seasons now. Jumping onto Channel Island surfboards. Her beginnings were on a remote location, Matapalo, Costa Rica, where they didn't have much technology, but they did have perfect waves. Often reflects on that upbringing and how special that was. Still has a lot of really close family friends in that part of Costa Rica.
Yeah, absolutely adore Brisa. I've known her since she was really little, and just to see, you know, the way that she's blossomed and how she's grown up. It's almost like a blueprint for how you want to raise your kids, just in nature, away from everything. She's an amazing cook. She's such an amazing surfer, and she's always smiling and brightens your day when you bump into her.
She's able to represent Costa Rica in the Olympic Games, and also gets to call Cloud Break a home break these days. Her dad, Mike, at the moment on the island of Namotu. And all the great locals there, and the Fijians are just have Brisa as a part of their extended family. They're cheering her on all the time. And you start to see how these schedules can change in your favor sometimes. And, you know, for Brisa, if she has a final 5 spot and the world title's on the line at Cloud Break and it's 8 to 10 foot, put her as your power surfer.
Well, she's been in that final 5, twice now. So Brisa, I mean, would definitely be motivated to find herself up the rankings and qualifying for that again, because wow, she's unbelievable. Left-handers, waves of consequence. What she was able to do in Tahiti was insane.
Remember, this is an important round for all the shapers out there that are maybe stressing out on these points in that top 5 picture. You've got to be in the quarterfinals to get points for your shaper. As we check in once again, it's been the domination from Lost Surfboards and their crew out of San Clemente that have just owned the CT Shaper rankings ever since it got started a couple of years ago. Back-to-back wins, already an enormous lead over number 2 at the moment, which is Channel Islands, and they've got 2 team riders in the water right now for CI, so they're guaranteed one of their athletes will get them points in the quarters here. Big start there, nice turn for Brisa, crushing it again. 2 great hooks to take the lead over Bella.
So sharp at the moment. I mean, 2-turn combo right there. The board's looking really good. Tight transition for those 2 moves. Advantage to Brisa there.
Brisa also spending time with Leandro Dora, who's had a very successful morning. Leandro coaching Lakey Peterson to a victory this morning. Also Luana Silva. And now trying to get a 3rd quarterfinalist very quickly here in the round of 16. Such a powerful surfer. Brisa identifying 2 major sections to work with here.
And as we see, that tide's kind of drained out, and it really has created that cupped out section on the inside bowl. Let's give us an idea of just how steep this wave got through that inside section. Cool to see Brisa just getting that early start, not sitting too long. A little bit of variety in these moves too, as she hits it off the top there. Well, kind of similar, but very critical. And in a short space, that 2-turn combo.
You mentioned her appearances at the WSL finals, those 2 starts that she did have there. Going back to the first edition of the WSL finals, she had the number 5 seed. She ended up losing to the GOAT, Steph Gilmore, in match 1. Little wave rolling through here. Bella wants it. First turn for Kenworthy. Nice frontside carve. Pushing hard off the top on the 2nd effort. Continuing to drive down the line. Little whitewater section to punch out for her 3rd and final move. Bella's start 2.5, just chasing a 3.68 to take the lead off Breeze.
Good answer back. And then also just thinking about being a rookie on tour, coming to Bells Beach, we had such a quick transition between El Salvador and heading to Australia. It's pretty tricky to head out in a new lineup and learn the different waves. Then you head to a new peak. Here we are surfing at Winky Pop. Let's get a look at Bella's wave. Nice little bit of extra push on that turn. Very active on this wave and reactive to what the sections are throwing at her. Looking down the line. throwing out that tail. I'm just getting amped, like watching the body language from both of these women. You can tell that they fired up, they're engaged.
So true, and they're really fun style to watch, you know, for both of them. You've got the groomed power attack from Hennessy. Bella's got that X factor that she can get pretty progressive on us at any given time down that last wave. Opener for Bella, 2.5. Breeze's start, nice polished power hooks in the pocket for a 6.17. Bella does build to a 3.83 and gets the lead back. So after a restart in the heat previous, this one off and running quickly. Spot in the quarterfinals on the line. As you see the groomed conditions there, that's Winky Pop where they're sitting, and the distance is the Bells Bowl. And great local knowledge from crew like Adam Robertson, who's always helping out with the calls for the event on Winky Pop versus Bells. They kind of knew last night that everything would be focused here at Winky today for competition, which, you know, changes the game a bit, Rosie, compared to what the surfers are looking for on the bowl. They've got to be able to adapt to this type of wall here at Winky Pop.
That's so true. I mean, you really have to have everything ready to go. I think it's so nice that the commissioners have given the surfers a little bit of a overnight heads up of where they could potentially be surfing, because we do have a lot of breaks. I mean, we're surfing Winky Pop right now. We have the Bells Bowl, and then also transitioning deeper at Bells is the Rincon section. So you've kind of be able to adapt, and they're three very different waves, Joe. They've got different characteristics, even though they're right-hand point breaks. They've got different paces about them.
So true, and you want to be locked in at the right time, especially when you get to stop 5 of the year. Mid-season cut, it stopped 7 this year. But you look where Brisa is at the moment, sitting number 12th in the world. Remember last year she had so much consistency, you know, from semifinals at Pipe, Sunset, here at Bells, Margaret River, final in Tahiti. She was just on fire. Now she's got to use her experience to pave a different road to get past the cut. Having a couple of quarterfinals this year so far as her peak. First at Pipe and her recent quarterfinal at Punta Roca in El Salvador.
Yeah, and that's a good little, like, motivate, like a little roll in. She's got that rhythm coming off that 5th in El Salvador. Let's see if she can kind of step back into a groove. We also have a different schedule that we've seen in seasons past. Obviously, El Salvador moving up there, and then we're also going to head back to J Bay. Lowers is a full-time tour event, so lots to look forward to.
And I'm really looking forward to the chat with 2 great Australians. Vano is with Sally Fitzgibbons.
Thanks, Joey. Sal, a couple of years ago I was chatting with Jerry Lopez, and the great sage told me that surfing, it's standing on the shoreline, it's paddling out, it's sitting in the lineup, and catching waves is just the cherry on top. So, I mean, you did a lot of surfing with Katie in that heat before the cherries turned up.
Yeah, I feel like it's playing the long game. There's a lot of decisions between now and probably since the start of the cut system that just keep tipping the other way, and I think you just respect the game and the ocean and bide your time. And I think the more I challenge myself to be at the level with the new generation, it just like reseeds. Like, I have like the greatest desire to still be here, and you know, to be seated up against number 1 at the moment, and you have a couple of sleepless nights on that one, wondering how to work out. And yeah, as you said, you just got to get to the shoreline and then get out the back and then work it out.
True that. And it's interesting, you know, like, you've had so much success here at Bells. But yeah, Katie Simmers, she is the defending world champ. She's the defending Bells champ. What did you do to get through those sleepless nights? What was your strategy coming down here?
Oh, I think the bones of it is like the game hasn't changed, but your ability to endure, like, there's going to be so many decisions that you make and you have to wear and you have to take responsibility for, and they hurt, like, they're stingers. And I think when you really just embrace it and like, yeah, I made that decision and didn't go to plan, but you process it properly, and then when you paddle back out there, you just have a deep-seated belief that it can be your time in any heat, in any given moment. So today it was like the blue jerseys rising, I think, in the few first heats. So I think there's something in the water, and everyone's got that fight in them. We want to be here, and there's only such few spots, so we'll do anything and everything to try and get one of those spots.
It's so strange to think of you as an underdog, but you're 2-0 against Katie now.
Oh, it's a nice stat. I'll try and keep building on that one. But as I said, they're the matchups I want to be in, and that takes like training day in, day out, just to, you know, trudge through as many heats as I have to get to. I want to be up against the best, and then and I want to be there to make that decision. So I made it today, and it worked out, and it's pretty satisfying.
We were chatting before on the staircase. You were saying, you know, you've been coming down here since you were, what, 3, 4 years old? You've got your spots on the rock, though. You feel a lot of comfort, but also the crowd here just loves seeing you competing. They love seeing the rash here, Bells.
Oh, I just feel that energy from them. And we've been, you know, with the restructure, it's overseas and a lot of like away courts, and we come back to our home court here at Bells, and just seeing them light up over east, so the biggest smiles and like the Grom squad, just the energy in this area is really special. So tapping into that, and couldn't thank them enough.
Tap away, Cal. Awesome to see you pull off a great result this morning, and we'll see you in the quarters.
Oh, cheers everyone out there, Team 89. Thanks so much for watching. Love you all. Yoo-hoo. Did it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Vano. Great to see a legend like Sally Fitzgibbons throw down a key heat win in her career. You know, we've seen her do it all. 12 CT wins, 3-time world runner-up, representing Australia in the Olympic Games. You know, you could go on and on with her legacy, but there's something so magic about that win. You know, with her longevity, the cut that has taken her off tour, never giving up, and to now be undefeated against Katie Simmers, just a testament to her dedication to the game. Well played.
And I love her breakdown there too, of just always, you know, having that self-belief, figuring out the game. Like, Sally is just a connoisseur of sport. She absolutely eats and breathes competition and how to figure out how to win and making a way for herself. And that was such a good little confidence boost for Sal, and I'm excited for her for the rest of the campaign here at Bells.
Things getting interesting with that win for Sally, giving Katie her toughest loss of the season. Gabby Bryan is now the high seed. She's coming up next against Nadia Arostarbe. If Gabby Bryan gets that victory, she will be taking the yellow jersey into the Gold Coast on a tiebreaker with Katie Simmers for the lead on the rankings. You know, if Nadia gets the win, then we'd be looking at Caroline Marks for an opportunity to take yellow. Marksy would have to go on and win this whole thing, be the champion of this event. So all eyes now focused to Gabby Bryan and then potentially to Caroline Marks for the race for yellow heading into the Gold Coast. 10:20 on the clock here. Bella Kenworthy leading with a 2.5 and a 3.83. Brisa still has priority, but with a great score. This two-turn combo give her a 6.17. We'll be right back. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, and by Stone & Wood, unofficial beer of WSL Australia. It's a beautiful Thursday morning here at Bells Beach. We've been enjoying the action all at Winky Pop. This event has gone so mobile over the years. Longest running event on the calendar has run finals at Joanna Beach. It's run at Phillip Island. It's run all over the state of Victoria. You gotta love it. Lately, it's really been focused on Bells and Winky Pop. We've been scoring some waves to keep things right here on the bluff. And at the moment, Bella still leads over Brisa, but Brisa's got that 617 and priority. Rosie, who would you rather be right now with the time on the clock?
Oh, you'd have to be Brisa. I mean, with a 617 in her scoreline, some time on the clock. That is actually a tricky question, though. If you got the lead and Bella just needs to improve on the 3.83 and the 2.5. This is just a really close heat, Joe.
Yeah, that first reaction, you know, saw the 617. I feel like the same, especially with these two world-class surfers for Brisa. She'd have to be finding a lot of confidence, knowing that she doesn't need anything really. A 0.16, she's got priority. And if it gets stressful, maybe she's going to run to the inside and basically just stand up.
I think it would also be about controlling that priority, looking at the second wave of the set and hoping for a cleaner canvas.
Right now, Bella's sitting a little bit higher up, so Brisa already with a solid position with priority. If Bella is interested in anything, Hennessy can take the wave off her. Bella part of the rookie class with Aaron Brooks and Vahine Fierro. We did lose Vahine in the elimination round. Aaron Brooks, the Hydrolite heat of the round with Isabella Nichols. We'll see how that one unfolds shortly with 6 minutes on the clock. We want to say a big good morning to Richie Lovett. Richie, it's been a very dramatic morning so far as results are concerned.
Yeah, it certainly has, Joe. The weather's heating up, but the action has certainly heated up. Some big upsets this morning. Molly Picklum going down in the first heat to Luana Silva, so one of the favourites of the event. And then we've just seen Katie Simmers go down as well. So the Giants are falling. The fantasy surfer teams have been decimated at the moment. And a huge, huge heat for Sally Fitzgibbons in the scheme of things. Her year really is getting started right now. She needed the big result. And I feel like this could be a really good campaign for her. We've got Gabriella Bryan coming up. She's also a favourite. Let's see if she can get the big names back on track and the ladies that are at the top of the ratings, see if she can continue on. But plenty of action still to come. It's been a great day so far.
Richie, it kind of fits the narrative, doesn't it, of Sally kind of finding her form at an event that really promotes that experienced type of surfer like Sal. She could potentially go all the way in this one.
Absolutely, Joe. You know, she's had a win down here, and she is one of the most tenacious and determined competitors you will ever meet in any sport. She lives it, she loves it, she throws her whole life into this, and she's giving this everything she's got. And I just spoke to her then. She's got the good feels going, she's got the good energy, and maybe this is the little slingshot that she needed to really start her campaign for this year.
Thank you, Richie Lovett. Surfing in over 100 events on the championship tour in his day with wins at Lowers and Haleiwa and beyond. Great to be in his company. 4:22 remaining in this one. Katie Simmers out, world number 1. Molly Picklum coming into this event, world number 3. She's out. Gabby Bryan, now the highest seed, up next once again. If she wins that heat over Nadia Arostarbe, she'll take yellow into the Gold Coast off of Katie Simmers. So very close world title race so far here at Stop 5.
And where's Tyler Wright in that conversation?
Tyler Wright's in the mix. So if Gabby loses to Nadia, then we'd be looking at Caroline Marks, who's world number 4. Caroline would then have to win the event to take yellow. And yeah, Tyler's number 5 in the world, right behind Cara Lupo.
My thinking is, I mean, you've got Sally who's just made it through the quarters. You've only really got 2 past champions here at Bells in Sally Fitz, and then obviously Tyler Wright still coming up in the round of 16. So the most experienced surfers in the draw out here at Bells.
Well, we got waves running through our lineup. Priority still with Brisa Hennessy. As we watch Bella think about this wave. It's not up to her, though. Brisa's looking like she's focused on taking this wave. Hennessy Just needed to really do one turn to get the lead. She successfully turns in a 2-turn combo. Not the easiest section to read. Doing well to ride away. And we will see that lead change.
Yeah, that's a good little wave there from Brisa, but it was a tricky one to surf. Lots of foam on the face of that one. And just using her priority. You saw how she was a little bit further down the point from Bella.
Yeah, just a veteran type execution of priority and to turn it. You know, for Brisa, she had a long time just kind of waiting for a better wave, a set where she could maybe match her start. So we go to the Stone and Wood slow-mo.
Yeah, a lot of foam on that face. She almost had to manufacture that first turn. Finishes off strong and touches that rail for a moment. Tricky little section there. There's a lot of wobble as we see that lower tide here at Winky Pop. There's a lot of little ledges that pop up in front of you.
So Kaipo, Brisa didn't need much. I mean, a 0.16. How'd you like that decision?
Yeah, gotta go, gotta play the game, but guess what? The game kind of plays on a little bit right now, Joe. Here goes Bella, and the rookie with a beautiful first carve, Joe. Working down the line, take it away.
Nice turn right there on the second effort and flowing into another little rooftop redirect. Whipping that board all the way around and shutting it down on the end section. Now seeing the tail end of the ride from Brisa Hennessy. We'll give you the start of that in a moment. Reynos liking the play of Bella Kenworthy there. As Brisa took that wave with priority and got a 3.0. And then Bella got right back in the mix with multiple turns down the line, looking to ditch that 2.5. Things got pretty fiery in the last couple of minutes here.
It did, and just thinking about, you know, that was a better set out the back for Bella. Obviously, Brisa thinking about getting that narrow lead in her favor, but I think, you know, the high mark right now is the 617 in this heat that belongs to Brisa. This is what Brisa was able to do out the back. We didn't get to see this combo of maneuvers. Whoa, kind of tricky section there. She gets a little bit hung up, but she does complete that ride. This is an important one for Bella, needing the 5.35. Does she do enough? She kind of winds through that opening carve. Tricky wave to surf. You can tell there's lots of ribs up the face. I'm so impressed with the way that Bella Kenworthy handles the pressure, though. You can tell that she's fully engaged on this wave, finishing it right on the bricks. Important for her to get that finishing maneuver in there. Those last two moves are kind of bonus moves for her. I think it's going to be really close, Joe.
Bella Kenworthy coming off a streak of quarterfinal appearances for this rookie from Southern California. She's been on a roll. Now remember, Brisa had that wave, that bigger section. The second section looked tough to hang on to, but she did ride away. So Brisa's trying to improve on a 3 with her last wave, which would then require Bella to have more than the 5.35. Scores in for Kenworthy, 5.5. Gets the lead, and Brisa left chasing a 3.16, and she had that first big hammer on a bulky section.
Yeah, this one's going to be tight as Bella just listens for the situation, obviously recognizing that Brisa still has a score to come through. And like you said, really nice outside maneuver. Got a little bit stuck on the second, but it was also pretty sharp and critical.
What a close matchup. Bella and Brisa coming down to Hennessy's last wave. Second section looked a little bit sticky, but her first turn, she put a lot into it. Numbers coming in for Brisa Hennessy. It's a 3.6. Brisa gets the win on the last wave. What a battle that was. Both with 9-point combined totals, and Hennessy was able to move on, sitting number 12 on the rankings. Important win for Brisa to get past the rookie on tour.
And the blue jerseys, again, the lowest seeds, continue the theme of the upsets for the day in this round of 16.
Wow, world number 9, Bella Kenworthy, will start preparing for the Gold Coast. And now we have the first half of the draw set for the quarterfinals. Brisa Hennessy will be with Sally Fitzgibbons. Luana Silva will be with Lakey Peterson. Let's work out the back half of the draw and see what happens with that yellow jersey. Gabby Bryan versus Nadia Aristarbe coming up next.
Welcome back to the show. Seeing some great performances today. Competition underway here at Winky. Another big clash with one of the tour standouts in 2025, Gabriella Bryan, taking on the replacement surfer, Nadia Eristabe, who hails from the Basque Country. Great backhand approach that she's got, but it's going to have to be at its very best to overcome just the force that is Gabby Bryan on tour this year, getting her second win at the last stop on the CT, and just really tapping into some just A1 form. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Felicity Parmentier, Richie Lovett. Flick, it's been fun to watch Gabby get on this roll, and a big opportunity for her today to potentially take hold of that yellow jersey.
It's been so fun. I think it's always been inevitable that she was going to, keep getting better and better. That forehand carve that she's had when she first got on tour, everyone was like, wow, that's amazing. You're one of the most powerful surfers on tour. But this year, we've really seen her lean into that. She kind of went from strength to strength at the end of last year, and here she goes again.
Well, we've already seen a couple of waves written in the opening exchange, and Gabriella Bryan, as you can see, a 7 next to her name already, starting in absolute fine form, looking to go back-to-back and claim a third CT victory here. Doesn't get the finish right, but it'll be a nice little backup number as Nadia gets the opportunity to show us some of that prowess on the backhand.
Some great rides to open this one up. Gabriella Bryan, I pegged her as the surfer to beat on the women's side. Her form incredible at the moment. Just that power application. It is unmatched at the moment. Let's check the replay here. So Gabby strokes into this one. Couple of pumps down the line. Picks that moment, jams it in the pocket. Comes round, nice and tight again. And finishes so strong. So the 3 hammers to open up with that 7. This is Nadia.
Yeah, Nadia here on the backhand. This was much better from her. This was real top to bottom surfing. This is the surfing that saw her on the Challenger Series get to the top of those rankings. And then here we go. This is Gabby's second wave. So just different approach here. She's gone out into the open face, showing us that real carving powerhouse style that she has. Jams it in the pocket, and she's just looking so aggressive in the best way possible. It's so good to watch. And here we go, Nadia again, once again on the backhand. I really like this second turn, just drives up into the lip. Here we go. Oh, we missed the start of this wave. Here we go. So we caught up with just the end, and that's more like it.
That final section standing up nicely for her. She'll keep on pace, but the big start for Gabriella Bryan is going to be hard to track back, and she's about to put a solid backup score to that 7. 6.5. In the lead up to a championship tour season, before you start thinking about results, obviously, you're looking at the form of the competitors, and Gabriella Bryan in her free surfs leading up to that first event in Hawaii was looking really strong. That the forehand carve is a trademark turn for her, but the the places she was putting that carve to work was super impressive. Some of her coach's clips, Richard Dogmarsh's clips in the lead up to Pipe kicking off, sort of suggested that she was going to have a really good run at it this year, and that's been the case.
Oh, most definitely. I think just physically, she is the strongest female on tour. I mean, and now she's clicked into a different gear. You know, at the end of last year, she was still in contention for a spot in that final 5 picture right up until the end at Cloudbreak. And she just missed out, but I think she fell on a turn. I can't quite remember. And it was kind of, you know, upsetting for her. And then, I mean, this year she's just, you can see it right there. The stats speak for themselves. Just the rise of Gabriella Bryan. I mean, 2021 Challenger Series champ, Rookie of the Year the next year. Not an easy thing to do. And then, you know, already now 2 career CT wins. The first one coming at Margaret River last year. And just that, she had that beautiful moment. I think we all saw it. It got beamed over the web with those dolphins in the wave, and just felt like everything's been going her way since. And to my point before, she was in contention for that final 5 picture. I think she got knocked out just by Tatiana, and that would have stung, considering just she was already in there and she got knocked out. Tatiana did that hard work and got her spot in there in that final 5 picture. And I think Gabriella now is just like, you know what? No way, I'm not leaving anything to chance, and this has probably been the best start we've seen so far from her, so things are looking good.
It's been a good day, though, for the underdogs in these big matchups, and Nadia Eristabe, she's put a 6.53 up here, so she's in the hunt for the quarterfinal spot at the moment, and looking to become yet another blue jersey victory out here. The top seeds have had a tough go at it today, Rich.
They certainly have, and we saw it from the opening heat of the morning. And Molly Picklum going down to Luana Silva. So these surfers that are really needing some results are starting to claw their way slowly back up the ratings. We just saw Sally Fitzgibbons take out Katie Simmers, which was a huge victory for her. But we did see Lakey Peterson, one of the veterans. She went on through, and let's see if Gabriella Bryan can do it here. But, you know, just on this scoreline now, Nadia Eristabe has matched Gabriella's lowest scoring ride, and she's actually a little bit lucky that score of Gabriella's at 6.5. That could actually be a 7.5 if she had made that final turn on that wave.
Totally. You took the words out of my mouth. I think oh, wow, she was definitely on her way to another 7. And also what Nadia's done is you know, she's matched that backup of Gabby's, and it's ever so slightly better, so her requirement's a little bit less. You know, she's got the feeling now of what it feels like to drop a 6.5. She just needs to do a little bit better than that. I think even if you think back to that wave, the 6.53, there's a bit of foam on the face of that wave, and she sort of surfed that wave up in my eyes. Like that wave was sort of like a C-grade wave, and she surfed it up into a you know, a good score. She gets the opportunity to open up, and she's got priority here. So it's sort of in her wheelhouse now to sort of switch gears in this heat and more take control. Like, this is going to be the slide. This next exchange, I think, with the inconsistency right now, and you know, the time between the sets is going to be very telling. I think that it's all going to come down to this next exchange.
Well, Nadia's had a couple of opportunities replacing Joanne Defay in 2 events so far this season. She had a 9th place finish at Pipe, fell out of the mix in the elimination round at El Salvador. She can't afford to really slip up from here on in if she wants to survive the cut. She needs to actually extract 3 huge results from the GWM Aussie treble. As we see Nadia up here, wave selection has led her down there. She's going to really give Gabriella Bryan an opportunity to dump that 6.5 and push that requirement much higher.
This is the moments where someone like Gabriella, who's got a lot of experience, is just going to capitalise on this, right? I mean, it'll be interesting if she goes. She's going to go it. No, she's not. So this is the interesting moment. She didn't need to go that. And that's smart surfing. Why take off? It's just such a good demonstration of tactics. Nadia isn't out there. You're not taking a wave off her. Don't go it. Still hold on to that priority. Wait till she's out there. Then actually take a wave off her and try and improve on the 6.5. Kind of like, it's like a double little win, as opposed to if she took off there and didn't improve on the 6.5, you've just handed priority straight back to Nadia.
Yep.
As well as the competitors can adapt to, that wave looked like just a milkshake. Really hard for Gabriella to actually set those big rail turns with that foam on the face. So, yeah, I think wave selection-wise, it was smart not to go, even in a lineup that's had some inconsistent moments today, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a competitor, you're sitting out there and you are constantly formulating and reformulating your plan. So, you know, Gabriella's sitting there thinking, okay, I've got the lead, I've got 2 decent scores, there's still 18 minutes on the clock, I've got plenty of time to build that pressure, to build my score line. And yeah, mistake there for Nadia, and perhaps that's just a little inexperience, not spending enough time or not spending much time in the Winky Pop break, identifying that wave was going to run down the line a little too quickly. So yeah, she's opened the door for Gabriella to just bust right through it.
18 minutes to go here. Gabriella Bryan's track record has just been remarkable this year. Her worst result was the first event, has built at every stop since, 3rd, 2nd, 1st. How far will she go in the draw here at the 62nd running of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy? We do know that the winner of the last heat is standing by now with Vaughan, is Brisa Hennessy.
Brisa, that was one of those heats that is just a dead set heart attack as you started getting towards the end of it, just needing such a small score. It's an awful position to be in sometimes.
Yeah, my poor mother and everyone watching at home, I'm sorry this keeps happening, but at least it keeps it interesting. I'm not sure. I'm very grateful to make it through.
You've got a lot of experience here at Bells now. How do you feel when it moves down to Winky Pop?
Yeah, I think my first wildcard event was actually here at the Bells Trials, and then I got into the main event and I was 15, and Winky Pop and Bells holds a really special place in my heart. And yeah, Winky Pop is like really the funniest wave. I feel like the name really speaks for itself. It's just really playful, and yeah, we're lucky to be able to surf it right now.
That's great. Sally Fitzgibbons, in your next heat, you guys are 2 for 2. How do you approach an opponent like Sally?
She was actually in my first ever CT heat, and we were talking about it in the lockers the other day because she paddled me out up to Rincon, and I just like stayed there, and she went back to the bowl and like absolutely comboed me, and I was just like this. I was so scared and nervous. So yeah, it'd be a good rematch. I think I'm a little less nervous this time.
That's great. Well, yeah, a tricky one to get through, but sometimes they're the ones that can really put you into that place where you can start to settle down and get some momentum.
For sure, yeah. I'm trying to look for that rhythm this year. I think, yeah, it's interesting. I find myself, you know, pretty much at the bottom of the rankings, and I think I've learned a lot. I learned a lot about myself and my surfing, and I think needing to trust my surfing more and give myself more opportunities, because if you don't surf, you're not going to make it through, and yeah, people aren't going to see your surfing. So yeah, a lot of, I think, behind the scenes work that's been happening, and as all athletes that are on this tour are doing, I know. So yeah, hopefully I can find my rhythm and find my flow, and yeah, keep trekking on.
That'd be awesome. And let's give a shout out to the crew back home who are here with you today.
Yeah, everyone in Fiji. I know my dad's watching on the fishing boat. Hopefully you're catching some tuna, Dad. And yeah, all the Fijians and y todos los costarricenses, gracias por todo su apoyo y amor. Sí, vamos con todo. Este evento es muy especial y me siento todo el amor y vamos con pura vida.
See you in the quarterfinals, Brisa. Congratulations.
Appreciate it.
Good on you, Vaughan. And yeah, Brisa Hennessy, her 6th appearance here at Bells Beach, a 2-time semi-finalist. And as she said, special memories here. It means a lot to her, this place. And she's alive into the quarterfinals. During the interview, Gabriella Bryan looking to get rid of that 6.5. And as you said, Rich, really make Nadia Aristabe pay for that priority blunder that she made earlier on. Let's have a look at the replay here, Fleck.
Oh, wow. I mean, absolute hammers. So much power, so much speed, and placement perfect, jamming it at exactly the right point. I just can't, she's really impressing me. Every turn just got better and better. Let's break it down. Super slow-mo here, just absolutely jamming it. I just love how precise it is, how much water is thrown, how much water is displaced, and it just, I mean, I know we saw 1-4 before on that 6.5, but she just looks so sure-footed. That is serious.
That's a medium-sized set wave too, Rich, that's just, there's no points left on it.
There's none. She hasn't left anything out there. And that final turn, they just got better and better. Full tail release, full control during what was a super critical turn.
Wow.
And yeah, well, we've seen an excellent ride drop in for Gabriella Bryan. This is world title winning form.
Yeah, well, you can tell that someone's on when they take, you know, if you were scoring the wave, you would say, oh, here's an average wave. But that was excellent surfing. You can't dispute it. 8 points for Gabriella Bryan, and the requirement for Nadia now, a whopping one. 8.47 to get into first place. 13.5 minutes to go. You know, you really want to capitalise on the mistakes of your opponent. And Gabriella Bryan has done more than that. Kaipo, it just feels too that Gabby was able to set those rails a little deeper with a slight change in the conditions out there.
Yeah, I love the surfing of Gabby, Bryan, and yeah, she's just so powerful. I mean, gosh, you guys talked about it so much. But on the conditions, Oakberry surf conditions report. Let's get the report to you. 3 to 4 foot out here. We start with north offshore winds, about 7 miles per hour. We're going to keep it in Imperial for you guys. Air temperature around 68 degrees, water's 64. Winds clocked a little bit more east-northeast currently, though, so it changed a little bit of direction. And if someone can put in a Oakberry order for me, I would like my acai bowl with some bananas, strawberries, and a delicious Oakberry peanut butter, please.
Oh, we'll get you a bucket of the stuff, Kipes. Working hard out there in the field. Appreciate the conditions report. And as you heard Kaipo say, that wind clocking around a little bit. So these surfers finding a bit more freedom on the face. Nadia Iristabe knows she has to place those turns in the most critical section of the wave. Unfortunately, they're getting a little hung up. And, you know, I feel like you can almost see things unraveling a little bit here. Obviously, the mistake with priority, she got punished for it, Flick. And then with an opportunity, trying to push a little hard on that first section, lost contact with that wave down the line.
Yeah, she gets into it early. I think she was just a little, ever so slightly, a little bit late. I like the intention because she knows she needs to go big, right? She hits it just getting a little bit hung up there. And unfortunately, she makes that and it rides out smooth and gets around that section. I'm thinking, okay, here we go. But, you know, she's got the right intention here. She's on the way to this 8-point ride. But it's hard because everything's against her at the moment. Like, you've come on it as a replacement surfer. You haven't got the full, you know, go at the full 7 events before the cut. It's a really almost impossible task. It's doable, don't get me wrong, but you're needing miracles to happen, sort of, and it's really tough. So at the moment, it's not over. There's still 11 minutes on the clock, but she's going to need to start cleaning up a few of these little errors.
That wind's variable, Rich. It kind of comes and goes. Looks like it kind of jumped up a little bit on Nadia there, and she has to go through the lip. But as a result of it, it kind of got that hung up for a moment. But the form of Gabriella Bryan, you know, sometimes the numbers that competitors are throwing away says a lot about just how sharp they are.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And Gabriella Bryan, you know, she's got that 7 and 8 in the scoreline, but she's also got a 6-5 sitting there, which is in the bucket now, doesn't need it. And when I think about how this heat could have played out, if I was Nadia, I was going, okay, the wave that Gabriella got the 8 on, that should have been my wave. Perhaps I wouldn't have got the 8, but I would have been right there still with her. So the story of this heat has just unfolded the way she didn't want it to unfold. And Gabriella's just pounced on it and gone, I'm going to make you pay.
10 minutes remaining here. Gabriella Bryan in control and a chance at getting that yellow jersey. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Let's dive into the pulse and have a look at some of the highlight moments from another big morning of competition here at Winky with round 16, or the round of 16 for the women. Luana Silva getting the jump on Molly Picklum to kick off the day, Flick.
Yeah, this was a big upset. I mean, Molly coming into this, she had so much consistency, and obviously you can see the stoke on Lulu's face. I mean, she wants to keep that dream alive, and it's been a good day for Leandro.
It certainly has. Lakey Peterson also taking a victory, competing at her second home reach and looking really sharp.
Yeah, the veteran in the blue jersey took down Sawyer Lindblad. And another one for the natural footers here, feeling at home, and Lakey in fine form. And another win for Leandro.
A couple of surfers who've both rung that iconic Bells trophy. Sally Fitzgibbons and Katie Simmers battling it out for a place in the quarterfinals, and Sally just showing how comfortable she is competing in this part of the world. Looked really on point against Katie.
She's comfortable, and she just never says die. You know, she doesn't care who she's matched up against. She actually lives for these moments. She wants to be matched up against that #1 seed, and that's why she trains for those moments.
A breakthrough result for Sally. How far will she take it? We'll have to wait and see. Brisa Hennessy also moving forward in a close heat against the rookie Bella Kenworthy.
Yeah, again, we're seeing the more experienced veteran surfers in the blue jerseys coming through for the wins today.
Out there in the lineup at the moment, we've got 7 minutes remaining, and Gabriella Bryan, with a lot on the line, is proving once again that she is a major contender in 2025. I've been running through the heat score totals of her best performances this year, and a number of times throughout the last couple of events in particular, she's been the highest scoring surfer on her road through to big results. And it's been the same story here, top scoring in the opening round of competition at Bells Beach. Again, putting up the best numbers of the day so far in this round of 16 heat. Throwing away a big 6.5, banking an 8 and a 7, and just creating all sorts of headaches for the replacement surfer Nadia Aristabe.
I mean, just look at her heat total, 15 points, and you know, you would have thought watching the last heat before that it was getting a bit quiet, a bit sleepy, but it's just this funny thing when things start rolling your way and you get in one of those so-called purple patches and everything seems to be happening for you. You just paddle out, and there's so much luck involved in this sport too, but things just start flowing. And you know, honestly, heat 1 here today, or at the Bowl a few days ago, she literally just come straight from El Sal from the final win in tropical, you know, 48 hours on a plane, rocks up to Bells, wetsuit on, straight out there into an 8-point ride. It just, there's something to be said about when you just get on one of those rolls, and it's such a good feeling. And sometimes it can be, when you're the opposite of that, it can be so hard to find that feeling again.
Well, Gabriella Bryan taps into, you know, the competitive knowledge of Richard Dogmarsh, who's finaled at this venue when she's on the road, and obviously in the off-season as well. But she's also very lucky. She's very close with one of the greats down here at this location, Carissa Moore, and has just been like a leech on the knowledge and experience that Carissa used to surf her way to 3 Bells titles and a couple of second-place finishes here as well. So I think that's really worked in her favour too, and no doubt Carissa's watching on as she dominates this heat.
Yeah, let's check out this recap. So Gabby just gets firing straight out of the gates, drops this 7, and we're thinking, oh gosh, okay, this is going to be an uphill battle right now for Nadia, but she took off and she backed this up. I mean, she answered back. She drops a 6.53, and we're thinking, okay, sort of even Stevens here, and sort of matching it with Gabriella, but you know, Gabriella just answered straight back.
Yeah, there's definitely a difference when you analyse the turns of these two competitors. Gabriella Bryan is just ripping the whole top of the wave to pieces, cutting much, much deeper with the rails and just destroying the waves, whereas Nadia seems to be just more placing her board up in the lip. Some great surfing. We don't want to take that away from her, but really this is a contrast of power.
It's a one-sided clash at the moment. You know, Nadia, though, I think she's got to really just be happy at this point that she's got priority and she can still turn this heat with a single ride, because she's, with the form of Gabriella Bryan, that there is every chance she could have been put in a combination. with a few minutes to go here.
The door's still open. I mean, are we going to see a few sets? Potentially. And Nadia, I mean, when I think about Nadia surfing, her strength is her backhand. I mean, we've seen it on the Challenger Series over the last couple of years, and that's what's seen her, you know, to eventually, you know, she was 8th 2 years ago on the Challenger Series. Last year she finished in 6th, one spot short of qualifying, and it's her backhand that's got her there, in my opinion. And I mean, it's not over. There's still a chance.
Sometimes in these situations, when you're the underdog, you come in as a wild card, there's tension there. At this moment now, she has 0 to lose.
Yeah.
So it's a moment that she can free herself up. If she does get a set wave, she can kind of put it all on the line, and just maybe that'll click her into a better mind space for events down the line.
Well, Nadia's 24 years of age, very accomplished. She quarterfinaled at the Paris Olympics last year. She's had great results on the Challenger Series. She made the quarterfinals in 4 of the 6 events last season. And now getting her opportunities to compete on the championship tour, finishing 6th overall on the Challengers last year. So only missing out by a place. And once she taps into sort of a more confident mindset, she'll be a major threat. 2 minutes to go here. Gabriella Bryan in control of this heat, but Nadia with an opportunity and priority on the outside. I think just touching on Gabby, we've spoken a lot about the performances. I mentioned Carissa Moore, their friendship. Really kind of similar characters, just extremely warm personalities, much loved, you know, outside of competition as well. The way they sort of interact with the fans everywhere they go, they're easy to get behind. But Gabby, much like Carissa too, has sort of tapped into that, you know, the animal competitor, and you can see just by the way she's riding out of those final turns now, you know, she's really comfortable with her place at the top end of the ratings. She doesn't look flustered at all the nerves that we've seen from her at different stages through her rise to this point seem gone.
Yeah.
And yeah, she's ready to shake things up.
Yeah, you're right. You've touched on it. Real yin and yang about how they kind of go about their life. Sweethearts on land, yeah. Absolute venomous snakes when it comes to
savages
in the water. But the other thing that I've noticed with Gabriella Bryan, she doesn't fall anymore anywhere near as much as she did. She used to be guilty of falling quite a lot, but she's tidied that up. You will see the odd, you know, mistake and fall, but she's completing the rides. She puts the stamp on it, and that's why she's in this position.
20 seconds to go here. Gabriella Bryan appears to be on her way to the quarterfinals and the top end of the women's rankings. And even with that knowledge, potentially with that knowledge in the back of her mind, she's gone out there and competed with the same kind of form and confidence that saw her claim the win at the last stop.
Oh, there's the
that
grin.
Cheeky grin. A massive one for her. And Nadia Aristabe. She had a positive, strong performance on the Gold Coast last year. And she'll look to tap back into that and chase a big result at the second stop on the GWM Aussie treble. But Gabriella Bryan, impressive numbers, some impressive throwaway scores as well. We'll take a quick break here. We got a big clash. Best mates Isabella Nichols and Erin Brooks go at it here at Winky Pop right after this.
I'm starving right now. Where can we refuel?
Right here is my favourite spot, the Can in Torquay. It has really good food, and not only that, it's right across the road from the beach. So
Can't
it's like,
beat that.
You can't beat that. There's so much good food around here, hey, like...
Yeah, Victoria has the best food.
It does. Such a good spot for lunch or dinner, hey.
Every single dish that we had was so delicious. I'm definitely gonna come back here. Now I think it's time for dessert.
Well, this is going to be a lot of fun. Best mates, Isabella Nichols and Erin Brooks in our Hydrolite heat to watch for the round of 16. And they've got no CT history head-to-head, but plenty of Challenger Series battles that we're going to talk about. This should be a lot of fun. And Erin Brooks, obviously so exciting, an amazing backhand, just so well-rounded. But Isabella on a right-hand point break is always going to be a threat.
Well, this is a good matchup, and I mean, you touched on it, Ron, but they've had plenty of matches on the Changers. Let's see Bella, what she got.
Well, looking to win the opening exchange. We did have just a throwaway ride for Erin Brooks earlier on as Isabella goes to work. Recently joined the Bonsoy team, who are the presenting sponsors for this event. And this is live action. Erin loading up. Whipping turn off the top there. And now loading up down the line. Big section standing up and absolutely hammers the final section on that wave. Impressive. Just amazing results that she's already collected prior to becoming a full-time championship tour campaigner. The big win in Fiji last season was remarkable. Isabella Nichols, she's achieved championship tour glory before as well on home shores. But we mentioned those previous matchups they ever had on the Challenger Series. Super exciting. A semi-final clash on the Gold Coast last year where Erin Brooks dropped the wave of the Challenger Series. One of the best waves we saw in competition last season. Big barrel behind the rock for a 10-point ride. Isabella, she got her back in the final at the very next stop in Sydney, getting the victory over Erin Brooks. Both of them making their way to the CT.
It was inevitable, wasn't it, that Erin was going to make the championship tour, come on and make an impact. This is Bella's first ride. Gets a little caught up on the first snap. She tidies it up down the line here. A series of nice smooth cutbacks. Sets up this final turn. Gets to the finish. You can get a mid-range score here.
Yeah, so Bella she snaps it in the lip there, but just a little bit caught. I think it just speaks to that wind on the face, the chatter. Let's have a look here. So she snaps it up the top, sort of does a little grind across the lip of that wave, releases the fins, beautiful turn, just a little bit hung, gets her a little bit off kilter. Sort of the rest of the wave after that doesn't quite flow, but then Erin on the other hand also does get a little bit caught here, just the placement of that turn, but I mean, wow, she cleans it up here at the end. I honestly feel like all the points are coming from this last turn. That was upside down.
Love that.
That was a two-turn combination versus Bella's four-turn combination. Bella's strength of that final manoeuvre has just put her just marginally ahead. But again, it's going back and it's going, okay, what are the judges wanting me to do here?
Have a look at this Stone and Wood slow-mo, and we can really see just the absolute attack mode mindset.
Oh, my.
You know, in reflecting on that final move, it feels like there could have even been a little bit more in it from the panel.
Oh.
That's my personal opinion. I just love the release there.
Really compressed as she hit the lip.
Really strong.
It's a 5.3 in my books for one turn.
Yep.
That thing was incredible. It was the best single turn I've seen today. That was amazing. What happens if she does two?
She gets into that
11-point range.
Yeah, exactly. But
I think it was amazing.
Love this matchup for a couple of reasons. We mentioned the friendship between these two. Isabella's been, you know, a great mentor and friend to Erin on her rise to this position, but that's all out the window at the moment. Isabella coming off the back for a second place finish in El Salvador, and it saw her make a very important climb up the rankings. She jumped 5 spots into 7th position ahead of Erin, who dropped 2 places. And these two were, you know, neck and neck on the rankings, and makes it even more crucial when you think about, you know, not losing your place and being overtaken by those behind you on the rankings. Erin taking off here, looking to get rid of just a throwaway score. She would have done that already with that first turn. Gets up again, whips that board. Love the speed she surfs with. Pivoting quickly off the top there.
Love the whip that she gets out of the top. It's actually crazy. Just the velocity that she comes flying down the face with. Just that speed to carry her into the next turn. She's looking really fired up. I think once you hear that you've already dropped a 5.33, really just off, yes, okay, there was the down the line hack, but off the strength of one turn, that's going to fire you right on up.
The great thing for Erin Brooks when you look at this tour schedule is it doesn't matter if it's a left or a right. She's so strong going both ways. Isabella, on the other hand, feels like is one of those, you know, regular footers that needs those right-hand point breaks to really turn in her finest results. She's already done that at El Salvador, so an important one for her here.
A great 2-turn combination there for Erin Brooks, just whipping it really quick. I'm just trying to think if that the speed of those backhand whips could be matched by anyone at the moment. It's incredible.
The speed is what blew everyone else out of the water in Fiji at Cloudbreak last year on her road to victory.
Yeah.
I was just watching the broadcast from home with extreme FOMO of you guys lauding it up, but it was amazing just to watch the variation that she had, whether she was doing rail turns or, you know, those big fins-free snaps that she's willing to put into that critical section of the wave, but everything executed with, you know, it appeared more speed than anyone else on tour.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me of an energised Italo. You know, when Italo's on, you're like, wow!
An energised Italo?
Well, more so
yeah,
than
knows
usual.
One way. Here's some highlights from that performance.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely incredible. Even, I mean, you're just watching this back, and to think she was a wild card coming into this event, just the maturity that she surfed with.
Oh, yeah.
Was just amazing. Look, you couldn't place that turn any better, any higher, any more critical. You know what also impressed me? The read in the barrel was insane. Just like the confidence that she had to, you know, do the double arm drag, to go to the one, it just surfing beyond her years.
Well, Stace Galbraith did a fantastic job of helping Erin through that contest. But also Kelly Slater stepping in at different stages to caddy for Erin, and I think Kelly was kind of marvelling at the magic run, even cheering her up the beach when they got back to Tabarua. So, you know, what a memorable moment for Erin, and she's going to get cheered up the beach a lot in her career.
Oh, yes, she is.
So just a 4.7 for that last wave. So Erin not really with the wave selection at the moment, finding the kind of rides that are giving her more opportunities down the line, but still doing some great surfing.
Yeah, she's making hay while she can out of what she can find. But I like it. I like that she's chipping away. In these situations, you almost have to wait for this priority or order to just get back into your favour. You get back into the sink of it, and then you take control again with your next choice of wave. But yeah, she looks on. Both these competitors look really good. It was a very civil lunch that we saw them diving into there, but this is anything but civil, the competition right now.
Felicity, it's interesting. I think, you know, we obviously saw Erin at a location that really suited her surfing, and she's very well rounded. We talked about it, but straight away, I think with the big numbers she was dropping on the Challenger Series with the great scores that she's had as a wild card, you know, it started getting everyone talking about world title possibilities, and it is a lot of pressure for a 17-year-old to deal with. How do you think she's kind of coped with that pressure so far this season?
I think there was a lot of pressure on her coming into Pipe, especially with everyone knowing how well she surfs in waves of consequence. I mean, but then you just got to remember, she's 17 years old, you know, this is her rookie year. But it's easy to forget that with the performances we've seen all over the world. You know, we think back to, you know, that Van Specialty event at Pipe. We think back to all the clips we've seen her coming from a mile away on socials, the airs, the progression in her surfing. And I mean, it is a lot of weight to carry on your shoulders, but I feel like let's cut her some slack. This is her rookie year and she's surfing into it. She's finding her feet. And I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing here down at Winky.
Yeah, major threat if she can crack that final 5, but that's a difficult task. I think Erin's a red-hot chance at a world title in her rookie year if she can get to the final 5, but she's visiting venues that she hasn't been to before, Bells Beach. She's, I think, been down here, but not competed in the event before, so still a learning process for her.
Yeah, definitely, and she's under the tutelage of Jake Patterson as well, and I was actually having a chat to Jake the other day, and we were talking about Erin's form, and I just, you know, inquired. I was interested, you know, how's she going at Bells? Is she figuring out? She's going, oh yeah, she's getting there. The equipment, we're sort of looking at that, we're reviewing it. He was actually blown away by just the volume in Erin's boards. Like they're really, really thin. She's only a little thing, but she's super strong. Jake was like, oh, I'm wondering whether we should potentially look at maybe just upping the volume, places where she has a suit on, there's a little bit more weight, and down here, that typical line that you want to stretch it out a little bit more. But yeah, anyway, it's all these little learning things on the rookie year. She'll figure it out.
16.5 minutes to go here. She is leading this heat, but some big news coming through. Vaughan, that last heat for Gabriella Bryan. Very positive consequences with that big win. Gabriella Bryan in just a moment, but yeah, what an amazing performance from Gabriella. It was so strong, just the fact that she was able to pick off not even the best waves of the heat and still generate some excellent scores, or one excellent score and one near excellent, is so impressive. Really composed herself beautifully to get the job done and get herself into yet another quarterfinal heat this year. 15 minutes, 45 seconds to go out there in the lineup at the moment. Isabella Nichols with a 5.17, been patient with priority. A little busier under priority is Erin Brooks, who's got a lead, but this one's shaping up to be a very close, very exciting finish.
Yeah, I think 15.5 on the clock, you know, every sort of heat has had these slower moments, and you're definitely right. Erin's hunting. I mean, she's got second priority. She may as well try and improve on that situation, put a bit more pressure on Isabella. You know, Isabella's out there. It's just interesting. Obviously, they're besties. They're like sisters on tour, and they've competed against each other a bunch on the Challenger Series, but they're not going to hold back against each other right here. And when we spoke about it this morning earlier, but this has been one of my heats to watch because they're going to take it to each other, and I want to see it. Bring it on.
And also nervous for Isabella because, much like Gabriel Medina in the past, an absolute threat on medium-sized waves on the inside is Erin Brooks with turns like this. Back in a moment.
Good morning from Bells Beach. We're here with all the amazing up-and-comers. We're about to go rip the Bells Bowl.
The waves are pumping and these guys are ready to go shred, yeah? Oh, yeah.
It's gonna be huge.
We live here and I reckon it's really fun. Surf with the prize. 110%. 111%.
Not only do we have our next generation coming down and meeting all of our top pros, but they get to share the lineup with them.
Vibes are high. Rising Tides.
The long-term goal of Rising Tides is to develop our next generation of women. We'd love to see them on the tour, and if they're just surfing every day with their friends, that's also great.
The energy was so contagious. All the groms were just like smiling ear to ear. I had a ball, surf rings around me, but that was so sick.
Everyone was going everywhere.
Very oversized head. So big.
I reckon you'll be comfortable out here in no time.
Really fun! Surfing and watching everyone rip.
I saw you in the cold one.
It was good.
To be in the water surrounded by this energy and that rising tide of women is so special. I never had that at their age. Just to feel so welcomed is what it's all about.
Rising Tides!
It was an all-time edition of Rising Tides down here at the 62nd running of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. The Groms were on fire, taking priority over the likes of Crosby Colapinto. We saw that. And we've got Erin Brooks out there up against Isabella Nichols. Erin, she surfed at a Rising Tides event in Maui years ago, and Isabella, she's looking to use her veteran experience against the rookie here in this heat. Was super patient. Had a 5.17 to open. A 5.43 is the score for that ride. And Erin trying to respond now. Falls out the lip after the float. Can't get the timing right on that second move. And she'll go down. So a situation change out there in the lineup. Isabella Nichols now in front. Erin Brooks chasing a 5.28.
Oh, I just loved what I saw from Isabella on that 5.43. It just looked like things were clicked in. The 5.17 for me, it just looked like things were a little bit, just ever so slightly mistimed. But there, it looked like she was fired up. She was ready to sort of take that lead and take the charge. And I mean, she sent a lot of spray, and I guess this is her strength, and you touched on it, Ron. You know, those right-hand points, long running, down the line, and she's in a more commanding position now.
Yeah, it's pretty smart kind of heat IQ at this point from Isabella. She hasn't made any mistakes in terms of wave selection, positioning. The surfing's been rock solid. Now it's time to start pushing on the accelerator a little bit more if she gets that opportunity. And a little bit of pressure now being applied to Erin. She is in the box seat with priority. She needs to make this next wave count.
Hasn't really connected with a decent wave still in this heat. I think Isabella's had the two best rides of this clash so far. I think the positive news for Erin is that the requirement's just a 5.28. She hasn't really sort of found the big high impact sections, Isabella, to get a bit more vertical in her approach and unleash some of the power that's seen her going on to claim a CT victory. So Erin's still right in this heat, and Isabella obviously well aware of the position of the two of them on the rankings, trying to, like all the top seeds, hold off the push from those surfers desperate for big results. Even though Erin Brooks is inside that mid-season cut line that's going to take place after the 7th event at Margaret River. You know, we've already seen a few surfers behind her progress through to those quarterfinal heats, so we could see a massive shift up here at stop 5.
Yeah, I think the pressure's on for sure, and she's going to know that. You know, you're watching the heats before you, seeing those lower seeds progress. You're like, okay, I've got work to do here. Good news for her though is she knows she's only chasing a 5.2A. She locked in a 5.33, basically off the strength of that one big belt. You've got to be thinking, okay, if I lock in 2 turns here, even on, you know, yes, I would love a wave where I can really open up on, because she hasn't had that yet. Her, you know, her wave selection maybe hasn't been the best, but just knowing that you can trust that much in your ability and just the strength of your surfing, that's got to be a good feeling.
Pretty close on the rankings, these two. Let's check out the average heat scores for the season. Isabella Nichols, 10.41. Erin Brooks just ahead of her, 10.78. So these two well and truly tied up. Caitlin Simmers just maintains that amazing heat score average, which, well, might come down a little bit out of the contest.
Well, they're actually looking at the CT by the numbers, looking at their heat averages. They're right on it at the moment in this heat. You can see Isabella's starting to hunt now, looking to put a little bit of pressure on Erin. Start making her second guess her decisions, hopefully. Try and wrestle back priority. Looks like Erin's showing a little bit of interest here.
Erin making her move, looking for a 5.28. Will this wave taper off nicely and give her a few opportunities down the line? Has a lot of speed. It's stretching out. She's struggling to get ahead of it. And she's going to go down. Isabella Nichols checks the clock. Not feeling comfortable just yet, even though Erin's taken a couple of falls and hasn't been able to really tap into a quality wave just yet. Isabella's numbers aren't big enough to secure victory just yet, or even put her in a position where she can feel comfortable.
She's not feeling safe. There's no way Isabella's feeling safe right now, especially coming up against Erin. But this one, it's fine. Her body language was like looking a little bit disinterested, and then she's like, oh no, I am going to commit, and she sort of commits, but a bit late. Her wave selection out here just, you know, maybe a little bit of inexperience or just not enough time spent, but interesting that she did pull the trigger for me on that wave. Just with so much time still left in the heat, if you can, I think I would have liked to have given myself a little bit more opportunity, a bit more of a chance.
Yeah, especially on the backhand, the goofy footers, whenever it's all that down the line momentum, it's hard for them to square up off the bottom and off the top and really build the score on those waves. On your forehand, you can almost fake it a little bit and do that little shimmy off the top, that little quick pivot as you're going down the line. But on the backhand, it's a particular sort of wave that you're trying to hunt down.
Flick, for you when you're on the CT competing, who was your best mate on tour, and did you have any heats together?
Shout out to Courtney Connell. We spent a lot of time together. We rode for Billabong together at the time. And then my dad and her mum became besties and just yapping them along the coastline everywhere and chewing people's ears off. And we just had a good time. You know, we spent a lot of time together. And she's one of my favourite surfers here at Bells. I mean, she's won 3 of them and probably the most tenacious competitor on tour. You know, she never says die at the very last moment. And some great duels she's had on the bowl with Carissa over the years. And yeah, I just full respect to her here. She really matches that energy that the bowl has.
Yeah, she was always, especially when the swell was really doing its thing. But did you have head-to-head matchups with her, and was it a different mindset surfing against one of your besties as opposed to just one of the other plebs on the tour?
She's never going to cheat you as a bestie in a heat. She is someone who's going to rip your head off. She doesn't care who it is. There's no friends in heats with Courtney, but she's the best because she can just leave all that in the water, and then she's everyone's like mate on land. You know, she doesn't have a bad bone in her body. She's such a nice person. She's got time of day for everyone, but she is one hell of a tenacious competitor. And yeah, no way. I don't want to come against her in a heat. I'd rather someone else, thank you.
And Rich, you know, you did a good decade on the CT, had some major successes, and travelled with a group of your lifelong friends, but had some tough heats against them as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I travelled with Jake and Tommy Witts and Luke Hitchings and Todd Prestige, Bo Ember. There was a whole bunch of us that all travelled around together. Even, you know, the older generation like Matt Hoy and all those guys became really good friends. And we did have a lot of heats together, and it was difficult back then because it was, you know, we didn't really have coaches. We lent into each other for coaching advice, and we'd often, you know, construct heat strategies together before you'd go out, but then all of a sudden you'd be pegged up against each other. I do remember one heat in particular at Fiji I had with Jake, and we rock, paper, scissors, and
the priority.
Yeah, he nailed me. He got me.
Well, here we go. Isabella Nichols is going to try and make Erin Brooks pay for her wave selection errors. And she's picked off a beautiful wave on her way to potentially the best score of this heat. Great combo on the outside, very clean surfing, and it just felt like her confidence levels had come up just based on her position and how she'd surfed this heat. Erin Brooks, she's going to have to get a response happening soon here, or she'll find herself wanting in the later stages of this clash.
That was the moment, though. You know, Erin took off on that wave before, used priority, and we sort of said it probably wasn't the best wave choice, especially just being a goof, and then hands priority to Isabella, and I mean, this is going to be a moment where she's going to improve on that total. That was the kind of wave that Erin was waiting for. You know, this is the one she wanted. She needed a good quality wave, and Isabella went to town on this thing, Rich.
Yeah, she sure did. Showing a little bit more variety on this wave. The opening carve to snap, the third hack down the line, and then gets the finishing turn. Little bit lackluster if I'm being critical on the final moment, but definitely some great work outside, and that's what the judges will be focused on. Good, clean surfing here from Isabella, and great vision here as she completes that final snap. And you know, whatever she scores on this wave, that's going to be the requirement for Erin, and then just a little bit more, and we see the scores dropping in now.
7.5, Erin after a 7.6. And the challenge has been thrown down here by Isabella Nichols. Rich touched on the variety on show there. Each of those first few turns, very different, all strong, all clean, and one flowing into the next. It was maybe just the finish that stopped that from going excellent.
Yeah, definitely. There was one thing that I did notice when the judging criteria came up for today. It was flow has been on the card for the last couple of days, but today they wanted to see flow and speed between the transitions and sections. So Isabella did it perfectly then. There was no downtime in between the manoeuvres. Oh, she may even get a little bonus wave here and put more pressure on.
Wow.
Okay, so she'll really push hard on this one now, and does. Big turn to start things off. Just gets a little tricky through that middle turn, but a much stronger finish for this wave, and the 5.43 may get dropped, and the requirement's going to keep growing for Erin Brooks here.
This is tough. I mean, Erin sort of had another opportunity there and was just a bit too far out. I mean, she knows it.
Oh, she's frustrated.
She knows. It's tough. It's really tough.
40 seconds to go, and the veteran status just has really worked in Isabella's favour here. Knows what it's like to come up against a much more hyped opponent, and has just dealt with and managed this heat a little better than Erin Brooks. So I think sometimes when someone has so many weapons and can manufacture a score out of a mediocre wave, your wave selection can kind of come off the boil, or you can lose focus with connecting with the better set waves.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. And Isabella, on the other hand, has put herself on all of the best waves in that heat, surfed them pretty much clinically, and is obviously walking out the water as the winner. But a little bit to go back to the drawing board with. I'm sure Erin will break down this heat with Jake Patterson. They'll identify the mistakes and, move on to the next event.
In the end, a very impressive heat score total there for Isabella Nichols, bringing that heat score average up, getting a win over her best mate, and marching on through to the quarterfinals. We're going to take a quick break here. Up next, we'll see Caroline Marks, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, with Judd Chappell and Rosie Hodge making the call.
Welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro presented by Bonsoy here at Bells Beach. And the big story of the morning is that with that last heat win, Gabby Bryan, you have earned the yellow jersey for the first time in your career. World #1 at the moment. It must feel pretty good.
Yeah, that feels amazing to hear. I definitely didn't think that coming into this interview, but yeah, it's super awesome news. And like you said, my first time that I get to wear it in my career. So that's definitely it'll be a memorable moment.
We know that women's surfing is soaring. The aerial surfing is going through the roof. Performances in waves of consequence just continue to fly. But you are setting a new benchmark in power surfing. I feel like every time you get to your feet, somewhere in the world, a little tear rolls off Matt Hoy's cheek. You know, it's incredible the power that you're bringing to your surfing, but also your attitude. Like, it's a new you paddling around out there.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest goals I had this year was to just keep improving and never stop. In the off season, I really wanted to focus on myself, and I love power surfing. I think when I was a little girl, my dad just told me, just engage your fins and just push as hard as you can. So I always remember that, and yeah, I'm not going to stop power surfing, and it's incredible. Like you said, like waves of consequence, girls are doing huge airs and barrels. So yeah, it's definitely pushing me, and it pushes me to get better every time.
That's so cool. You are going to be up against Isabella Nichols, a rematch from El Salvador, a great opponent for you.
Yeah, Bella's a great opponent. Like you said, a rematch in El Salvador. I think we had a final in Margaret River, so we've definitely surfed against each other a few times, and she's on fire, and she knows Bells really well. So I'm gonna just continue doing what I'm doing to focus on myself and hopefully get some really fun waves, and we can put on a show.
Let's just soak up, for one more second, this yellow jersey moment. It must feel so good to reach that goal.
It feels really good. I mean, I don't know, I don't even know what it's going to feel like until I'm in snapper and I have the yellow jersey, but like I said, I didn't even expect to be hearing this right now, but it's incredible, and I can't wait.
Congratulations, Gabby, and I will throw it back up to you, Joey and Rosie.
Thank you, Vano. What a moment. Your new world #1, Gabriella Bryan, is just so thrilled, as we already had a start here to heat #7. Caroline Marks taking on Betty Lou. Caroline already getting a 4.5, and then Betty Lou a bit better on this one.
Yeah, you can tell there's a foot or two up on the size of this wave, and Betty Lou just setting those rails, flying down the line. Beautiful swoop, but lots of aggression in that last turn. I think we're seeing, you know, Betty really start to get more aggressive in her surfing, really start to hammer out those power maneuvers that we're so used to seeing from her. She's got that in her repertoire.
Great clash here for these two. Contrast to styles, Betty Lou representing the North Shore of Oahu. Caroline Marks representing Florida, a world champion, an Olympic gold medalist. And you know, we've got a kind of a cool story there. We talk about Melbourne and Victoria. Well, Caroline from a different Melbourne beach, that's in Florida. It's been a proving ground for a lot of world titles. Kelly Slater not too far away from that region at Cocoa Beach. And not too far away was where Frida Zamba got started in Flagler Beach, just up the road from Melbourne. Frida winning this event a couple of times, also a 4-time world champion.
Yeah, I mean, you think about Florida and how many champions it has really brought up. You think about Lisa Anderson, also from the East Coast of America over there in Florida. And Caroline's in great company. She won her maiden world title, and it's just been incredible to see her achieve that gold medal at the Olympics. Yeah, Caroline is a threat this season.
Guess there's some differences between the Melbournes, right? So Melbourne Beach, Florida, you think NASCAR, country music, maybe an alligator sighting. Melbourne and Victoria, coffee capital of the world, some beautiful graffiti artists on the laneways. Instead of an alligator, you're seeing a kangaroo on the way down to the surf coast, and you've got Bells Beach here, listening to AC/DC in the morning on the way down to this incredible surf coast. Caroline, though, has been in your neighborhood for a while now, probably a decade maybe, that she's been residing in San Clemente, California. So she was able to win her first world title in front of what she calls a hometown crowd as well, Lower Trestles.
And I think, you know, what a smart move for Caroline. Obviously, it's always tricky to move away from family and to find yourself so far away from home, especially when you've made your career traveling. Like you almost want to find that familiarity again and head back to your hometown. But Caroline really realizing the opportunity of moving to lower trestles. It's the surf industry capital of North America, I'd say, in a lot of ways, the Orange County area. And yeah, Caroline making that at home, winning that world title there. I mean, Mike Parsons, her former coach, obviously lives there. Her and Lakey, they used to spar together on the way to that world title. So yeah, just really mature stuff. She was one of the youngest people on the championship tour for a long time, and she's grown up so much.
Oh, it's true. That whole region has just crazy surf shops that are having the latest and greatest equipment to buy, clothing. I mean, if you're a sales rep in Orange County, California, you're killing it. They're always on a trip to Indo. They've got sub reps doing all the hard work. This region created huge brands. Rip Curl, born right here in Victoria, right here in Torquay. Doug Claw Warbrick and Bryan Singer starting off with a surfboard company and wetsuits, just the corest of core. And the headquarters just right up the road has a lot of surfing history there. They're so giving too. You know, when you have guys that are running a major company that just love pro surfing. I remember one year we're setting up the booth and Claw had this office that was just overlooking the Bell's Bowl. And we were like, oh, this would be so good if our booth was here, Claw. And he's like, you can have it. He just was like, so like, take it. You know, that's yours. I'd rather you guys have the view that you need. It was like, wow, what a legend.
Yeah, they still have that little office view space right next to where the main tower is at the Bell's Bowl. But yeah, just it's all about the core of surfing and that feeling of always the best. I mean, we were watching a little clip yesterday on Instagram. Obviously, we had Mason Ho in the booth just saying he had just inked another 4-year deal with Rip Curl, and he went into the office and the witnesses on his contract were, you know, the originators of that brand. You had Claw and Bryan there witnessing the signing of that contract. So still very invested in the excitement of professional surfing, the excitement of the search.
And invested in big events like the Rip Curl WSL Finals a few years back when we saw Caroline Marks take out her first world title. This was the year where we saw Carissa Moore, world #1 once again. Caroline, a lower seed, but she was just heating up. Definitely was the most dangerous after we saw her first wave ridden that morning.
Yeah, just incredible to see the form that she came into this one with. And I don't know, I mean, Caroline, we saw her take a little bit of a break from the championship tour, and then just her comeback role too, to come back from all of that and win a world title against the best. I mean, winning over Carissa Moore was just incredible for Caroline. I think just such a huge accolade in her career at such a young age. And she really broke through that dominance that we saw from Steph Gilmore, Carissa Moore, Tyler Wright to take out her first world title.
What a magic moment. There was a lot of people from Florida on the beach mixed in with her San Clemente crowd. She lost her voice after that celebration that night. Met her in the morning to do a world title interview, and the first sound out of her mouth was kind of like went to a different decibel, and her dad was with her, her uncle was with her. We just couldn't stop laughing, and her dad was like, you know what? I'd be a little disappointed if you didn't lose your voice after becoming a world champion. It ended up being such a great hangout. She showed up, and we're like, you know what? We'll do that interview another day.
And that's the thing. I mean, when you become a world champ, you go and you have a little bit of a celebration, but there's so much media commitment. Like you said, the morning after you win your world title, you're already heading into media commitments, sponsor obligations. So it doesn't just stop with taking home that trophy. It almost ramps up even more.
And then winning a gold medal in Tahiti for the Paris Olympic Games. Then getting flown first class to Paris to celebrate, getting to hang with Snoop Dogg. And just more media. She loves it. She says she actually loves that all this comes to. You sit on talk shows, you get to talk about your career, you get to really celebrate the moment on a global level, and now she's recognized for these gigantic accomplishments accomplishments across the planet.
And how huge. I mean, it really did just open up the aperture of surfing, and for Caroline to meet some of her sporting heroes, like you said, and go in and have all those celebrations is just such an incredible experience, and probably is a huge inspiration for her now, you know, chasing down that second world title and seeing where surfing is headed.
And we've had this theme of the day for the majority of the matchups where the blue jerseys has been able to knock out the high seeds, and that's what Betty Lou Sakura Johnson is hoping to accomplish. Hasn't been the easiest run this year. You know, she's been around a few times now to this event, being just a young teenage phenom from Haleiwa, and building on her strengths, switching to surfboards from Matt Biolas this year, with Ross Williams staying home, signing up with Tommy Whitaker for her coach. So she's got some fresh feelings this season. And coming off a quarterfinal at Punta Roca is a positive sign, heading the right direction for Betty Lou.
Definitely, and I just think watching Betty in this event, here comes some waves.
Betty Lou is thinking about it under the watch of Caroline Marks with priority. They'll let this one run through.
But just thinking about they run through this event, obviously Betty having to fight through the elimination, Caroline the same thing, they were in that elimination round. So these women have had, you know, 2 reps now in this event, this being their third. And it's going to be fun to watch how they recalibrate after being in that stressful round, and how they can kind of bring up their performances and level up.
Talk to Caroline Marks on how much support she gets from all of her wonderful siblings. When her brothers have shown up at big events, she often can convert that into a win. She's like, yeah, it's like this magic little moment where her brothers are there, her best friends, obviously, that pushed her in the water, whether she liked it or not when she was a little kid. And when she sees them, it's like, oh yeah, I can go rip, giving her the confidence she needs. And Betty Lou's got a similar thing. She's got a younger brother, Ollie, who's a pitcher, starting pitcher for the Wailua Bulldogs.
Wow.
Really great baseball player. And she had a shocker to start off this event where she was left out of the opening exchange, where her opponents threw down 7s on her, and she didn't really get involved in the heat. And her brother had a great day in baseball back on the North Shore, and they connected. And their mom, Shinobu, was like, yeah, they feed off each other. It's like that supportive sibling relationship where having her younger brother have a great day at home in his sport got her fired up, and she turned in a huge performance to follow what she called a shocker in the morning.
And just the psychology of that too, like watching your brother and being able to have that conversation and that common ground of you both, you know, being at a high level in your sports. And it's so cool to hear that Betty's kind of going to draw some inspiration from that. And she's already, I mean, advantage to her opening up with that 6-point ride as opposed to Caroline's 4.5.
Wailua Bulldogs just thinking of Megan Abubo, Bell's champ. Hi, Megan.
Legend.
Absolute legend. Had so many great performances on tour, including a big Bell's victory back in 2000. Well, Betty Lou's out front, just a 6, and Caroline just a 4.5. So 2 waves ridden. We'll see how the back end goes here in round of 16, heat 7, as we take a Bonsoy brew break. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Hydrolyte, official rehydration partner of WSL Australia. By BioGlam, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. And by Bond University. Your ambition belongs here.
What a gorgeous morning that continues here in the round of 16, setting up some big quarterfinal heats, and we've already had some big decisions earlier today. Gabriella Bryan will take the yellow jersey as she's into the quarterfinals, losing some big names like a high-fi rookie named Erin Brooks. She just went down to her best friend Isabella Nichols, says Isabella's hanging out with Richie Lovett.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Big heat for Isabella Nichols there. Let's talk about the rivalry. It's great to get the win over one of your very closest friends.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call it a rivalry even. Like, I root for Ez in anything she does. If she had got through that heat, obviously I would have been upset, but I would have been so stoked for her too. So, I don't know, it's funny, like, you always end up drawing your good mates or, like, someone you're rooming with in round of 16 when it's, like, a lot's on the line. And there was definitely a big build-up to that heat for me. A lot of emotions, and you know, like, getting past that heat, there's valuable points involved, especially for the mid-year cut. So yeah, we're both like dancing around the line now, so it's hard when you have like two people matching up who are kind of halfway down the ladder. You know it's a really important heat. But so much love to Ez. Like, she's ripping. I knew she could have gotten a score if a set came through. It was just a matter of like who had the rhythm of the ocean out there, because it's pretty slow, and just a few good choices, and that's kind of all it takes to win a heat out here right now.
You talk about rhythm. Clearly you were on the best sets that came through the entire heat. The form looked good. Were you happy with how you were surfing?
Yeah, I mean, getting through this heat, now you can start turning the dial up a little bit, and halfway, like a heat before my heat started, I was kind of umming and ahhing about what board to ride, and jumped on my Utopia, which is a smaller wave board, because I felt like the waves didn't have too much push behind it today, and I guess that ended up being a positive thing, but it kind of took me like 2 waves to feel it out again, and then as I like kind of started feeling it out, I'm like, okay, I know what I got to do. It's got to be on the right wave. But yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling like in flow with Mother Nature at the moment, and I'm just like loving my job, so pretty stoked.
The shift from Bells to Winky, favourable for you? Any preference either way?
Either or, I don't mind. I do love a good Bells heat. I feel like out Winky, it's like very straightforward. You know, you got your lineup and you know what waves to catch, and most of the girls know exactly what a good wave looks like. Whereas I feel like I've put a lot of time out at Bells, especially when it's like junky and shitty. So out there, it's a game of chess out at Bells, and really knowing where you are in the lineup. And sometimes I enjoy those heats because, especially when you've spent a lot more time out there, it's kind of fun. You're like, all right, how can I like play this game? But Winky's definitely like a lot more rippable. But again, like, it's a matter of who gets the right waves, and it's a lot easier to find the right waves out there.
With the win, we're setting up a rematch from El Salvador with Gabriella Bryan. How are you feeling about that one?
I'm frothing. Gabby's like my favourite surfer on tour at the moment, so every time I come up against her, it's like a chance for me to, you know, better myself and better my surfing. And we've had a lot of like head-to-head matchups over the years, and it's a bit of a back and forth seesaw with us, and she got me on the last one, and she, in my opinion, she was surfing the best out of anyone in El Salvador, so I was so stoked to see her take it out. It's always nice when like the informed surfer wins the event, you know. But yeah, I'm excited. Gabby's ripping, Bells or Winky, whatever it is, we're ready.
Awesome stuff, Bella. Congrats on the win. The red singlets, she's changing the tides a little. Good stuff.
Thank you, Richie. Yeah, she certainly is. Up one spot to number 6 on the live rankings. And with a loss for Erin Brooks, she's down to now number 9 in the world. You can go to worldsurfleague.com and enjoy those live rankings. Isabella with a very thoughtful interview there, knowing the mid-season cut is approaching, as we saw Betty Lou get a wave to back up the 6.0.
Yeah, Betty, just a smart play there, sitting inside of Caroline, wanting to back up that 6-point ride. Just love that added bit of emphasis on that ride from Betty. I definitely feel like we're seeing her come into this event charged up with that little bit of aggression. Beautiful one-turn option there.
5.17 to back up the 6.0. And Betty Lou finds herself out in front. Caroline needing a 6.67 now. Betty Lou has a really fun arsenal of progressive type maneuvers that she could lay down here at Winky Palm. Going through the Challenger Series a few times, winning the US Open in front of a huge crowd in Southern California shows her depth. Always knew she was solid when the waves got power. From back home, all those reps she's had in Haleiwa, and always giving back to the next generation. Her first contest of her life was right there at Ali'i in the Menehune contest. Right at her home break. And every time they have that event each and every year, Betty Lou's there handing out jerseys to the next generation, putting in a full day of volunteer work just to get everyone psyched on her local lineup. So still has so much ahead of her. Feels like she's destined to be a world champ in the future. And trying to get that first CT win. Usually that's the mark where everything changes, where they find the belief in themselves that they can go all the way.
And I just look at Betty and I just see just so much potential there, right? Like you talk about, there's that big win that she had at Haleiwa, her home break, where it was just like she was unstoppable, Joe. And that's the kind of, she used to just catch fire. The surfing's there, all of the elements, her surfboards look great. She's got great people in her corner. I just think it's that figuring out that recipe and getting that first win. I think she's going to be a real force on this tour.
Oh, certainly. And I guess with all the cut talk, it's pretty stressful, but there has been some wonderful news for the women's tour. Under the new format, the 2026 women's field will include the top 14 surfers from the championship tour, the top 7 qualifiers from the Challenger Series, and 2 WSL season wildcards, and each event will also have an event wildcard all next season. So that cutoff for your whole career, Rosie, and for everything we've known has always been at that top 10 mark. Now that moving to top 14 from the championship tour.
Man, it is so intense watching the women's competitions and just seeing the caliber of surfing that everyone's doing. And on the Challenger Series, there's been so many seasons where it's come down to one heat win to see who qualifies. So to open that up and to see more talent funnel through onto the championship tour, it's going to be radical to see the talent that we have on tour next year.
So after we do get past the cut, this time at Margaret River, all the focus will be at lower trestles, not for a world title showdown for Final 5, but world title points to qualify for a Final 5 spot as it moves to a regular season event in June. So Caroline gets to go home to a playground that she's been very successful at in the past. Then we go to Rio de Janeiro, then to J Bay, then Tahiti's the final stop before heading to Fiji this year for the Lexus WSL finals. And Tahiti's the place where Caroline got gold in the Olympic Games just last summer. So a lot to look forward to for Caroline Marks as she's looking for a second CT victory this year. She did get a crucial win at stop 3 this season over at Super Tubos in Portugal. As we check out the calendar, what's popping out for you, Rosie?
Oh man, I just love all the flavors that we have. I mean, obviously there's a lot of right-hand point breaks. We've also had the wave system, but then heading into waves of consequence. I mean, seeing what the women were capable of at Pipe and then in Tahiti. And obviously, I mean, it's a no-brainer having J-Bay back on the schedule. That's just such a beautiful thing.
Best right-hander in the world in South Africa. What a great schedule on tour. Very busy schedule. Look at those dates. It's rapid fire. It's a good time to be a surf fan these days.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's been, we were both at that Surf City El Salvador Pro, and the quick transition over to here to Australia, and it's a whole different thing. El Salvador was balmy and hot and board shorts all day. You're thinking about hydration and how not to get blisters on your feet on the rocks. And here at Bells, I mean, you're dealing with so many different elements. You're packing the wetsuits and even going up a couple inches potentially in your equipment. So it's been fun to see how these surfers handle all the changing elements heading to different countries.
We were at the press conference for this event. We didn't even know our name. We were like, Jordy's like, the show goes on. You know, just the veteran on tour knows how to move quickly through the big events on tour, as we'll See a GWM recap, only 3 waves ridden, Rosie.
Yeah, this is the 4.5 from Caroline. She's still sitting, waiting and looking for her backup score. Betty Lou on her opening ride. Set wave, nice connection with this wall at Winky Pop. 6-point ride is what she's rewarded with. Solid surfing from her. She's out in the lead. Got the backup score of the 517. And she's left Caroline Marks out the back, waiting patiently with priority. Good surfing from Betty though.
Yeah, really enjoyed that finish from Betty Lou. That was just solid. Real loose, looked radical, connected, and smart decision under priority. As we've been focused on these low seeds this morning, getting the jump on most of our matchups, you know, excluding the one for Gabby Bryan, where she was the top seed and now sits in the yellow jersey after defeating Nadia Arostarbe. Other than that, it's been the surfers that need some results here. Lulu getting past Molly Picklum. Lakey Peterson got Sawyer Lindblad in the rematch. Sally Fitz, important win for her to get past world number 1, Katie Simmer. Sally remains undefeated over the young world champ. And then Brisa, the lower seed in the matchup with rookie Bella Kenworthy, got the win. And so far, it's the blue jersey of Betty Lou out in front. So Winky Pop playing a spoiler role in this event. Down to 1:10 on the clock. Caroline with priority. She's never been knocked out before the quarterfinals at this event. Her first strike at this event, made a semi-final performance as a young rookie at 16. Always felt like she'd be able to put her name up on this podium alongside a goofy foot named Frida Zamba, who won in the past, as she's now choosing this wave to turn the heat. Speed line there for Caroline Marks. Beautiful snap right off the lip. The world champ drills it in the pocket. Rapid fire backhand surfing for Cara Lupo. The lip lands on her back to shut down that ride, but wow, she made some great decisions down the stretch. Caroline needs a 6.67 to eliminate Betty Lou, and she'll leave it on that last wave.
She really needed that finish, Joe. I feel like there had to be something a bit more explosive on that end section. We'll see. I mean, a 6.67, the high mark of this heat, the 6.0. Let's really break this wave down, because this is an important one. Oh, it just kind of doesn't get connection with that outside section. The first maneuver of any kind of consequence is that one right there. Winds it up again. Man, it's just the surfing, the quality of the surfing is there. It's just the wave that was just a little bit mistimed. And then Betty out the back on a set wave. Does she get around this section? Beautiful cupped out turn. This is the 6. So this is Betty Lou's opening ride. So essentially we got to look at this and think, is this 0.67 higher than what Betty was able to do? You know, does Caroline kind of crack that nod? I don't think it's there when I look at the wave height and what Caroline was able to do on that wave, unfortunately for her.
Good call there, Rosie. You can see clearly Betty Lou's 6 would have to still be the best wave of the heat so far. Scores coming in for Caroline Marks. A 4.5 and now 4.97, not enough. And the world champ from 2023 eliminated by Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. A crucial heat win for the surfer representing Oahu. And the blue jerseys have just been so dominant today here at Winky Pop. Betty Lou moves on to the quarterfinals here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Coming up next, it will be a rematch from last year. Ellie Harrison versus Tyler Wright. We'll be right back. A lot of fun places to check out when you come to Victoria, especially Winky Pop when the waves are lined up like this for the best in the world, and one of the very best ever is in motion. Tyler Wright hitting her targets well, which includes a nice solid finishing move right out of the gates, forcing Ella Harrison to answer. And the local legend, dealing with a little bit of downtime, goes into a misread on the tail drift as Tyler starts off strong in the rematch from last season. Tyler was on her way to potentially 3 bells in a row when this wild card named Ellie Harrison changed the whole narrative. And how lucky are we that we get the rematch the following season? Joe Trappell, Rosie Hodge, and Richie Lovett joining us for the call. Rick, this is a classic. I mean, this is what you'd hope in any sport, to get 2 big names that have history go head-to-head once again.
Absolutely. You know, it's a great matchup for the traditionalists and the sentimental crew that want to see Tyler do well, but also for the locals. They want to see Ellie Harrison do incredibly well. But this first ride of Tyler Wright, textbook, really, in her composure, in the placement of the maneuvers, and just she's going to bank a pretty decent score there. This was Ellie. She got a little caught up.
Yeah, and I mean, Ellie, you know the potential that she has, and you know how much confidence she'd be coming into this one, knowing she beat Tyler last year. She kind of just throws that one away. Hey, but one-turn options have been scoring out here at Winky Pop. If you find yourself on a set and that section presents itself, you might as well just go for broke. I would have liked to have seen Ellie finish on her feet there.
Ellie Harrison will have the crowd behind her. I mean, Tyler's always going to have the crowd with there being a 2-time world champ, 2-time Bells champ, and with all of her history of here being a little mini Grom surfing the Bells Bowl with her siblings. But there's something about a wild card story which we really love in pro surfing. It used to be like a trials to titles type story at all the events around the world, where you could show up, get in the trials, and try to go all the way. I mean, on the men's side, Tom Curran won world titles that way. And this Bells event always had the trials that would kick things off. We'll see who would get into the main event and maybe go all the way. Ellie Harrison, representing Barwon Head, surfs a lot of 13th Beach, which has been pretty fun this last week. So an easy trip over here to Winky Pop for her supporters from her hometown. Waves on the way here. Tyler Wright thinking about it under priority. That one rolls through. She already has a 6.17, and since Ellie went down quick, she was able to get priority. She paddles hard for this one, but it's going to roll underneath her, and Ellie Harrison will lose priority. A couple of mistakes quickly for the wild card.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, I'm sure Ellie will be sitting out there knowing that that was a pretty big mistake, letting that one go. She had the priority. Now it switches over to Tyler Wright, and also that fall on the opening wave. So she's going to have to regather herself pretty quickly here, opening stages of the heat.
It's wild how you can just build up so much energy to a matchup, and especially for Ellie Harrison that doesn't have the reps on tour like the full-time campaigners, and then one of the longest running careers we have on tour at the moment, Tyler Wright. So definitely those nerves are affecting the wild card in the first few minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. You can just see it in the decisions, and in the way she performed on that opening wave, little sort of off kilter, let's say. But you know, Tyler Wright, she'll potentially make her pay for that little mistake, and she's going to take back control with priority, potentially drop another big score, and that is really going to build pressure.
Well, her coach for Ellie Harrison is Cale Bell Warren, just a part of the furniture around these parts. Cale's been in the event. He's coached a lot of surfers from all over the world at these venues, and he has some classic footage of a 10-year-old Ellie Harrison with some big dreams. How about this? A grommet life on the beach here, taking on the bowl well beyond her years. At 10 years of age, you know, guys like Cale, Adam Robertson, and the crew at Surfing Victoria, they're like, oh yeah, big future ahead of us. Let's go all in and help this young lady fulfill all of her dreams.
I love seeing this flashback footage of someone like Ellie, and just seeing where her career is at now. I mean, just such an impressive talent coming out of these parts, and obviously surrounded by some really incredible talent.
It's funny that when you talk to the security guards here, it's always the familiar faces that you see every year. They absolutely love working this one. And one of the security guys at the top, he was like, Ellie just looked at me and she said, now I get to go anywhere I want. Because she was a little 10-year-old going, I'm sneaking in here. And they're like, not yet, Grom, not yet. That's the athlete zone. And she's like, hey, I can go in the Red Bull athlete zone now. They just had a big laugh. They've seen her since she was a little 10-year-old trying to sneak around into the VIP area.
And we've had some fun stories. We had India Robinson, who was one of the Bonsoy board caddies back in the day, also competed on the championship tour at this event. Ellie Harrison is obviously getting her start for the second time now as a sponsor wildcard. But what an ominous figure to come up against someone like Tyler Wright.
Yeah.
I mean, she's so decorated, and I think for Tyler, her motivation is beating this young generation. For her to beat Katie at Pipeline was amazing, and I'm just having flashbacks of when Tyler won her last belt. It was up against Molly Picklum at Winky Pop, and I feel like that really got her fired up.
So fired up. That was a classic. Molly and Tyler at the time had been spending some time together and little sparring programs to prepare. Molly, being the grommet, was just chatting to Tyler during the heat. I think she called her mom at one point. Tyler looked at the grommet and was like, are you kidding me? Oh, it was classic. So Tyler coming out blazing against Ellie in this one, 6-1-7. Kicked off the season with a huge win, was in yellow after a win at Pipeline, Rich.
Yeah, and a great way to kick off the season, really. The perfect way to kick it off. And well, we know this event means a lot to Tyler. This is the one that she pegs. She wants the bell. So I feel like there's a little extra motivation here. As you mentioned, Rosie, just keeping the youngsters at bay, keeping them honest. But I feel like Tyler's surfing is really suited to this break, regardless of whether we're at Bells or Winky. She has that really compact style. She gets those turns done nice and tied up in the pocket of the wave, and you know, she's got so much experience down here. She knows exactly which wave to catch, and you need that knowledge if you want to be a Bells champion.
Great start to the season, had the yellow jersey into the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro. Ended up getting eliminated with equal 9th points. Bounced back to a quarterfinal in Portugal. And then another equal 9th at Punta Roca. So finds herself 5th on the rankings at the moment. But with some open space already ahead of her with Katie Simmers and Molly Picklum out of the event. So Tyler has some room to move before she heads to the Goldie, where she's finaled and won before. Always dangerous at Margaret River. She's all over the final stories there. So great time for the Australian to catch up to the younger guard. That top 5 picture. Last couple of heats, we felt this tempo change a little bit. You know, last heat, Caroline got her second wave really at the buzzer. Ended up falling short for the requirement. Another huge name out of the contest. And right now it's fairly sleepy again. Just a 6-1-7 and then the 0.8 for Ellie Harrison. But tons of big names that have entered the draw here as a wild card. Nikki Van Dyke was always a very fun wild card story for several years before she officially qualified as a big part of the rookie class. Nikki representing the Victorians so well and had just a breakthrough performance for you know, several years on the tour. I actually reached out to Nikki because you always think about her at this event, and she came off a neck injury. She said she's feeling better. She misses everybody on tour, but still enjoying watching pro surfing.
Yeah, I mean, Nikki, so much talent here in this Victorian region. And she'd definitely be watching this one, I'm sure. And yeah, we miss you, Nikki. She had some amazing performances here, as well as some amazing performances all over the world. Remember her win at Cascais in Portugal, a massive one in her career.
So many great stories for Victorians, and a favorite here when you come here to Bells is catching up with Adam Robertson, who's still leading things for Surfing Victoria. Ellie Harrison's been looking up to Robbo her whole life, and the legend that adds to his story goes back to 2009 as a wild card going almost all the way. Got past Chris Davidson, got past B. Durbich, got past Tommy Whitaker, Keikoa Bacalso, beat Freddie Patacha Jr. in the semifinals, and everyone's going, here we go. Joel Parkinson versus Adam Robertson. This is as good as it gets. Looking back on this footage, it's like, man, Robbo could still be in the main event. He still absolutely rips. And to push Joel Parkinson, who's already one of the all-time greats at this venue, it was really special. And even the local newspaper had the headlines the next day, and they're like, what do you reckon? You think Robbo got him? Yeah, they were still just so invested in the hometown story. And always fun to catch up with Adam Robertson. Each and every year we come to Bells Beach. Such a great host. He actually had chances to be in the event to follow. And he's like, you know what? I've had my turn. He's like, I want to see everyone else get the chance I got. And such a legend. Just he got to root on everybody else that came after him.
Yeah, absolutely. And he still surfs this wave so well. We saw him I'll throw a pair of boardies on in the Twin Fin Expression session that you're in, Rosie. That was fun to watch.
Yeah.
But, Robbo, you know, he's a huge part of the decision-making process here on a daily basis. You know, deciding whether we press the go button or not. And yeah, he's an integral part of Victorian surfing for sure.
Tyler still just with the 6.17 here in the last heat of the round of 16. Winner takes on Betty Lou in the quarterfinals. We'll take a quick break. Hopefully get some sets to come through at Winky Pump right after this. Belts it off the lip again.
The countdown is on for the all-new GWM Aussie treble.
Can you believe it? The crowd goes bananas.
The world's top surfers will battle it out at 3 iconic events: Bells Beach, Gold Coast, and Margaret River in a game-changing series. Who will rise to the top and drive away with a GWM Tank 300? Watch every wave, every moment live at worldsurfleague.com.
So exciting that we've already kicked off the GWM Aussie treble. Whoever's on top of the leaderboard for the men and the women will drive away in a brand new GWM Tank 300. One surfer that's already getting a jump start on the rankings with a great performance in that previous heat is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson on the glass with Vaughn Blakey.
Betty Lou, last time we spoke, you had dispatched a couple of Bells rookies. This time you take down a real campaigner here over the years, not to mention a world champ and an Olympic gold medalist. How did you approach this heat?
Yeah, she is one of the best competitors on this tour. I admire her a lot. I learned from her a lot, especially in all the heats that I have competed against her with. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of dominate that heat, just knew to get that better start and kind of just fall into rhythm. But it was a very slow heat. We both only caught 2 waves each, so definitely stoked to get the better side of it.
It's such a bubble and squeak, this comp. It's like a big mix of ingredients just chucked into a pot. You know, one day you're surfing big, stormy Bells Bowl. The next minute you're coming down to sort of glassing off but slow, winky. Like, how important is it for you to be able to adapt quickly and change your game plan?
Yeah, adapting is everything, I think, in heats, because you can have one game plan on the beach, but it might totally go the opposite way when you're out there. Yeah, but adapting's been a huge learning curve, and especially out here, you can either get Bell's Bowl or Winky Pop. Definitely need to have 2 different lineup spots and all that stuff to link up here, yeah.
This is a wave that, you know, we hear the commentators say often, you know, there's some places you just put a circle around and go, I want to get in a result here. This seems like a really good fit for the surfing that you're doing.
Thank you so much. Yeah, definitely want to hunt that result down, but more than anything, I really just want to keep surfing and make heats and win heats. And eventually, you know, it'll come to fruition for me. And yeah, I just want to keep trying my best.
Some big names out of the draw. Does that grab your attention at all, or do you just focus on what you have to do?
Just focusing on myself. But it is exciting to see, you know, the bottom half kind of picking up their pieces and climbing up the ladder again. I'm super psyched, so excited.
We're excited for you. Congratulations on a great result.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Vaughn. Thank you, Betty Lou. Important result for her, and Vaughn bringing up a great point. I mean, there's some big names out. That's just paving the way for more points for yourself as she's moved on to a quarterfinal. You've got Caroline, who won Portugal, out of the event. Molly's been so consistent this year. World #1 is out. That's all part of Betty Lou's generation. You know, Molly's been all over Betty Lou in one-on-one heats, so you've got to see that breathing room really open up for Betty Lou in this event.
Well, and at the same time, those bottom seeds are all moving up. So it's also going to be hard to create that separation and move up the rankings because it's so tight down the bottom. It's really bottlenecked. But yeah, also the awareness that Betty Lou has of what's happening in the competition already.
I like it. I actually like it when it mixes up again and the usual suspects don't quite get through. And I think we've seen 5 blue jerseys get through on the women's side this morning. We had a couple of the red jerseys win, Gabriella Bryan, Isabel Nichols, and well, at the moment, Tyler Wright, she's in control, so she might try and uphold the red singlets on this one.
And another thing, no more goofy footers. I mean, we started the morning off, we had Sawyer, we had Nadia, we had Erin, and we had Caroline. And all of the goofy footers are out of the draw now.
Wow.
Great point, Rosie. Yeah, that's huge. And maybe say that would have been an example of Winky on the day that we have today, of being able to read this paced wave on your forehand could have been a clear advantage. Even saying that, though, there were great moments, you know, for Sawyer Lindblad. She threw down some huge turns, just wasn't on the set. Similar flow from Nadia, looked great. Caroline tried to save herself in a wave-starved heat and ended up coming up short. And then Erin Brooks, just in that battle with her bestie, ends up going down. And you can see how much that can affect you on the rankings. Isabella up to 6th in the world. Erin dropping to 9th on the live rankings. For Ellie Harrison, there's so much on the line for her. She's not worried about points for qualification. She's looking for, obviously, a big prize check. She's looking for a profile boost, her sponsors, her whole, basically, overall surfing profile and resume, and to challenge herself against Tyler Wright. She earned her spot in this by having a stellar season on the Challenger Series and representing Australia well through the QS. First call actually went to Bronte McCauley to be in this event. Bronte and Ellie had a chat because the next one would have gone to Ellie, and Ellie's like, hey, I'd love to surf my home break, and Bronte's like, well, I'd love to surf mine. So we'll see McCauley at Margaret River.
Yeah, and you just touched on it. I mean, just performing in your hometown, but also in front of your major sponsor. I mean, Ripco has such a good roster of young talent, but to make that breakaway and to create that higher platform and profile for yourself, this is a big moment for Ellie to create that separation and have some eyeballs on her and create that name and profile that she's looking for.
8 minutes on the clock. Tyler Wright paddles hard for a wave that won't let her in, and that'll open things up for Ellie Harrison.
Wow. Could almost see that coming. There was that crease in that swell line as it was heading towards the 2 women there, and Tyler just putting everything into it, trying to catch that wave, and unfortunately just couldn't get it. So a little shift in energy here at this point in the heat, shaking her head at herself, just going, oh, how did I let that happen? But an opportunity here for Ellie. So time's ticking away, 7.5 minutes to go. And Ellie really needs to just be patient, find that wave, but geez, when it comes, she's going to have to build some points.
That's the tricky part about Winky Pop, you know, for someone like Tyler Wright, you know, she doesn't really miss waves. You know, for Winky Pop to play a little trick on her there, looking like it was bowling up, committed to it, it kind of backs off underneath you. She probably knew right away that it was just slipping out of her fingers here as we take a look again.
She had the priority. I mean, it had just changed in the same circumstance with Ellie paddling for a wave and not getting it. And with this much time on the clock, that could cost her. This heat, we had Bailey Sakura just mentioning, you know, that both surfers in that last heat only had 2 opportunities. So here, where that wave pops up, you want to be on it. You want to make a statement. So this is a huge door open for Ellie now with that priority. 6 minutes 40 on the clock.
Tide's coming in too now, Rosie, and this can happen out at Winky as it fills up, the water starts covering the reef, and it can sort of just shift the takeoff spot around a little bit.
As we check out the CT by the numbers, focusing on heat winds at Bells Beach, going back to 2008 and all the action we've seen since then. Tyler Wright just on a giant list there of all the greats. 31 heat winds, 2 bells. Sally ahead of her with now 32 heat winds. Just getting that 32nd earlier today over world number 1, Katie Simmers. Carissa Moore, Steph Gilmore. So insane at the Bells Bowl and Winky Pop. Carissa almost had perfect heats out here. She had a few that were 19 plus totals. Tyler making up for their missing the wave. We'll get a inside wall to play with, and she'll get stuck, so nothing really helping her there, and set just an incomplete score.
Still pushing up the requirement though. I mean, it's going to be sub a point, but it's still something on the board.
Yeah, it was a second priority wave, wasn't it? It was definitely not a wave that Ellie was looking at, but under priority with slow conditions. It wasn't a bad option for Tyler. Unfortunately, she just came unstuck on that second turn.
Also shows you how much of an advantage it is, or how important a quick start is in making that first exchange count. I mean, Tyler really, just on the strength of the 617, even though she's made mistakes, with that quick start, with a strong start, holding on to that lead.
So there's a couple of swell lines approaching. We saw waves breaking in the background at Bells there, so perhaps a couple of sets, some opportunities here.
Ellie Harrison taking in the deep breaths, trying to settle down. She's only had 1 wave, and it was a fall on her opening ride against Tyler in the rematch. Ellie got Tyler last year. She'll take this first wave. First turn, she's trying to settle down. Nice clean sweep into the pocket for Harrison. Out in front and really laying down a beautifully placed power hook in the pocket. Nice float. Gets out of there, but Tyler's on the one behind her with a ton of speed and flow, and a nice, clean, classy finishing move for the past Bells champion. So seeing Ellie take off, you saw a bigger wall growing on the next opportunity. And we're already down to 3:50 to go, Rosie.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. That all comes down to this last exchange. This is our first look at Tyler's wave, Richie.
Yeah, great looking wave to start off with. Clean snap to open up. Now she gets a bit of an open face carve, so already there's some variety there, and we know that that final finishing turn, the third turn, she connected with it. There was some restraint for sure, but I really like this wave of Ellie.
Yeah, Ellie just ripped into this one. It was that smaller wave, but because it's hitting that reef on the shallower section, it's got some cupped up opportunity. She really digs into that move right there, lays it on the rail. Has to make up some ground here, finishes off with that floating maneuver. But when I look at Tyler Wright's wave, you know, had the bigger sections and the bigger finish, I think the judges are really going to like that one from Tyler, and Ellie's might come in that kind of mid-range. But I do think the judges have been liking the bigger set waves, and that
absolutely.
Ellie had priority. She could have gone on that second wave of the set, went on the smaller one, so maybe something to think about.
Well, you've touched on it, and it's the perfect opportunity to speak to it. She almost had to go that first wave given the amount of time left in the heat. So that she could have ridden that wave, built the score, because we know that she only has one score now. She needs a second if she wants to get through this heat. So she's done well in actually getting back out there, but Tyler actually has priority. She's managed to get herself back out the back. That's Cahill Bell-Warren just giving her a little signal to get inside, get up the point. So I thought Ellie may have been able to get priority given that Tyler rode the second wave, but yeah, Tyler would manage to get back out the back before her.
Tyler Wright's last wave is 6.10 and getting priority. Ellie Harrison's opener a 5.33. So Tyler with the two best waves of the heat and priority to control maybe the final exchange here. A little wave up the point, but it's kind of drifting slowly into the screen. Ellie's now changing gears, and Tyler will just keep a close eye on the wild card who took her out of competition last season.
Thinking about the number that Ellie needs, I mean, it has to be a set, right? The 6.94 is what's required. We know what numbers have been coming through, what kind of caliber of wave you need to get that number. Ellie's going to need something with a bit of size to it.
And she's got to hope that there's a multiple wave set so Tyler can make a decision with priority and that there'd be something else left for her right behind it. So she's been looking sharp through the late A's, looking comfortable in this position. Her reputation built when she reached a quarterfinal last year as a wild card, showing that her surfing belongs on tour. But Tyler Wright is all over at the moment.
And there may be a point, Joe, where they've gone too far up the point.
And Tyler wouldn't mind that, just paddling out of position. She's like, I'll go with you. This one rolling underneath both of them. 25 seconds. And Tyler just playing defense well. With that intention to go on that last wave, they'll switch priority. But Ellie's just going to run out of time here. Always representing the locals well here in Victoria. Unable to get Tyler 2 times in a row here at Winky Pop. And we will see Tyler Wright save one for the red jerseys today. World number 5 looking to move up on the rankings. Fun rematch. Tyler gets it this time. She'll go to the quarterfinals and take on Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Another rematch from El Salvador in the quarterfinals, and Tyler losing out to Betty Lou. Let's see if she can get her in this one here at Bells.
Pretty exciting round of 16. All kinds of drama as far as the top 5's concerned. Up next is the round of 32 for the men. Ethan Ewing taking on Ryan Kalinan.
Welcome back. We're taking a trip down memory lane. Ethan Ewing and Ryan Kalinan fighting it out for the Bells title back in 2023. Ethan breaking through for the victory. Ryan giving it a good nudge as well. Bit of head-to-head history between these two, but a really special final.
Yeah, this was absolutely amazing. Just watching Ethan get the win here. You know, his mum previously getting a win and getting to ring the bell, and is it 40 years later?
40 years later. 40
years later, Ethan gets to do the same. So continue on that legacy, and yeah, in honour of his mum. So it was beautiful to watch. Believe that Ethan had dropped a 7.67, backed it up with a 6.83. It was actually surprising, you know, I thought that was Ryan's almost best chance of getting a win there. He was just looking so good, but not good enough for Ethan Ewing that year.
Yeah, I think he's going to be facing the same challenge. Ethan Ewing on this forehand has just proven so deadly in the past. And what about that opening turn? Unbelievable. Floating to get transitioning down the line with plenty of speed to a big finish, and he's going to easily dominate the opening exchange here.
Holy, wow, that was absolutely incredible. I mean, just the speed, the transitions between the turns, the placement of the turns. I mean, if you far out, I'm blown up. Oh, I don't know where the judge is going to go with this. I'm blown away. That was some really, really amazing serving.
They're going to go big. 8.83. Let's have a look at the replay.
Massive snap there. Just the placement of the turns. It couldn't have been better. It just really reminding me of Mick Fanning a lot, actually, when I'm watching that. Just the same sort of technique, same style, same pop out of the top of the lip. Just really beautiful to see. Just a blend of Joel, blend of Mick. I'm just really seeing it. It just looks so beautiful to watch. Just the transition between, you know, that being a rail carve and then releasing the fins. It's just, you're not really thinking, you're just reacting at that point, and he's just doing such a good job here. Just the pivot, the rail work, it's all come together. First wave of the heat too, just dropping an excellent score. I mean, it's going to feel absolutely so good.
8.83. The ability with that speed that he was able to generate, to commit to each turn, to get that board fully redirected, is what's helped him fetch this big score, as Tyler Wright, who just won through in that last heat, watches on from the exposed reef down there on this lower tide. Ethan, he's going to back that number up quickly. Rips through that carve again, bringing the board right back into the power source and leaning into that final move. Just 2 turns, but the second one so strong. And Ryan Kalinan's going to be right up against it here in the opening 5 minutes of this first heat, the round of 32 for the men.
I really thought it was getting a bit sleepy in that last heat. Someone's turned the tap back on.
Oh my goodness.
Ethan Ewing's entered the water. Are you kidding me? He is looking absolutely on fire. That was just such a beautiful demonstration of two-turn combo. Just, he's leaving nothing on the table. I mean, this is smart surfing from him, just trying to back this 8.83 up immediately and put all that pressure on Ryan. It's such smart surfing. But he knew this was a C-grade wave, right? But let's just get this back up. It's a smaller sized wave. But just the wrap on that first turn, and this here, he's leaving no points left. I mean, it's power, it's critical. There was progression there. I mean, and already he's up into the double digits of the 2-wave total.
Yeah, banks a 5 on that second score.
If you're Ryan right now, you're thinking, oh, wow, okay. I am well and truly on this back foot right now. I mean, Ryan's now looking down a 2-wave total. But let's just witness this beauty. I mean, are you kidding me? Just carve into layback, into tail slide. Back foot looks like it actually came off the traction pad. And that's all that single leg squat right there at the beginning, at that front leg, just muscling his way through that turn. That was just a thing of beauty.
It was awesome. And just a little preview of what he can unleash. Given a little bit more room to add some extra turns, and Ethan's a really good chance at turning in an excellent heat score here. He set himself up to achieve that with a lot of time left on the clock, still over 28 minutes. And Ryan just a 1.83 to kick this one off. Bit of head-to-head history between these two at the championship tour level. This will be their 5th heat. Ryan just wrestling 1 win away from Ethan. That was way back in 2021 in this round at Margaret River. But obviously we had a look back on that final at Bells, which Ethan won. Also got Ryan in a semi-final clash in Rio in 2023, and at Jeffreys Bay overcame Ryan in the round of 16. So Ethan with the edge, and really in a comfortable place on his forehand. As good as Ryan's backhand is, you know, maybe only family and goofy footers picking Ryan for the win in this one.
Oh, it's just tough, right? I mean, it's so hard for Ryan right now. I mean, there's a reason why Ethan's #2 in the world. It's with surfing like that. It's, you know, what we've seen over the last few years and how he just keeps rising every single year to the occasion. And so we might have a little line come rolling through the lineup, and maybe Ryan having a look.
Well, let's see what he can do. A little bit of release on that first turn. Drives through a nice hawk on the second. This is a pretty decent ride. It's got a slower pace to it than Ethan's first wave, but some great surfing and a solid finish there. Right behind him, Ethan. He's going to go and look to improve on the 5. Comes unglued there, but just talking about his consistency this season, it's been super impressive. His worst result came at Pipe, Ethan, a 9th place finish, excuse me, there, and then back-to-back semi-finals and then a 5th place. Sees him well situated at the top end of the rankings. And yeah, he's chasing a second Bells title here this year, and you know, on the men's side, on the women's side, you know, typically when someone breaks through, it feels like they improve their chances at getting there a second time. There's been a lot of multiple winners here at this venue. Well, we see it again this year. There is a bunch of former winners in the contest chasing their second Bells title.
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible. I mean, this wave from Ryan, I mean, you can't fault him. He's picked a perfect wave for a goof out at Winky. I mean, you commented on that, Ron. It's a different pace. It's a bit slower. And as a goof, you definitely want that. You've got your back facing to the wave. You need a little bit of that slower pace, but you can't fault him here. He surfed this wave so well, pivoting on a dime as he rips out of the top of the lip there. But just great technique on the backhand. Such a tight arc in the pocket. And you've got to be hoping that, you know, he's going to at least match Ethan's backup wave, right? If he's done that, half the job's done. And he's just going to need to get back out there and try and find something, you know, that's going to, maybe with a bit more size, going to allow him to have a bit more speed and energy. And Rich commented on it before, but in the judging criteria this morning, speed was in there. So I think that's what happens when people take off on those set waves, and you're watching that live as a judge, you're just instantly taken aback by the energy that surfer has when they're moving across the face of the wave. Saw it happen with Lakey as well in her heat. So, yep, just a big bit of a wave, but not a bad score for Ryan there.
Well, he achieved what he needed to with that ride, the 32-year-old. A 6.67, so you know, got ahead of Ethan's second best score, narrowed that requirement, looking for a 7.17. Job done there. Needs a big result. Hasn't been past this round in 2025. 3/17, missed Portugal due to injury, but Ryan, he's got a lot to look forward to. He wants to make the result count at one of his favourite stops on the CT here at Bells Beach, but just a couple of weeks away from welcoming his first child. His wife Nina would be watching on. A big shout out to her, wishing her all the best for a safe arrival. But Brian Kalinan, his camp actually is growing. Connor O'Leary, him and his wife Steph, due around the same time.
A day apart, I think.
A day apart, so just a couple of weeks away.
2 new additions.
Exciting times, but have a look at this. Absolute gangster. Marco Minot, the rookie, coming up against Connor O'Leary. Marco's had some big heat wins this year, saved himself with some exciting surfing in the dying stages. Some real clutch moments for him.
Yeah, he's sitting number 15 on the rankings right now, which is pretty impressive. Rookie year on tour.
I think the size of the conditions will help even up that battle. Connor O'Leary big, strong backhand approach that he has. Looks sharp in the opening round. Safety's place in the draw in this round of 32. Bit of movement on the outside here. Bryan has a think about this one, but bails on it. Clean looking wave, but he's really not looking for that. He's looking for something a little bit steeper. Sometimes out here at Winky, a competitor will take a wave with not a whole lot of room to move. They don't care about it tapering off nicely. If you get that opportunity to let go of just a big two-turn combo, you might get what you need.
Definitely. I mean, we just see a few friends in the lineup. Some friendly Dolphinos. But yeah, totally. Two-wave combo can get the job done. I just feel, from what we've seen from Ethan already this morning, just how he, came out of the gates, I think Ryan's going to need a bigger, more substantial size wave, just with that moving with that same sort of similar energy. Seems like Ethan is absolutely on fire. So half the job's done though. He has bettered the backup score of Ethan, so that is a positive.
Ryan Kalinan's been working with Richard Dogmarsh for a number of years now. Ethan Ewing kind of tends to switch things up on location at different places. Cale Bell Warren, he's worked with him down here before in the past, but working with Jake Patterson at this venue. I think he started the season working with Shane Dorian at Pipe. So just mixes it up a little as we have a look at Ethan's start to this heat. What a way to kick things off here in the round of 32.
Just picture perfect, right? Beautiful wave and beautiful surfing. Just did not put a foot wrong at all. I think timing was everything there. And then quickly, it's just smart surfing. Just backs it up with this 5-point ride. It's just a two-turn combo. But the way he finishes this, I mean, he surfed a C-grade wave into, sort of almost a B-grade score. It's really, really good. When you're surfing waves up, then you're deadly.
Well, everyone in the draw wants to get the championship tour wins at every stop on the tour, but there is a couple of surfers, their focus seems to narrow, their motivation seems like it's elevated. Ethan Ewing is one of them, and Tyler Wright is another into the quarterfinals. Vaughan.
Yeah. Come round in ahead. I guess there was that little priority bubble or bobble in that heat that might have made you feel like there were tumbleweeds for a second.
No, I mean, tumbleweeds, there's nothing much up there. There was the bobble. Look, at that point of the heat, you look how glass is and smooth. It's a smaller wave. Yep, I had to have a look at it. But yeah, I thought it was closer to a paddling, than not. And I was like, because I had to kind of stop and start a little bit. And I was like, kind of, yeah, I was surprised. Yeah, I'll go back and look at it for sure. But yeah, I definitely missed it, and then I missed the one that she missed as well. So look, yeah, couple small adjustments, but I felt pretty comfortable most of the heat. I was really happy with that first exchange, just in the positioning where she was and where I was, and knowing that if I backed off, she was never, my paddle, and slowed it up enough, she was never going to make it around. So I was really happy with that sort of exchange, and when it came to the last one with the second one behind, I kind of knew if I kind of just reined back 50% on it and completed the ride, there would be enough in it she'd have to go again, I'd have priority. And so yeah, a couple little things for sure, but you're never going to get to, it's one of those ones where you're like, yeah, that stuff happens in a heat, it's how you adapt and kind of bounce back from that. And then there's really pretty dolphins, and other than that, it's pretty cruisy.
It was pretty out there, but we saw a lot of heads roll this morning. Big seeds were getting knocked out left, right and centre. You pulled it back for the red jersey and pulled it back in a pretty dangerous one because Ellie, was responsible for taking you out last year right here at this break and sort of preventing that three-peat. So it was a dangerous opponent.
Oh, no, for sure. I was mad last year. I was not happy. And I remember. And the best way to do that is go through scar tissue, massage it out, and that was a perfect opportunity for me out there. I know Ellie's a really good competitor, and she does. She has the local knowledge and the local advantage. It's an advantage today. just knowing what wave to pick, when to pick it, and how to move around the lineup. As you can see, like, she missed some as well. So yeah, I'm really happy with the performance, but yeah, I was not oblivious to the fact she beat me here last year.
I don't think it's too bad to get mad, Tyler. You got Betty Lou up next. She's 2-1 up on you, and maybe, 2-0 up on you. So yeah, you'll be able to use a little bit of that.
Yeah, no, she got me both round 3 at El Salvador.
Okay. Let's see what happens in the next one.
Yeah.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Vaughn. Tyler Wright continues her charge. She's an absolute powerhouse at this venue. And she is, she's going to be hard to stop. Motivation levels are soaring. Confidence is so high. And yeah, we'll see who she comes up against in the quarterfinals. Well, that's already been established. But let's have a look at that finals bracket. It's taking shape beautifully. We've got some great matchups there. It will be Tyler and Betty Lou fighting for a place in the semis. It's going to be a lot of fun. A replay of the final in El Salvador, quarterfinal number 3 there, Flick.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. I think both women, it's their strengths is their forehand, those big carving manoeuvres. Obviously, Gabby, she's in, blistering form, and Isabella too. She's surfing smart. She was surfing smart this morning in that round of 16 against Isabella, as against Erin Brooks. So taking down her bestie, and now she's up against Gabby. So that's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, and also to note there, all the goofies have been knocked out. So, that history is going to continue. It's been such a hard venue for the goofy footers to break through and get the victories.
Well, we spoke about it earlier this morning. We were going to keep tally of how many goofs advance and how many don't.
Yeah.
It's not looking
easy
good.
count at the moment.
That's not good. I'm a goofy, and I'm the biggest supporter of a goofy, as all goofies are. But yeah, it's just not a day for the goof. I mean, Winky is hard though. It's a hard wave. You're looking for different waves. It's a down the line wave. It's tricky business.
Yeah, the locals will talk about it too. Winky just provides so much speed. You get that down the line approach happening, but quite often it can be a sort of a flatter wall to work with. Ethan Ewing doing well to increase the requirement for Ryan Kalinan, a 6.17 during the interview with Tyler and Ryan now after an 8.34. Great start, flowing beautifully. And he loads up again. The big blowtail, it's a trademark move. Almost like a cartwheel that he performs on the lip.
Yeah.
It's so inverted, but just failed to complete there. I've got to correct myself. I said that, it's hard to back against Ethan Ewing in these conditions. Maybe only family and goofy footers would be going with Ryan, but there would obviously be a whole lot of people from Merriweather and the Newcastle region getting behind him today.
You just got a message, didn't you?
I didn't, but I was sensing.
Boy.
The phone's buzzing, but I haven't checked yet. But he was on his way to a good score here, and this is, what Ryan has up his sleeve that he can pull out in these big moments when he's chasing a huge score. So a real shame he wasn't able to complete there.
Yeah, so this is Ethan's last wave, and he's bettered his position, 6.17 here. And just continuing, just slicing through these waves. It's just, he's just looking so hard to beat. It's just the power that he's possessing. Kind of looks like he's even throwing a bit more into it than what I've seen before as well. Just that pure power. He's looking very, very good, Ron.
Looking strong. 14 minutes remaining here. Ethan Ewing out in front. Ryan Kalinan needs an 8.34. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We are diving into the WSL vault and bringing up one of the most famous finals in Championship Tour history. 2012, Mick Fanning, Kelly Slater. And there was a moment's celebration of the life of Michael Peterson before the final kicked off. And then these two, so inspired to dedicate the win to MP, each of them as good friends of MP, went all out. Mick in typical form, Kelly Slater throwing the most unbelievable turn we'd ever seen at Bells in that final, getting a 10-point ride. Mick Fanning said that they locked eyes halfway through the rotation. That's how long he was up there. The Kellycopter. They dubbed it.
The Kellycopter. That thing was crazy. I watched it on the beach and wow. I mean, these days, you score a 10. You score some Yeti gear and you score the Yeti 110.
The Yeti 110. It's a big one. You can take an ice bath in that bad boy.
No, that final was crazy though. But you know what? So crazy because we were just talking, well, I was, about Ethan shades of Mick and just watching that, like Mick in his fine form. It's just so many similarities that you can draw there between those two surfers. And yeah.
Well, Ethan's 26, a title contender, but here, you know, he's, and Jeffreys Bay, he's probably the favourite, and he's going to be the favourite for a number of years. We just saw Mick and Kelly, 4 Bells wins each, a number of second place finishes for Mick as well. 3, I think. Kelly's had a couple, obviously, too, but, you know, I think Ethan's going to get an opportunity to potentially match those two over the years. Obviously, he's had some pretty impressive finishes in addition to the win, but you know, time is probably going to be the only factor. Mick and Kelly both started winning here early.
They did. I mean, but you think even now, I mean, Kelly's the exception, right? But there's still a lot more longevity. I mean, especially on the guy side of the tour. I mean, they don't need to think about having babies or, you know, well, they do, but not physically. So they've got longevity in their career. I mean, they could stick around until, you know, late 30s, 40s, 50s if you're Kelly. So there's still a lot of time there. And, I mean, you've already got one under your belt. And just with surfing like that, and, okay, I think there's just something to be said, too, about these sort of waves like a J-Bay or a Bell's Bowl. It's that more traditionalist style surfing, you know, which is never goes out of style, but you get those guys that just get known for that sort of style of surfing, and that's Ethan. Whereas that, you know, those other small, punchier beach breaks, the wave pool, that's progression, that's above the lip surfing, you know, whereas that just feels like the older you get to be performing at those waves, it seems harder.
9.5 minutes to go. Ethan Ewing, he's lent into the experience of Mick Fanning, but always been a huge fan.
Yeah, I take a lot of inspiration from Mick's story when he hurt his hamstring and then came back and first event at Snapper Rocks. I feel like that's happened in my career too with injuries and stuff, and just what it takes to get back to that high level. It's a lot of lonely times and determination and hard work. So I think Mick Fanning.
Yeah, a good person to look to for inspiration. In and out of the water, as we see Ryan Kalinan just trying to force something progressive out of that wave, knowing that he spent a bit of time chasing down that first section. He's after an 8.34. It's not out of reach, but he's got to be careful not to take himself out of that takeoff position if a set wave rolls through.
Totally. I think I do like his intention though when he's going for it, because maybe he's identifying, hang on a second, this hand plant sort of air reverse thing that I've got is a point of difference on my backhand right now. It's progression, it's above the lip, there's a lot of risk involved, and you know, when you're chasing an 8.34, it'll be the second highest wave of the heat. I mean, I do like that a bit, but also to your point, Ron, I also feel that he needs to be doing something like that on one of those bigger set waves. You need that speed, that energy from that wave, and I think on those small ones it's going to be real tough.
Yeah, it's interesting though, isn't it? Because, you know, for Ethan, each of those turns that he goes for, the completion, it's a high percentage make for each of those manoeuvres, but just how refined and how powerful and how fast he does those traditional turns, you just can't argue with that kind of power and commitment, and the judges have to throw scores at it. Whereas for Ryan at the moment, you know, on the backhand, it's going to be hard to match the placement of those manoeuvres, the speed that Ethan's able to generate down the line. So it forces you to go progressive. But then, even then, you know, they're going to be kind of comparing the quality of those individual turns. So you're kind of up against it. It's not like those Hail Marys are going to necessarily get you the jump on the stuff that Ethan's throwing down. It's a tough heat, no matter what way you cut it up.
It is super tough, and even if I think you're coming up against world number 2, you have to be on the best waves too. I think you have to be picking the best waves, and if I think the waves that have already come through and that Ethan's selected, they have been the better ones, right? And if Ethan's doing the kind of surfing he is on those better waves, I mean, it's a really, really tough job. So I think Ryan right now sort of needs to put himself on a really good wave.
Yeah, I think the size of the conditions hurting Ryan's chances a little bit. We've seen him do some of the biggest backhand turns on the bowl in the past. As we go to the GWM heat recap, things starting perfectly, or near perfectly, for Ethan Ewing, an 8.83, biggest number of the day, super strong. And Ryan, he answered back nicely, a 6.67, but has been left chasing an excellent score himself.
Yeah, he's left chasing excellence, but what I like with Ryan is he's broken down the backup score, right? He's got a higher backup score than what Ethan does. So now he's just sort of chasing that 8, but I mean, Ethan just keeps going from strength to strength. You know, he found the backup, which was a 5, and then he bettered it on this one here, 6.17. It's just, he's not putting a foot wrong. He even looks more powerful to me than what I've seen him in the past. He's also just not... The transition between his turns, for me, is the beautiful thing to watch. I mean, the traditionalist surfing, it looks like Ryan's having a look.
5.5 minutes to go. Ryan picking one off here. Nice section standing up. Clean hook off the top. Couple of nice hits on the outside. Can he finish this one off? Oh, just drifting across that last move. Was thinking about the rotation. He finds it at the end of this ride. Big score required, an 8.34. Not sure it's going to go there, but might be better than 6.67.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly. I'm interested to know if it will be better than the 6.67. It's just one of those things you kind of need to see the replay.
Yeah, but, absolutely.
This is going to be tough. It looks like Ethan. Oh no, he's going to take off again.
Well, clean conditions, you know, even increase the opportunities for Ethan to throw down even deeper rail turns and really play to his strengths. That way he doesn't see the potential down the line, doesn't see himself bettering that 6.17, opts to guard the takeoff zone with priority instead.
Yeah, they're so smart, you know. You kind of just don't want to be taking off unless he's going to be taking a wave off Ryan at this point. I mean, he's already got a 6.17 and 8.83. This is the one we wanted to look at. Already, it's a smaller wave. That second turn, lethal. Third turn, amazing. And that 3-turn combo right there is where a majority of these points are going to come from. It's just that moment that got a little bit sticky. I mean, he does finish here. He's got that progression. He gets the rotation. But the initial start to this wave, how it wasn't just... I mean, this turn is stunning, but the initial start for me didn't have the 8.34 look to it. But this 3-turn combo, if I can just single out one section of this wave that I like the most, I mean, it's textbook backhand surfing. It's just that little moment for me. It was just a bit sticky, and from then on, I was like, oh, I don't know, kind of lost me.
Yeah, and there, you know, there was a time at the turn of the century, the early 2000s, where those little air reversers were, you know,
yeah.
kind of got you to the edge of your seat. These days, they're scrutinised heavily.
Yeah.
You've got to get the height. You've got to get the rotation nearly fully completed if you're going to get the attention of the judges for that turn. There's not a whole lot of a difference other than sort of showing variety in executing a small air like that and laying down a nice powerful hit on the final section. 6.13 doesn't better the 6.67, so the requirement remains the same for Ryan, an 8.34. But I like the start of that ride. I think it was the second turn, just the timing so pinpoint. I like the extension in Ryan's back leg, just that he's able to really drive out of those moves and come out of those turns with more speed than what he went in with.
Yeah, Ryan's someone, I grew up surfing with him, and when I grew up surfing with him, he's someone that I would look to be like, okay, he's the goofy footer that I want to surf like. And he's just got this beautiful compression extension, sort of coil-like sort of feel to his surfing. He's always had it, and you've sort of seen it from a long way away. And you know, whether it be massive, big, lofty airs or just that beautiful style going down the line, the rail work, it's been within his wheelhouse from a long time. But even just back to that conversation, Rod, it's really interesting. You know, the one where you know, the air reverse, that little ones used to be scored so high, so far, because it went so far one way where they'd get so, you know, this is just the evolution of surfing, and as it progresses. But now you just hit the nail on the head. Like, almost now it's gone back a little bit more to, we will appreciate, you know, I think even the last couple of years, I think about, you know, the likes of Griff, I think Ethan, that rail work and the transitions between the turns and the timing is almost sort of beating, it's gone back the other way. It's interesting as surfing grows as a sport. And, you know, it also depends on the guys that are at the top. But, yeah, if we look at this stone and wood super slow-mo here, I mean, just beautiful demonstration of exactly what we're talking about. Just, Ethan does traditionalist surfing, but he does it to the expert level. Like, it does not get better than this for now. He's at the top of the game. And it's the transitions between the turns for me that really gets me excited. It looks good, and there's no bauble, there's no tweaks, it's just seamless.
Highest wave of the event so far, 8.83. Just on song here today. Ethan Ewing chasing his second Bell's title in the 62nd edition of the Rip Curl Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And Ryan Kalinan looks like he might be about to concede. He's just making sure that he doesn't shake hands too early here. But impressive stuff. These two were on the same team for a number of years. And Ryan actually getting picked up by Julian Wilson, riding for Revere these days. That was a recent signing, which is exciting stuff as this one comes to a close. And Ethan getting the jump into the round of 16, overcoming a tough opponent in the replay of the 2023 final. They hug it out, and Ryan will set his focus on a big finish in the remaining events of the GWM Aussie treble. And we wish him and Nina all the best in the arrival of their first child. We're going to take a quick break here. Still so many fantastic matchups coming your way on this beautiful Thursday down here at Girard. absolutely love our time here on the Surf Coast Shire. We get away from the event, we get a couple of waves ourselves, and there's plenty of quality spots other than the main event sites here. But we're moving into the second heat of the round of 32 now. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Felicity Parmentier. This should be a good one, Felicity. Can the goofy footers rebound? They've all been bundled out so far.
Yeah, they have. It's not looking good for Team Goofed this morning, but I mean, we're just speaking about it. It's a hard task out here today. I mean, Winky is a fast down the line wave, and it kind of calls for that your body to be facing the wave and just have that awareness to keep going down the line. And I'm sitting here, whatever happens, but, it'd be interesting to see if Condog can get the job done here.
Conor O'Leary up against the rookie, Marco Mignot, representing France. Grew up in Sayulita, Mexico, and traveling with his dad. He's had some big moments already. We've watched him with some real clutch performances, but still searching for that monster result to get himself a little better situated before that cut after stop 7.
He's someone he's impressive, right? And I think when I think about his strengths, for me, I think back to him on the Challenger Series, and I just can't go past the progression in his surfing and the big airs that I've seen him lay down. He's had a couple of exciting moments on tour so far, but I mean, he's sitting pretty. But number 15, right? I mean, that's pretty good for your rookie year.
Yeah, quarterfinal finish in Portugal. You mentioned just how impressive his run was on the Challenger Series last season. A runner-up finish at the US Open and a victory down there at Saquarema. And yeah, he's got it. He's got that confidence. That's the one thing I've observed watching him through those first 4 events of the season. When his back's up against the wall, he's kind of got what it takes to execute under pressure.
Well, I think that's a hard thing, right? And it can go either way. I think when, the clock's ticking down and you need to put a big score on the board, you're either absolutely going to crumble. And I think it's a real test of your character, and it's a test to see what you're made of. And I know that he trains really, really hard, especially during those winter seasons in Hawaii. He's putting in the work, Not only is he amazing above the lip, he also has a big crack when it gets big and when it's decent size and when it's consequential. So he's all rounded, but yeah, when that clock's ticking down and he needs a score, he's not going to be someone who's going to back down from that challenge.
Up against Conor O'Leary, it's going to be a tough ask. I've just been trying to work out where the goofy footers are kind of struggling today, and we haven't seen them get the opportunity to really square up and get that board vertical. It seems like that in the steeper sections of the wave, obviously that's like kind of the fastest reeling section, so they've had a hard time getting that board vertical. It's forced more of a carving approach, and on the back end it's hard to match it with the regular footers.
I will say the one person who surprised me, or didn't surprise me, but did do probably the most dynamic turn this morning on the backhand was Erin, but she did lose. But on that last section, she did get that. It basically, I think it was a 5.33, and it was basically for the one turn. And she went fully upside down. It was amazing. If she would have nailed 2 of those in the heat, I mean, you're on her way to a really decent score. But it's such a tough job today. I think also a lot of these surfers on their backhand are actually quite bigger guys. Even Ryan, he's quite tall. Connor's quite physically just a bigger guy on tour. So I think as well, I think it's really critical that you do try and find yourself on those. I think today, out at Winky, right now with that sort of it's no surprise here, but you do get those long lulls between sets, but you have to be on those bigger, more powerful waves. I think it's just night and day. It must be when you're watching that live as a judge, just the energy that comes with those bigger set waves. It's sort of been pretty evident in the scores that have been dropping this morning, and obviously we say we don't judge on the size of the wave, but what the size of the wave gives you is it gives you energy and it gives that speed. Compared to the smaller waves today, it's a big point of difference.
Yeah, you think back to, the Bells champions that got it done on the backhand and their performances. Cole Hauschman proved last year in less than kind of ideal Bells conditions at Winky and over on the bowl, but he had the variation on the backhand. Nice carving turns on the backhand. Italo and Matt Wilkinson, when they won here at Bells, sizey conditions. So, you know, that their big vertical approach came into play. But, you know, thinking back to some of the other champs, you know, really strong carving approaches from them. Big backhand carves that they could lean into, and I think you have to have a backhand with a lot of variety to find that success at this venue. Connor's certainly got it. Living in Lennox these days, originally from the Shire, down there on the southern side of Sydney. But his backhand has just gotten so good, and we'll see if he can figure out the winning formula out here. I don't think for Connor, you know, this is a much more evenly matched heat than what we had with Ryan and Ethan in the last exchange. So, you know, you'd like his chances at maybe turning the fortunes of the goofy footers around.
Yeah, as we see this little set sort of roll through the lineup, I think where Connor's strengths are, obviously we're saying that being a goofy today is hard work. I think the strength for him is in his power and his size, and probably the spray and just the water that he's going to be able to displace. I mean, Marco's still powerful, but just physically when you look at them, Connor he's a big unit.
He is, and he's going to give that inside position up to Marco and you know, some experience there. He didn't really fight for it. He just sat there looking strong, looking pretty sure of himself. And now he's going to hustle down the line with that priority and get himself in the more predominant takeoff zone and give himself a shot at winning this opening exchange, which won't be hard. Just a .43 for Marco there.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a cat and mouse game at the beginning of the heats at the bowl, at Winky. I mean, I can think back to some crazy ones and of some surfers who love to hold that inside position. You can just see them right now. They're going to reposition. They were totally way too deep up the point, but there's always going to be that game of who wants to stamp their authority, who wants to take that inside position. And I don't know, I guess Connor was just happy to be like, yeah, no, you can go this one. Yeah, you can have that one. I'll be just fine. And it's worked out in Connor's favour. You know, but I think back to some surfers who love to do that. I mean, Carissa was one famously who always loved to have the inside. Sally loves the inside. Maybe not too much as what she used to. Gabrielle Medina.
Here we go. We got Marco up. So this guy's got the airs that he can go to. Great strike rate, typically, but unable to stick that one, kind of forcing it out of that final section. No previous head-to-head heats for these two. Their first clash. And these rookies, they kind of relish the opportunity to take on the established guard and test themselves. And he'd be pretty up for this, Marco. We saw him make his way down the stairs here at Winky. He looked like he was in the zone. But a couple of throwaways to kick this one off. But with Connor sitting out there waiting for that set, nothing lost. He wasn't able to bank a number there either.
Connor's smart too, you know. I mean, he's also working with Richard Dog Marsh, and I think he would have been watching what's been going on. He would have been watching that last heat with Ryan, and they both would have been breaking it down together. And they're going to know, you know, what went wrong. And I'm assuming that they've probably identified, okay, let's just try and get you on a bigger set wave.
24 minutes to go here. Bit of a dip in the consistency of the swell lines in the last little period, and there has been a couple of slower moments, but we're still seeing excellent surfing when those waves come in. Let's get caught up on some of the exciting stuff that's unfolded here today. We'll dive into the pulse, and kicking off the day in fine form, Luana Silva setting the pace, a 7.33 and a 6.33 to upset Molly Picklum.
Yeah, this was a really big upset. I think Molly coming into this event, she obviously wanted, you know, she's come close to ringing the bell, so she was definitely the favourite, but Lulu got the job done. I mean, her surfing suits Winky, it suits the bowl, so Leandro very stoked with that one.
We'll keep an eye on her as she powers through the draw. Sally Fitzgibbons, a two-time winner down here at Bells Beach, up against last year's champ, Caitlin Simmers. And Katie's was sitting on top of the ratings, just looking so sharp, but you can't count out Sally, especially down here at Bells.
No, you can't, and she needed this to keep the dream alive. I mean, she's right down there looking at that cut coming up. You can see how much it means to Sal.
Gabriella Bryan then had an opportunity to seize the yellow jersey for the first time in her career, and she didn't let the moment slip.
Oh, I mean, dropping an 8 and a 7. She just picked up right where she left off. Her first heat on the bowl, she dropped an 8. She's dropped another one here. She's in that purple patch where things just keep flowing. I mean, she's got all the good feels right now. She's looking deadly.
Looking deadly. And then we had a battle of the besties. Good mates, Erin Brooks and Isabella Nichols going at it here. And Erin Brooks, she had a big highlight turn early on, but I just think the composure of Isabella was super impressive today. And their first head-to-head heat on the CT, and it looks like they'll have more in the future, but Isabella getting the jump here.
Yeah, the big sister came out on top there. That one is going to sting. I think Erin made a couple of mistakes. She's going to digest that. She's going to know, but let's have a look at the bracket.
Yeah, setting up some incredible quarterfinal clashes after a great round of 16. Luana Silva, Lakey Peterson, Sally Fitzgibbons, Brisa Hennessy, a replay of the final from El Salvador in quarterfinal 3, Gabriella Bryan, Isabella Nichols, and then a very exciting fourth quarter.
Oof. Betty Lou taking on Tyler. Tyler's definitely going to want to ring that bell for the second time, and she doesn't want to lose here.
Third time.
Third time, sorry. It is the third time. Is it the third time?
She's chasing that third bell. This is the event that she's dying to win. All caught up there with the pulse as we get back to heat number 2, the round of 32. Connor O'Leary up against Marco Mignot, who's just been working under Connor's priority since taking a wave deep on the reef here at Winky Pop. And Marco, he's building, but he wants bigger numbers, of course. A 2.17 on his last wave. That one ridden during the pulse, and we'll see Connor just sitting just so patiently out the back, waiting for a real set wave to roll in. And typically you see that when someone guards that priority for a good period of time, knowing that the conditions are slower, they'll wait as long as they have to. He's not going to take off in anything medium-sized, no mid-range scores. He's going to go for the kill and look to set up a strong position with that priority now.
You'd hope so, right? If you're pulling the trigger when you've been sitting for almost 15 minutes, you're only going to take off if you think it's going to be a good wave. So, and I'd also, we sort of spoke about it before, but Connor, I think, is going to need a bit more of a set wave, and I'm interested. It just almost feels like a bit of a waste if he pulls the trigger on anything else right now. I mean, I know Marco has nothing on the board, of substantial score yet, but if he doesn't take off and capitalise, he then hands, sort of things start to swing more towards Marco. So it's sort of crucial right now, but it's a heavy time when you're sitting that long and you've dropped anchor and you haven't rode a wave yet, and your opponents kind of get a few reps on the board. They've got their feet in the wax, the feel for it, and you're just sitting there.
Biding your time.
Yeah.
He's got nothing to worry about at the moment. No decent scores for Marco. Connor O'Leary's right where he needs to be. 19 and a half minutes to go. We're going to take a quick break. More to come from Winky right after this. Part of our global WSL One Ocean initiative, we are partnering with Great Ocean Road, Coast and Parks Authority, Wadawurrung Traditional Owners Aboriginal Corporation and Parks Victoria in healing the landscape to combat erosion and prevent access to the cliffs. Amplification and alignment with WSL One Ocean will support coastal access efforts throughout the year. Tell us what you're doing to protect the ocean by posting social media with the hashtag WSL One Ocean in your posts. Back to live action. A replay of what unfolded during the break. Conor O'Leary making his move, but can't capitalise on the section. A lost opportunity there, and Marco behind him. He'll get a chance now.
Wow, okay, so mistake for Conor. Can Marco capitalise on this?
Whoa.
Two-turn combo.
Best wave of the heat. So Conor O'Leary waited an age to get going in this heat. Was kind of forced to, no real set waves. But he completes that second turn. He gets a decent number. Marco, he was very precise in his timing. Surfed it hard, got himself a 4.83.
Yeah, I mean, most substantial score of the heat so far. And one thing, I mean, yeah, Conor fell on that second turn of his opening wave. And do you think, oh, this is definitely a bit of a missed opportunity here? But you got to be thinking, like, I think he'd waited almost about 20 minutes for that wave. So it's a long time to be sitting and thinking, oh, okay, like, I need to get going here. This heat's ticking away. And although Marco still didn't have anything substantial on the board, you kind of get antsy. You've been dropped anchor for a long time. And it's like Marco's having another look.
Yeah, loading up here. A smaller wave, but a crisp hit. And you can see he's got designs on taking to the air down the line, and he'll whip the rotation, rides on out of it. So a quick backup to go with the 4.83. Just under 16 minutes to go, and you can just feel the heat getting turned up on Conor O'Leary.
No problems for Marco landing that air. You could just see it's like, yep, got this one in the bag, loading up. He just looks so sure-footed, so confident going into that he was always going to make it. It's not going to be a giant score, but he's definitely going to he's going to drop that 2.17. Going to back up the 4.83, just apply a bit more pressure to Conor, you know, and just slowly chink away here. Door is still wide open, however, for Conor. I think we haven't seen a proper set in this heat yet. Like, let's see what happens. Smaller wave here, but beautiful technique going into that first turn. Just slices through that first section and streaks down the line. No problems landing this. Pretty horizontal approach. Gets that tail high though. And a bit of an awkward landing, but yeah, no problems. Just rides out. But I still think it's open. I still think we haven't seen a set yet. We might be having a look at one now. I think you get a set, you nail 3 turns on your backhand, it's going to be a real big point of difference. Speed, the power that comes with that.
Yeah, Mark Richards, along with Kelly Slater and Mick Fanning, 4 bells victories, and always said, you know, competitive surfing, it's really about who goes out there and makes the least mistakes. And today we've seen mistakes punished. Not too many people with limited opportunities in this lineup have fallen and then recovered to take the heat. Conor O'Leary, you know, he's so well rounded, he's so strong, does fall a bit. And at the moment, he's trying to play catch-up. Marco's scores aren't massive. He doesn't even bother with the finish on that one. But Conor's got to really clean things up.
He's also got to start surfboard riding, which is very hard for him at the moment because it's quite inconsistent. It looks like he's having a look. And no bueno.
Yeah, he is extremely strong. When the conditions get heavy at Pipe, in Tahiti, in Fiji, where he finaled as a rookie, you know, he's proven to be an amazing, fearless barrel rider on the forehand in particular. He has big calves he can go to. He's got the benefit of just that size, swinging around 85 kilos of just bulking frame. And then the backhand is so sharp. So, you know, in some ways, I'm surprised Conor doesn't have a swagger of better championship tour results. Obviously, as an Olympian and, you know, a long-time campaigner on the CT, he's an impressive talent. But at some point, I'd love to see him just find that consistency and start banking some better results.
Oh, it's difficult now with not many waves coming through the heat, but if you look at the most waves caught per heat, you've got number 1, Marco, which is actually quite surprising. I mean, it's not surprising because he's catching a lot, but more than Italo, because I think of Italo as someone unmatched when it comes to staying active in a heat. So that actually surprises me. But if you even look at the numbers here in this heat, and I mean, he's caught 6 waves against Connor's 1.
Yeah, his busy approach has actually worked for him this year. You think about the season as a whole, we've had some great days of competition, but it's been, generally speaking, kind of marginal at different stages throughout the year. The most consistent spot, obviously, Abu Dhabi, where we knew what was coming, but you only got the opportunity to catch a couple of waves there. But, you know, Marco, I think that's kind of allowed him to stalk the inside under priority, get multiple waves. It'll be interesting to see how he plays it on a day where you've got firing conditions.
I was just about to say that. You know, you start thinking about the say he makes the cut, then you start thinking about, you know, your chopes, your J-bait, those waves where it's absolutely pumping, and you got to differentiate between, and not just using or losing priority or sniffing under priority. You just got to make those right decisions. And when you start matching up against surfers who are just that really high caliber, or surfers that really push themselves in those waves of consequence, I'm looking forward to seeing how he sort of navigates that if he gets the chance.
Yeah, and a busy approach in a heat can sometimes be a consequence of a wave selection blunder or pushing and losing priority early in the clash, which is what happened to Marco here. So under priority, he was happy to go looking and try and find something. And he has found a couple of pretty decent numbers here. Connor doesn't need a whole lot, just a 5.9 at this stage, but you know, he could probably have the best number of this heat had he finished off his second turn on that 2.93, and the requirement would be very minimal.
Yeah, you've definitely nailed it. I think it was sort of a bit of a bigger wave as well, and looks like Marco's having another look.
Yeah, loading up. He's let go of some nice turns. Oh, great rotation there. And doesn't lose any speed, so just landed perfectly in transition there, facing down the line. Didn't have a big section standing up in front of him. I think it'll be, again, a pretty similar kind of score. Might not even help him increase his heat score total here, but he's on, and he's probably building confidence with these makes, which means when a bigger wave comes, he'll be ready to go.
I loved it. I love that he just put it all on the line. I think he's started to realise, well, I've got a couple of 4s. The only chance I have on this sort of smaller wave to get above that is maybe just go to the air and risk it for the biscuit on the first turn. And explosive finish.
Wow. Yeah, this is actually probably going to add to the
I think it will.
Score. It's just that sometimes in that wind, when you're popping off the lip rather than pushing through it, exploding out of the section, it just sort of loses sort of a little bit of that appeal. But man, he landed it beautifully. Just on 9.5 minutes to go, Conor O'Leary with work to do, has priority on the outside. Let's get caught up with Ethan Ewing. A stunning performance, Rosie.
Yeah, as always. And Ethan, thinking about coming up against Ryan in this round of 32, do you have any flashbacks to your win back in 2023 out here at Winky Pop?
For sure, yeah. It was had him in the final, so it was definitely a rematch. We've had a lot of kind of heats together, especially I've had a lot of heats out here at Winky, so it was yeah, good to surf a heat with Ryan. It was kind of similar conditions, pretty small and lully, but really good wind. So yeah, it was a good heat, and he's been surfing so good. So yeah, I wish him all the best for the next couple of events.
And the 883, the highest of the events so far, and to open up with it. Any thoughts on that ride?
Yeah, it was I wasn't sure about the positioning because Ryan was kind of being aggressive at the start, and he got the first one, and then yeah, went over that, and the second one was just such a good wave, and yeah, surfed it pretty good. It's pretty hard to read, but yeah, pretty happy to get a score like that, and you know, build some momentum in this event.
And a couple of lay days, what have you been getting up to?
Not too much really. I've been just surfing a lot. I've got a few friends down here too, so hanging out with them, and yeah, just trying to, I don't know, enjoy it. It's been a long time away from Australia, so yeah, just really happy to be back here.
Enjoy the home turf. Thanks for your time. Send it back to you guys. Live action.
Thank you, Rosie. And it's Conor O'Leary needs to make this one count. A very important ride for him because Marco's been building confidence and you could see him letting some frustration out there. But the rookie's pushing hard. He's caught 8 waves already. He did push the requirement up with that last wave. You know, the rotation was impressive. It was the landing that I think helped set up that final turn to help him just up the requirement. But Connor's going to turn in a really solid score here. That final hit, he did square up.
Oh, he squared right up. And to your point, Ron, you could see that he was like, I am going to rip this. Let's break it down. So up into the lip. He's just fired up. You can actually see it in the body language and the talk that he's putting into these turns here. I feel it's frustrating when you don't get that opportunity or the sort of sets that you want. You know, you're looking at that last heat. Ethan drops the highest wave of the day and you're thinking, great, it's pumping out there. And then all of a sudden, you know, your heat's a bit lackluster, but this was a beautifully surfed wave, technically great on the backhand. You look at Connor's just like the perfect example on the backhand of timing and precision when everything's flowing and he's not falling. This is just a perfect demonstration of great timing on the backhand.
It's a small wave, but it's the best backhand surfing we've seen all day.
Yeah.
Just a really solid combination here. He does need a pretty decent score to get himself up into the lead. The scale kind of being set by Marco with the rotation earlier on, the 5.1 numbers starting to roll through. The judges not actually loving it.
No.
4.8.
It's interesting.
Connor's reaction though when he heard that score, not too different. Probably seeing, you know, the fins flying free from Marco and not really kind of thinking too much of it. He's got himself back in this heat, but I kind of felt that was going to be just a little bit higher.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think, I mean, straight up into the lip here. Third turn, maybe just a bit more of a transition. I mean, maybe watching it back for the second time, I thought maybe a little bit higher for sure.
Yeah,
but
it's just only by a small margin, but
it does make a difference in the end, you know, those sort of things.
It's a close heat.
Yeah, it's so close. I think it's tough now because is he going to get another opportunity? You know, I think Marco's done really well. You know, at the beginning of the heat, he sort of took off on that smaller wave and then he's been playing like under priority and trying to make things happen. And he's actually been building on his scoreline, which is really impressive, right? Typically, it's not really the sort of traditional way that you'd put together a heat. So I think, but he's done really well for himself to improve and put that pressure on. Now he's got himself priority and now he can really make, you know, the decision on what happens here at the end of the heat.
Yeah, the 4.8's not the issue for Connor, it's the 2.93. He'd be leading this heat if he didn't fall on that second turn. You'd think, because it was he's kind of had two of the bigger waves of the heat, but you've got to give full credit to Marco. It's this, you know, sort of off the leash approach that he's had, just stalking those insiders and being willing to throw some risk at it, and he's afforded himself the opportunity to throw that risk because they're average size waves. But you know, he's surfing them up at the moment.
Yeah, no, he definitely is, and you got to applaud him for it because he's adapted right to the conditions that this heat has presented, and I think it could have been so easy getting in the trap, and this is where you've got to be adaptable. This is what surfing always brings it out of you, but adaptability, and I think that's exactly what Marco's done. It would have been so easy to look at the heat prior with Ethan dropping, you know, 15-point heat total. He's dropped the highest single wave of the heat so far, and you're thinking, okay, like, I'm on here, it's pumping out at Winky. But then all of a sudden it's been pretty quiet. So good job for being able to adapt so well.
Marco wearing the number 73 on his back. He wanted 10. But that number belongs to Gabriel Medina, so he opted to go for the 7 and the 3. Obviously, that adds up to 10. That's his vibe, the vibe that he's running with. As we dive into the GWM heat recap here, Marco Mignot, the rookie, at the moment has the lead over Connor O'Leary with turns like that. That's sort of the benchmark, that ride at this stage of the game, and then adding the progression element.
Just so fast, so fast, and also just really making the most of what he had an opportunity, which was those smaller waves, and just building on that. But Connor had a chance to answer back. He answers back with this one, drops the 4.8. and sort of getting himself back in the game. But now the problem is for Connor, he doesn't have priority. Only 2.5 on the clock. Looks like he might be having a look here.
Does have a little look, and that forces Marco to use his priority. Drives up into the section. Again, crisp in the pocket. Goes to the carve now, mixing things up. Loves that rotation. What? Gets the fin so high. Bit of a nose pick. And just rotates around that board and gets the completion. Connor behind him, chasing. Couple of backhand bashes from him. And a celebration. But it just feels like Marco with that, you know, comfort in just rotating through those airs. Sort of stealing the spotlight at the moment. This is going to be a really interesting exchange. Going to be important for Connor to potentially get back out there and maybe get himself priority for another shot in the dying stages.
Yeah, you can see Connor's working hard for it right now. I mean, he definitely wants another shot if he can get it. Also, when Connor claimed that one, like, obviously there's so much emotion and passion, but I saw frustration as well, a bit of like, come on, like, you know, give me an opportunity here. I'm surfing well. I'm hitting this wave as hard as I can. It felt like he was giving it everything he has, and sort of a little set trickling down the line. Looks like Marco might be having a look.
Yeah, Marco still has a number on the way, and he has just been improving the intensity of those rotations through his last few rides. That one's really clean, just absolute butter on the landing. But I think his previous one was a little more impressive for me.
Definitely. I think the previous was definitely more impressive. It was just so inverted and so in such a tight little pocket that he managed to find that rotation. This is it. So it takes off. You can see him teeing up here on this first section, jabs it in the lip. Tiny little bobble there, but recovers really nicely. And then this is the moment that we're talking about. Just how did he fit that in? It was actually insanity because he was so inverted, and then now Connor.
Roost out of the lip. Connor O'Leary, that is a big, powerful combo on the outside. And the importance of putting his head down and getting back to the takeoff zone. Yeah, he may have been rewarded for that intent. So we're waiting on a few numbers. Connor's got a couple of rides on the way. That one looked pretty impressive. Marco, you know, he scrapped his way through this heat. He went looking for opportunity on the inside when he didn't have priority. He surfed the waves up. He really did manufacture some decent turns out of his previous rides. So we just had a big number drop for Marco. It came through at a 6.5. That was for the wave where he got fully inverted, really hacked that tail of the board towards the reef, the beach, and rode out. But Connor, he just had this one, and it was clean on the outside.
So this is Connor's third wave. So this must be their 6-1. This 6-1.
That's okay. The 6-1.
And here this is Marco's 6-5. So let's look at it here. Little grind across the top.
So this is actually a 5.83 for Marco. That was his last ride. So he upped the ante again. And then Connor O'Leary was left chasing a 6.24 and tapped into this.
2 big belts. Manages to get up there for the third.
Wow.
It's hard to tell from that angle. I mean, it's so tight.
Well, you got to remember just the size of the man. That's probably the biggest wave of the heat.
Oh, man.
Full props to Marco. His last wave, he did really well. He was so clean out of the lip and then got a really smooth rotation. But I think Connor, just with the... Oh, he's already celebrating. So the number has been dropped. It's a 7.33. Talk about saving yourself after a blunder in the opening stages of the heat. Connor O'Leary gets himself the biggest wave, puts that backhand to work, and relegates the rookie and moves on through to the round of 16. A desperate effort from Connor in the final stages.
Super desperate. And you could even see him walking up the beach. I just think he was just frustrated. Frustrated with that heat, frustrated maybe with a little bit of lack of opportunity there. But, I mean, he didn't give up. You'll give him that. Every single opportunity he did get from that moment onwards, he was like, I am going to belt this thing. And drops the highest wave of heat on the last wave. It was pretty impressive.
Well, what a battle. And Marco can hold his head high. Gave us some great turns in that clash. We're going to take a quick break and we'll bring in Joe Tappel and Richie Lovett for the call in just a moment.
The round of 32 continues here at Winky Pop with two regular footers ready to dig in. Kano Igarashi, current world number 10, takes on Liam O'Brien from the Gold Coast of Australia. Will be heading to his home break of Burleigh Heads for the next stop of the season. But he's looking to move up into the ranking spot to make sure that he is going to get past the mid-season cut. Thanks for being with us. Joe Chappelle with Richie Lovett here for the call. Rick, this is going to be a great balance to break down. Two regular footers, both extremely smooth. I think they're going to bring out a lot of their strengths on the conditions we have today.
Yeah, absolutely. Both really suited in style to these fast little running walls down here at Winky Pop. And, yeah, you know, I think the favourite on paper is obviously Kanoa, you know, just given his ratings and obviously the results that he's banked in his career so far. But let's not count out Liam O'Brien. He's one of these guys that can produce amazing performances, especially down here at Bells. I think he's really feeling the vibes.
That's right. Liam O'Brien is a smooth operator. Unfortunately for him, he had a tough loss in El Salvador. He shakes it off pretty well, but yeah, 33rd had to have stung, especially at a right-hand point break, where he would have had a lot planned for Punta Roca. He didn't bail. He just hung around, found some novelty waves to surf. Really spent a lot of time in the water there before heading over to his home country of Australia. And down here to Winky Pop to compete today to get out of the round of 32. And the topic has been for several years now that this is the toughest round of the contest. We talk about the stress in the elimination round. Well, that's obvious, just trying to avoid a 33rd. But the round of 32, it's like you still haven't really got going yet. You still don't have any points if you're losing in this round.
No, it's exactly right. And from here, you know, you make it into a single-digit result, and that's when you start to go, okay, I'm on my way to actually banking a good counter result that's going to try and get me up into that top 5 position, give me a shot at winning a world title. And you know, we've seen flashes of brilliance from Liam O'Brien. But I don't think we've seen the best of him yet. Consistency's obviously been a bit of an Achilles heel for him, and you know, still yet to break through for a big win.
Yeah, he seems to be knocking at the door with the experience he's had. Even as a wild card before he officially qualified, he found just a role
that we hadn't seen before, especially at a kind of a wild card type event over at Rottnest Island in Wajima. He got past Felipe Toledo in this round. That was massive for his profile. Got past Seth, went all the way to a semi-final finish without really any experience on the championship tour.
And, you know, surfing pressure free, it does allow you to really open up, and sometimes you make the tour and then things start to tighten up a bit because of there's all these consequences that start to drop in when you actually do take your position on the championship tour. So we've got a little bit of movement here. Kanoa's seen something, taking the inside position, forcing that issue at the start of the heat. Let's see if it counts.
Kanoa Igarashi controlling the start, paddling. He's already going to be deep and behind it, and it's not effective as far as positioning goes. Much too deep on that opener. Advantage goes straight to Liam O'Brien.
Such a tricky little takeoff zone, especially when this tide is running in. And advantage Liam here, so he has a big opportunity to kind of neutralise that inside position that Kanoa had at the start of the heat. So he'll be looking to really put a good score on the board on his first attempt.
About 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and our friend Kaipo is back into the water to check out the conditions for the heat with Kanoa and Liam O'Brien. Kaipo, how's the water feeling?
Water's feeling pretty good, and the air is about 76 Fahrenheit. But yeah, Kanoa, just touching on what just happened, just saw the paddle. Kanoa a little aggressive. You know, sometimes art of war, you know, when someone's pushing, you got to pull. And I think they were both pushing, and then Kanoa just given priority over to Liam O'Brien. But for the Oakberry surf conditions report, offshore winds about 9 miles per hour. We're about 3 to 4 foot on the swell. Every once in a while there's a east-northeast kind of component to it. But overall, beautiful. Oh, we're at the bottom of the tide too. So, sorry, incoming tide should be a little bit of a push. And I got frog in my throat, so I'm gonna have some Bonsoy.
There you go, pushing through, Kaipo, well done.
Good job.
Seeing these fun waves he was talking about, 3 to 4 foot range. Like he mentioned, the air temperature really warm out here. It's heating up quite a bit. Like the saying goes in the state of Victoria, if you're not comfortable with the weather, just wait a minute and it's gonna change. And showed up this morning, some rip curl jackets on, beanies, everyone's getting rid of them. There's people walking around with board shorts and t-shirts, but you've got to be ready.
Be ready.
At any moment it could change right back again.
4 seasons in a day, and typically with this offshore wind flow that we have, you know, it comes with a dry offshore. It's a dry heat, and that's what we have now. Actually had to do a little wardrobe change myself with heat up. Had to get rid of the flannel, put on a lighter tee, but yeah, primo conditions down here at the moment.
I was really impressed with Connor O'Leary in the last heat, starting off with some falls, put himself back into the lead really on his last wave. Connor's hanging out with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, you made it exciting for the spectators, but Connor, I'm sure as a competitor, that was a pretty nervous moment for you. Give us an honest recount of that heat.
Yeah, I think bottom of the tide, it was kind of a given that it was going to be slow. There was a bunch of waves in the heat before though, so I was kind of like, oh, maybe there's going to be a few options, you know, a few opportunities, and it pretty much went dead flat the entire heat. You know, I had a 6-minute heat, and sorry to my wife Steph for putting her under a heap of stress. She's probably in labour or something right now after all that. But yeah, I'm stoked to just be able to stay in it. You know, it was really frustrating. You know, just kind of sitting there and waiting, and you know, looking up to the bowl and seeing nothing and seeing flat ocean, and yeah, just being able to just stay in it. I was happy with yeah, just sticking to it and getting the score at the end.
Well done to you for holding your composure, and you will be coming up against Ethan Ewing in the round of 16. You won a piece in head-to-head matchups. What do you make of that all-Australian battle?
1-1. Wow, game on. Yeah, he's, I guess, you know, one of the favourites to win this event and, you know, win the World Tour and stuff. So, good friend of mine. Yeah, it's going to be a good battle, and hopefully we get into some more opportunity, maybe the bowl, to showcase and entertain for the fans.
And what's that transition like? I mean, we're surfing messy bowl the other day. We come over to Winky. The conditions are clean. How does that adjustment work for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's just really adapting. I've been doing it for, you know, been coming here for 7 years now, and learning that, you know, you just got to really adapt to any conditions that gets thrown at you, onshore, offshore, big, small. And yeah, just I'm having a good time here. It's, you know, my wife's, you know, pretty heavily pregnant, and there's that in the background as well. But no, she's doing great, and I'm having an awesome time here with Dog and, you know, the crew, Leo and Gab and Ryan and stuff. So yeah, just trying to enjoy it and yeah, hopefully get back for the birth after the event's done.
So much exciting things in your future, but we have to also talk about Gabby. She's one of your good friends. She just took the rankings lead. What are your thoughts on that?
I know, man. She's just been shining this year, and it's so good to be able to, I guess, watch her, you know, in her element, and she's just having a really good time this year. I think, you know, she's really becoming comfortable in a space, and in this tour space, it's hard. It takes a few years to be able to feel comfortable, you know, in and amongst your peers on the world stage. So I think she's finally, you know, happy with herself and just trying to have a lot of fun. You know, I think she puts a lot of pressure on herself. So just giving yourself opportunity to do the biggest man-woman turns possible. You know, I think she's got a lot of influence from Riss, and you know, I think she's just pretty much a little Riss now. She's just taken over. So yeah, it's good to see her in the yellow, and yeah, well, I'm sure she'll do pretty good this event.
Thanks for all the insights, and definitely go check in on Steph. We'll send it back to you guys.
We love it. Thank you, Rosie. Stephanie Single, if you remember that name, she was on the QS. Now Stephanie O'Leary, Connor's wife, expecting their first baby girl. Gosh, I think they're just maybe a couple of weeks away on their due date. The wild part about it is Ryan Kalinan, his wife Nina, her due date is like a day after, and they're both having baby girls. They're both best friends. They're both being coached by Richard Dogmarsh. So obviously in two minds coming into this stop of the season. And Connor happy to be moving forward as we'll get caught up in this one. Kanoa Igarashi getting this wave.
Yeah, really building for speed. You saw the back foot just slip off momentarily on that first turn, but Kanoa finishes up well. Little blowtail hack at the end of the ride. Just gets that little moment of weightlessness as he kicks the fins out, redirects. But it's a finish. Small score, 3.83 on the docket, and Kanoa just not a bad wave under priority really, with just the inconsistency of the sets at the moment. A smart move to tidy it up. Put a number on the board. Liam O'Brien waiting patiently.
That's right, Kanoa Igarashi, great attack on his front side. His major win on the CT came at the Wright in Indonesia. Karamas getting past Jeremy Flores that day. It was a fun celebration for Kanoa to see someone break through and get their first major win. And still looking for win number 2 in his career. He's been runner-up in major events in Hawaii as well, including Pipeline, 2-time runner-up at Sunset Beach. Kanoa accomplishing his best result at the end of his season, finishing 5th in the world just a couple of years ago in 2022. As we look at Kanoa starting to move into position under the priority of Liam O'Brien, he might take a run at this one. First section, clean start for the man representing Japan. Rips one into the pocket. Nice off the top for Igarashi. Running down the line, nice. Top turn sweep, and he will put that one away on the inside corner. So staying light on his feet. He learned that from surfing the south side of Huntington Pier his whole life. Knows how to create speed and light sections up. And that score will go with his 3.83.
Yeah, I think he's going to surpass the 3.83 on this ride. Really good tactical approach here from Kanoa, just going a little deeper, getting this wave on the inside. Beautiful snap to start off. And staying lively, energetic. The second slash had a bit more in it. The angle was more acute, turning right back into the power source. A bit more work down the line here. Another clean slash, and then finishes off with the closeout re-entry, but a great insurance policy here for Kanoa. Just great body torque and extension and compression of the body as he goes through these maneuvers. Watch that back leg, just kinks right back into the body. Allows him to stay nice and low and load up on the power. You can see there the back foot shifting off the tail pad, moving forward. Now it shifts back. Gets it right locked into that zone once he goes and engages into that turn. And as you said, Joe, staying really light and limber, generating all that down the line speed. Taj Burrow comes to mind. He was a man that used to do that so well.
How's it going, Taj? Bell's champ, what a legend. Misses heats on tour, as he's always watching surfing closely. Kanoa turning in a 5.17. Kaipo, you've got the best seats in the house. What's popping out to you when you watch Kanoa going down the line?
I love the front row. Yeah, Joe. Well, we know that Kanoa changed from Sharp Eye over to JS Industries. Both are excellent board manufacturers, but it looks as if that change in equipment just is another spark for Kanoa Igarashi on the JSs. The board's looking really skatey and loose through some pretty small conditions, right? So I like what I'm seeing from Kanoa Igarashi. Also want to know Jason from JS Industries. He was just here. He was on site when we ran the last time over in the locker room studying boards. So the equipment change for Kanoa looking good.
Yeah, it certainly is. I ran into Jason Stevenson as well at lunch the other day. He's really happy to be working with Kanoa this season, as we see Liam O'Brien lighting up a couple of big sections, throwing some water to the sky. Timing is incredible. Nice float to cover some space there. Quick slash out in front. Liam O'Brien all the way down the line, finishing on his feet on his opener against Kanoa Igarashi. We mentioned JS Industries, great Australian shaper, and Liam on maybe the other famous Australian shaper, Darren Hanley, as we catch up to Kanoa, trying to improve on his 3.83. A couple of big hooks already, and almost wanted to ramp up. It's forcing him to settle down, but still achieves a nice tail slide finish. That lip at Winky Pop got a little bit unreliable, and he had to change gears. Good job to just hang in there.
Yeah, a little bit elusive, that section. We were both acutely aware of what his intention was. Perfect air wind right now, really. It's going to help these surfers when they take to the air. The board will almost go blown back onto their feet, keep it in place. But I really like this wave of Liam O'Brien. Clean snap to start off, gets a little bit of tail release, and the second one, more impact, gets the wrap. So the variety's there at this point. Driving down the line, staying with the speed of the wave here. Have a little check turn, and again, much like Kanoa, watching the back footwork here throughout the entirety of the ride, shifting up off the tail pad, keeping the momentum on the board forward. You can see there right on the kick as Liam executes that turn. Eyes on this next section, gets that tail released. Great pivoting action, nice and smooth off the bottom again, and then a different type of turn, the full wrap. The nose of the board pointing way back into the whitewash, and now he's pumping for speed down the line. Had to get over that section to make sure he got to these last two turns. That's that action there where the back foot came off the pad. And gets a nice little tidy close out to finish off. But for me, Joe, that opening sequence of three turns, very, very impactful.
And then Kanoa Igarashi lighting up that first section, real smooth there.
Yeah, a little layback snap, and then another wrap, similar to what Liam was providing us. And then you could see that was the section where he wanted to take to the air. Then he had to rewrite the script for the end of the wave. But, yeah, I dare say there was the rhythm of that wave was slightly put out with that misjudgment. And he'll know it.
That's that disruption of flow that the judges are always critical on when you're there scoring the best surfers in the world. Just any little hesitation, anytime you have to change gears, and Kanoa just had to respond on the fly. Cleaned it up though with a tail drift. Already a really exciting heat with these two, living up to the expectations. Both great on right points, even though we know Kanoa grew up in Huntington. It's not that far away from lower trestles and all those really long right-handers that he grew up surfing on through national titles. He even won an under 18 national title at 14 over at lowers at the US Championships. As numbers are coming in quickly. Remember, Kanoa had the 5.17. His last score, a 6.27. Last for Liam O'Brien, a 6.83. So Liam does have the best score, but actually really close to what Kanoa just threw down.
Yeah, 0.6 of a point separating those two waves. I would have seen a little bit more separation Just thought that combination of manoeuvres out the back for Liam O'Brien would just had a little bit more impact in him, more flow between those transitions.
You can see the 5 judges on the panel making their separations. We've got one judge, 6'5" for Liam, 5'8" for Kanoa. Some putting a point in separation. Judge 5, a 7 for Liam, a 6 for Kanoa. And just on the average, it ends up tightening up a bit. So keeping this one really close. Liam with priority, chasing a 4.61 now.
Yeah, well, he's still in the box seat when you look at the highest wave, single wave score between these two competitors. And Liam will be feeling good about that at this moment in time. He has not put a foot wrong. He just needs to make sure that he stays in sync with this with the next set. And this next wave's really going to have to count.
Always love to talk surfboards with these guys in the lineup, especially when you have some changes in what they've been riding over the years. Kanoa Igarashi trying to get some points for JS Industries, and it feels like Jason Stevenson's making a really good run at trying to get into this top 5 picture. Famous for a world title campaign with Joel Parkinson, amazing relationship with legends like Jeremy Flores and beyond. As we see Lost with a enormous lead at the moment. It's fun when you break it down too. You've got Lost with so many team riders on the men's and women's side, and majority of Matt Biolos' points coming from his women's squad. You think Gabby Bryan getting a win, you think Caroline Marks getting a win. If you just look at the men's tour by itself, Sharp Eye actually leading after El Salvador. And when you add up all the entire team, men and women, Lost way out front, CI number 2 at the moment.
Yeah, it's a good battle between those two, and well, Matt Biolos obviously has done an incredible job with his athletes. He's got so many tour surfers just completely dialed in. The CI program also really tuned in. There's the famous Tracked Up, the JS Industries surfboards. And yeah, recent switch for Kanoa Igarashi, and things are looking good under his feet, no doubt about it.
Right now, Kanoa out in front. Liam O'Brien on his Darren Hanley has priority and needs a 4.61 to move into the round of 16. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. Great time to download TrueSurf. It's free. Get it from the App Store or Google Play. And if you update it now, if you have it, you get the new wave graphics right here at Bells Beach. You can surf in live conditions as well. So exactly what Kanoa and Liam have here at Winky Pop, you can surf now on TrueSurf. Download and join the action and surf the same waves that the best surfers in the world do. And if you're playing a video game, you kind of get to feel like what it's like to be Kanoa and Liam in real life. It's fun to get to know these guys, to mind surf with them. Kanoa's been one of the best surfers in the world for a very long time. It was 8th year on tour. He's speeding now, floating that first section on the wind up. Gets a little hung up on ramping up. Also during the break, Liam O'Brien throwing down that nice slash under the lip. So much speed and flow in his surfing. Well-timed hammer right out in front and shuts it down in brilliant fashion.
Really good surfing here from Liam O'Brien. Little layback hack to start off. Quick snap down the line. Looking really busy. Connects with that third turn and then gets the finish up. But have a look at this, just laying that back arm into the wall. That allows him to get nice and low. Creates another sort of pivot point with which he can turn around. Clean snap down there, doesn't overextend, so it keeps that energy and momentum and speed running down the line. Little shimmy off the top on the third one, and then again a little blowtail for the fourth to finish off. Total control, great ride there for Liam O'Brien, and we're going to see a healthy scoreline drop here.
Gosh, that was so fun to watch, the flow and rhythm along with the classic style of Liam O'Brien. Judges really enjoyed that one as well. It was Kanoa leading the heat, building from a 5 to a 6. Liam had the better 6, a 6.83, and in his second effort, a 7.5. Liam out in front, being a lower seed, the guy who needs it the most as we approach the midseason cut.
Yeah, he's obviously turned up to bells, meaning business. And this is no easy draw. Kanoa, if you see him, you know, once everything gets reseeded after that elimination round, it's as a competitor, you're always trying to work out, okay, who am I going to get? But then when they print that heat draw and you start looking at your opponent, you kind of go, okay, I'm going to be up against it here. You know that Kanoa Igarashi is going to bring his A game. Just a couple of mistakes, Joe, at this point for Kanoa. But now let's see if he settles back into the rhythm here with priority. A great score at 7.5. The judge has got to bang on for that ride.
Liam O'Brien now happy to get rewarded, building from his start. Kanoa Igarashi needs an 8.06 now, so we'll see how Kanoa adjusts from losing control of the matchup. But he's been here so many times. He has actually peaked in the round of 16 here. He's had 3 finishes where he's left with an equal 9th. He's hoping this year to be the year that he can crack the quarterfinals for the first time. Kanoa's even showed up with the yellow jersey here in the past when he ended up losing to Mick Fanning when Mick came back as a wild card recently.
I feel like Kanoa's results should be better down here.
He's that consistent. His maneuvers are so polished. And I really like Kanoa at Winky Pop. You know, he's especially this type of wave. That's where he can really start throwing that little tail throw, those lip sliding turns that he can have on demand, coupled with variety. He knows how to get a score in the X1 range.
He certainly does, but it's Liam O'Brien who has picked the 2 best waves of the heat so far. He's performed incredibly well on them. Maybe shades of a little high tide, burly rock break. Super comfortable on these running right-handers.
Real calm human being, isn't he, on land when you talk to him? Really thoughtful. When he's in conversation, now he's just conversating with this wave. That Winky Pop, couple of big blasts and a tail throw. He's feeling solid on this playground.
Wow.
Just ripping his way down the track. Changing gears on demand, holding his speed throughout that ride. Kanoa needs to get back in this heat. He's got a nice wall opening up. Igarashi lays down a beautiful first turn. Hard off the bottom, punches out the second effort. Super smooth, now he's starting to run. Looking for a major layback, blowtail, controls it. Igarashi feeling great on that answer back.
Yeah, it was a really cool exchange. And I feel like Kanoa just had a better pace on that wave. Each one of his turns connecting right in the perfect moment on the wave, but some great surfing from Liam O'Brien as well. Let's check the replay here. So just had to pump down the line to get some speed, quick snap, an adjustment and set up turn for that second one. And on the third, full blowtail gets the release, clean carve on the fourth ride, and then finishes off. Nice and strong again, so each one of his rides completed. Kanoa, nice and low at the start. Layback hack to get this wave underway. A nice high re-entry. And then here he just streaks down the line for speed and a real tail sliding hack to finish off. It's a powerful 3-turn combination there from Kanoa Igarashi. This is going to tighten it up.
Love when we get a back-to-back exchange with two surfers that are pushing it. Kaipa, what did you see?
Yeah. You know what? You saw, Joe, the contrast on a surfer born and bred on points, Liam O'Brien from Burley Heads, with a lot of variety and just smooth connectivity in his surfing. Liam was. And then the contrast with Kanoa Igarashi, coming from a beach break background with a lot more kind of zest and snappiness to his surfing, a lot more spark. But they're both really good surfing. It's just certainly two different kind of flavors. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I like the breakdown. It's fun to see like where these guys grow up and what they can do on a world-class wave like this. I saw that smooth transition from both athletes as we go to the Stone and Wood slow-mo for the tail blow from Igarashi.
Wow, have a look at that. It's he's almost in a yoga pose as he comes through the completion of that ride. Both knees almost touching the deck of the board. But yeah, Kaipo brings up a really good point. And for me, it just feels like there's a little bit more flow between the turns for Liam. Kanoa perhaps staying a little bit lighter on his feet. He had that flare that Kaipo was talking about. But yeah, I don't know. For me, Liam just seems to be cutting into the water a little bit deeper.
And also just the speed popping out for Liam O'Brien. It doesn't look like he's losing pace between turns. There's no hesitation between sections. It looks like he's not only tracking the power source from top to bottom, but he can switch gears on a dime. As you see the last for Liam O'Brien, 6.67, didn't factor in. That's a throwaway. Kanoa Igarashi chasing down an 8.06. They're still thinking about that last wave with 2:30 to go.
Yeah, when I think about what some of the other heats have produced and some of the excellent rides, we're talking about an 8.06 is what he needs, so it's in the excellent range. It was fantastic surfing. Was it excellent? It's right on the edge to me.
It's a good point. Since we've seen a lot of great rides in this heat specifically, it's all about comparisons. Right now, Liam's 7.5 is the best number, so judges can look at that replay and decide is Kanoa's better, because it has to be if they're going to turn this heat.
Well, Kanoa's had the big finish, huge exclamation mark on it.
Judges, after a thoughtful review, call it the best of the heat by a point, an 8.5. Kanoa Igarashi celebrates as he hits the water. After a long review, he gets the lead back, and one of the better numbers we've seen today. O'Brien now pushed to second with priorities, now needing a 7.28. Well, what a battle this is.
Wow, this is a crazy battle. And I think Liam O'Brien would actually be kind of scratching his head at the moment going, what have I actually got to do to get up into this excellent range? I mean, he has picked a couple of bombs in this heat and surfed so solid on them. And he finds himself down in second position here. So I guess the judges are telling him, we want to see you open up even more, some more high-risk stuff. He's just going to have to hope that he gets an opportunity here with a minute to go.
Yeah, and with Kanoa, he just greased the first turn, had a nice combo that followed. When he had to race it, he delivered with a big tail blow on a meteor section. He really lucked into having a stretched out wall on the end section as well. This was Liam's 7.5.
Okay, so beautiful snap to start off in a second. There's the third there with the little pivot off the lip. And then the final turn. Big crunching layback hammer.
Live action now with Liam O'Brien. Solid start, belting it through that wind. Off the lip, he's attacking, still driving, putting a lot into the final turn. Kanoa's got a chance to answer. Speed turn, big section there with so much flow and finesse. Stays in rhythm and on his feet. Snake loving the performance of Kanoa Igarashi, and I think everyone on the bluff is proud of that battle. That was really fun. All surfers getting involved on the best waves. Both doing incredible surfing. Kanoa pushing to the 8.5 to get the lead back. I'm gonna wait to see how the judges react to O'Brien on the last, chasing a 7.28 on this wave, Rick.
Okay, let's check it out here. And the first snap, really clean. Keeps that speed down the line. The second one was even more intense. Little check turn there to get to the final moment, and a nice clean, lip maneuver. But I just wonder whether the judges are going to give it to him based on the fact that they want to see more in that final turn. And out the back here, Kanoa connecting that 3-turn combination, even putting some theatrics into that final big closeout maneuver. So what a shift of momentum in this heat. It was all Liam O'Brien for the first 20 minutes. And then Kanoa has come bouncing back. So, even if Liam does better his score, or even if he does get that 7.28, Kanoa's got another decent score dropping in.
Yeah, the flow of Kanoa on that last wave was incredible. No hesitations between turns, big sections to finish on. He just got better and better throughout this heat. Started with a 3, then a 5, then a 6, then an 8, and he still has one more score to lock in. Last of Liam O'Brien coming in at a 6.10, so it's not enough. Kanoa doesn't have his last score in, but it's not going to matter. And now it's in. Turns into a keeper, a 7.6. One of the best combined totals for Kanoa Igarashi this season on tour. In a really great battle with Australia's Liam O'Brien. Igarashi moves on to the round of 16.
Yeah, great performance there. Just shows you it ain't over till it's over. Great fight back from Kanoa Igarashi. Some really crisp, clean surfing. Big heat tally.
His best heat before this one was a 15.77 combined total. So in fact, this is Igarashi's best total of 2025. Coming in with a lot of momentum to the round of 16. Up next, Miguel Pupo takes on Seth Monese here at Winky Pop. Great time to check out WSLstore.com and grab the jersey of your favorite surfer on tour and show your support from wherever you might be watching around the world. Thanks for being with us. Round of 32 continues. Seth Monese, it's a popular jersey number to get, number 7. He got that jersey number when he asked politely for it from one of the greats of the sport, 3-time world champ, 4-time Bells champ Mick Fanning. Mick at the time had invited Seth over to stay with him up on the Gold Coast in the past, and Mick has always been so good about that, seeing great talent and great friends come over to Oz and has them come over, helps them out with anything they need, and Seth felt great about grabbing that incredible number and continuing that legacy of number 7 on the championship tour. Seth finished 12th in the world in his rookie start. That's his best finish he's had in his career as he is spinning around for us, and he's going to get some surfing done here. Moving down the line with a quick pace. Nice flow and connectivity. Short ride there, smaller insider, but just showing us that he's on right now. Surfers just like to feel it a little bit. They just want to feel their board, get started. Sometimes it's an energy thing. Even if there's guys that like to sit, sometimes like, I'm just going to get one to kind of settle down, find the pace of this wave, feel my wax out a little bit. Seth did that well. He knows he's got his hands full with a veteran of the tour named Miguel Pupo. What'd you see here, Rick?
I saw a great little inside wave from Seth Monese. Just tags that first turn. Nice wrap, and he did so well to get up there for the third one. But I think Seth had a really early, very quick ride. And so grabbing that one under priority. Again, it's a little insurance policy. But I think back to the final ride that Seth had in his previous heat and the energy he brought to that ride. It looks like he's just continuing where he left off here. Looking really sharp on the board.
Seth Monese jumping on the Sharp Eye program a couple years back. Growing up riding Tocoros and changed his equipment. It's a common theme. Miguel Pupo jumping on JS Industries recently as well. So it's a topic that we talk about all the time. Certain points of your career, you just kind of change things up, especially if you've been on tour for a long time. The judges have seen your surfing for many years. Remember the Connor Coffin CI to JS switch? It's not like the boards aren't working. They're working great. It's just a little point of difference. And certain shapers are kind of known for different things. When you think about Sharp Eye, the one thing that pops out when you see someone jump on their equipment is speed.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And, just working with so many different shapers over my surfing life, I know every time you get on another or someone else's boards or another shaper's boards, there is a little adjustment and there is a different way to surf those boards and a different feel under your feet. And that translates through your style and your approach, your flow, everything. Sharp Eye, they've got some magic sauce there for sure. Some of the fastest boards on the planet.
And it's just so important. If a surfer's going through their process of picking a surfboard, if it's not going fast, they just move on. It's just not even in the mix. The speed is kind of first and foremost when you think about the process to discover a magic board and find what you might be bringing to a major event. Richie, what was that process like for you?
It was difficult at times. We didn't get as many boards as these guys. We'd get them in batches of 2, maybe 3, and we'd have to sometimes just make the board work. We could change fins out obviously and fine-tune the board, but these guys are getting packs of 8 and 10 before each event, and some of them don't even get to the water. It's more of a balance thing. You throw it on the arm, yeah, this one feels really good. But what I can tell you is that the process of finding that magic board, it when it happens. It's almost the very, very first wave. You just take off, everything feels right, the speed's there, the connectivity with you and what you're doing on the wave is there, because really what you don't want to be doing is thinking about your board. You want to be thinking about your performance and what you're actually doing and the maneuvers that you're doing. It's all about concentrating on that rather than thinking, oh, my board might not be able to do this turn as well as I want it to. You don't want any of those thoughts in your mind.
Want to be free to do your brand of surfing. That's why it's great to have the world's best shapers watching all the action. Been running into guys like Jason Stevenson from JS Industries this week. His stable's gotten a lot bigger. He was actually spending a lot of time with Ramsey at lunch after his injury, helping him kind of get around and collect his things to start preparing for other events around the world and his recovery. Miguel Pupo out there holding down priority, qualified with Gabriel Medina and John Florence at an old version of the mid-season rotation. There was this idea of the One World Rankings, and it was like this continuous ranking system where you counted points from what would be Challenger Series QS events. The schedule was wild. It was so busy. Some guys were surfing like 20 plus events in a year. The idea of it at the time was to bring in big talent quickly, and it certainly did that in that edition, bringing up Medina, John, and Miguel. Miguel winning a lot of QS events, including one at Lower Trestles in a close decision over Tanner Gudauskas. Finally got his first CT win in a tube shootout at Teahupo with Cowley Vost a couple years back. Sest looking for his first CT win this year. Monese, beautiful carve. How's that speed? Nice tag there for Seth. Driving with some speed, ramping up, tail high, doesn't reverse until late in the landing and ends up throwing him off on the finishing move. I think there was almost a couple of ways he could have rode out of that. It was almost, wait, is he going forward? Then it was kind of the late spin, but ends up losing the finish.
Yeah, I almost felt like he was in two minds when he took to the air. Do I do the full rotation or do I wait? Try and spin it back around. But he definitely had the speed, that's for sure. Looks like Miguel putting himself into position. Is he going to be able to get in the slot on this one?
Son of Wagner Pupo, longtime competitor, rolling in. Miguel, big brother of Sammy Pupo, has a lot of speed as well. First tag to get down the line. And the goofy foot steps off after a single maneuver. Sort of the thought process of a veteran. He's going, okay, this might not be a keeper. I'd rather regain first priority as we go with Seth's waves first here.
Yeah, smart. Quick look out the back for Seth Monese. Beautiful first slice off the top. Another quick hit. Now he starts stretching out down the line. The intention was always take to the air. Just didn't fully get the rotation, but almost looks like in the whitewash. Brought it around. See there, fins pointing towards the beach. And right here, he's just fighting. And he actually did. He did get the rotation once he had landed. But very, very difficult to regain control of the board under those circumstances.
Waves on the way. How about these classic lines? This is exactly what you love to see when you come here to this part of the world, the Southern Ocean.
Wow, look
Gives
at
you
this.
some great signs that great surfing is on the way. We're up on a bluff as well, so you just look out and you just wave after wave start to filter through. And the vet member decided to kick out early so he'd have priority. Let's see if it pays off. Miguel Pupo in motion. Nice smooth style. Tags it quickly, holding his speed and showing a similar type of frustration from his opening wave. Just one turn and out. Seth's on the next one. Getting that carve quickly, late climb, he'll eject. So Miguel, who wanted to try another wave out, has a similar type of feeling and read. First wave was in the 2 range. Seth falling on that air settles for a 3.57. So yeah, this heat's wide open.
He'll be doing the calculations right now. 24 minutes on the clock. What's that? 12 minutes per wave. So, you know, he really only needs 2. Just keep it simple. Heat hasn't really even started yet for Miguel Pupo. And I guess the positive other thing for Miguel is that Seth really hasn't dropped a huge score at this point. Just still sub 4 points in his tally. So this heat really hasn't opened up yet.
Last heat was an absolute battle. Kanoa getting his best combined heat total of this season. He's with Rosie Hodge.
What about the battles that yourself and Liam O'Brien have? I mean, we think back to recent history, you won at Pipeline, but obviously this one here, Winky Pop, was a hard-fought one for you, Kanoa.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, like, I feel like I've had really good heats with so many people on tour. And, you know, I feel like you remember the ones you lose more than the ones you actually win. So that one felt really good. Liam is such a good competitor, especially when, you know, it's like running rights. And I made a couple mistakes and I let the door open and he made no mistakes. And it was just one of those ones where I felt like everything was going against me. But luckily, like, the heat turned on right at the end and we were able to trade off some lows and it ended up being a really good heat.
Tell me about finding excellence on that wave when you needed it.
I mean, I swear, you just, I mean, all of us on tour, we've caught so many waves in our lives. we've all got so many 8s and we've all got so many 7s and 9s, and it was just like another wave. And I remember right before I took off, I was just thinking of I just remember the session that I had at home right before I came to Australia with a bunch of my friends, and like I was taking off on the wave and I saw all my friends on the inside, and I felt a lot of pressure because they were all watching me, and I had that same sort of like nervous energy, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna pretend like all my friends are watching me. And it actually made me more nervous, but it had that feeling when I finished the wave. I was like, oh, I wonder if they're all watching. And it was just that kind of that like childish mentality that it's kind of that ignorance, and you just want to do your best surfing, and sometimes it comes out in those moments.
And having that number of years on the championship tour, how important is it to think back on those Grom days and make sure that you're still passionate and competing at the level that you want to be?
I mean, at the end of the day, we all surf because we love to surf, and I mean, you get to surf Winky Pub with one other guy out. It's stuff that you dream of a kid. It's not the best day of the year, but these are days where, when I was 10 years old, it would be impossible to get me out of the water. So, just being out there, I was, when the sets were coming in and everyone would start whistling, you start freaking out and getting nervous, and not even about the heat, not even because you have a jersey on, but just the fact that, that feeling never gets old. And that set came in, and he got the first one, and then the wave came behind. I was like, oh my God, this is, like, let's go. So I'm just happy that there was waves and opportunity, and that's all I can ask for.
Kanoa, thanks for spending time with us.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Rosie Hodge, Kanoa Igarashi, talking about just all the big numbers he's had in his career for everybody on tour, saying how it's just another big heat, getting that 8.5, but also getting his best total of the season. He's kind of fitting the mold of how much he's getting from the panel this year. He's actually 9th overall as far as a scoring title is concerned. 134 plus points coming into top 5. Italo obviously with the most points, way out in front. Ethan Ewing, number 2 on that list. Leo's been getting a lot of points, 179 overall, just counting your top 2. And sometimes it's those big explosive moments that can really ignite the fire to go all the way. Kanoa trying to get into the final series for the first time in his career at this venue. And getting past Liam was a huge accomplishment because O'Brien was certainly on fire today.
He sure was, and that was a real battle. I almost feel like there was, maybe some discussion around some of the point scoring for Liam O'Brien's waves. I thought he surfed incredibly well. Even excellent on one of his rides. So, but anyway, look, overall, I think Kanoa put in an incredible performance, and undeniably there was that progressive element, and that bigger finishing turn was the standout moment of the heat.
1945 in this one. Kaipo, seeing any signs of a support crew for Miguel Pupo in this one?
Yeah. So it's an individual sport, professional surfing is, but sometimes it takes a team. Samuka, Samuel Pupo, younger brother of Miggy, just signaled him with a surfboard on the rocks. Miggy's up, he's riding, loading up off the backhand. Nice hook off the top for Miggy. Little caught up there, Joe. See if he can make it up at the end.
That's right, now trying to clean it up, deciding not to kick out this time and just surf a wave, but a couple moments where he looked a little bit sticky and definitely looked forced on the finish there. Kaipo now are identifying Sammy now, so actually trying to signal his big brother out there.
Surfboard, and now I'm trying to interpret the signals. I think straight up means take that wave. He'll point it up the point or reef, he'll point it down the point. When it's a hold, he'll put it sideways. I think that's what's going on.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, Kaipo? For some surfers that actually say they get distracted by that if they're trying to rely on a coach or a family member to tell them when to go, but sometimes it works. They hey, it's another set of eyes.
Yeah, it really depends on the dynamic, right? We can look back into like U.S. Open competitions where just coaches would signal from the Huntington Beach Pier, and I've seen that going horribly wrong, where surfers would just start paddling in circles, confused, looking up at the pier instead of the ocean. So it's a fine line, on how much someone can actually help you, because we all know when you're out in the ocean, you got to freestyle.
So true, Kaipo. Every venue is a little different, and I suppose by your vantage point of having these sandstone cliffs or even just a higher vantage point, you could see a little bit out to sea, and maybe Sammy could see more waves on the way than where Miguel's sitting. This wave looked tough to surf at certain points.
Yeah, it was definitely a better paced wave for Miguel here on the backhand. First turn was clean, second one was untidy. Now the third, he starts to wind up again. You can see his back foot just popping off the tail pad as he comes through for these inside turns. Got to the finish though, he got to the completion. And it will actually be the best score of the heat so far. And well, I just put that down to maybe the size of that wave and some of the more sharp direction changes up high in the lip that Miguel was showing us. But now it's Seth's turn to just wait for this priority rotation and get one of these set waves, because he looks like he's on at the moment.
Signaling definitely happening at the moment at this venue. We talked about Sammy doing it for Miguel, and for Seth Monese, he's got coverage on the steps as well from his coach, Doug Silva. He's got the backup board there, but also doing some signaling himself. Doug competing for a very long time. Also competing for best hairstyle among the coaches on tour.
For the indicators of Donna Bell's.
Looks like the clippers ran out halfway through.
He's an energy guy. I saw him this morning running down to Bell's. He was getting the news everything's shifting to Winky Pop, and I said, how's the vibe? And it's like everything's in place. He's walking backwards, still giving me psych up information. So he's in the flow state. He knows his energy directly affects Seth Monese. And it was such an amazing accomplishment heading into Margaret River, where Seth was really trying to build his confidence. Has a draw with Ethan Ewing, who was in a world title type form, and Seth got the win, re-qualified. Doug got the full-time position to coach Seth on tour, as we see Seth with a late decision to grab this wave. Nice speed, first turn, throws down the carve. Nice arc again to follow. Speed's been looking fantastic for Seth on that Sharp Eye surfboard. Nice, cool way to change things up. A little power gash there before it goes flat on the inside.
It's pretty easy to win heats from the shoreline, that's for sure.
Smaller wave.
But definitely pays to have someone on the shoreline. You can sometimes just find yourself a little bit out of position in the lineup when there's no one else out there. A lot of the free surfs, you know, there's 20, 30, 40, 50 surfers out there, and you can really sort of gauge your position based on where everyone's sitting. This is a great wave here for Seth. This opening turn, very sharp. Connects it up with the second. Rotates it a little bit more. Check turn down the line. Builds up that speed. Then goes for that sort of layback hack to finish the wave off. Smaller wave, and it sort of depleted in size as it went down the line. So it's lacking that big exclamation point at the end, that big finishing moment, but some beautiful surfing nonetheless. Just staying nice and light and nimble on his feet. Gets some tail release on that second turn. So that was the money turn of this wave.
And now Miguel Pupo live with some speed, big vertical in the pocket, perfect transition with the blowtail, and Pupo rides away. Definitely his best so far, but now Seth's right back in rhythm with the ocean. Winding up, big full rotation, perfect landing, right in front of Miguel Pupo. And now they're having the paddle battle to head out the back. Seth Monese has had these clutch moments in his career. Remember that Hail Mary did the US Open years ago? This one was much more controlled, real clean liftoff, and gosh, maybe the best one we've seen all day today.
Oh, that was amazing. Just almost like he had a little hovercraft under his feet. Just a real weightless moment, and he's looks like he's going to win the battle here with the paddle.
Which is always tough to do if you've just got the most recent wave, but those waves that came through that they had to duck dive, Seth was able to punch free, and Miguel got hung back there.
He got fully hung back, but let's have a look at this. Seth Monese building for speed, only had the one option, gets the full rotation in the air, and just a buttery little landing. But pay attention, the nose of the board was pointing towards the shore while he was still in the air, and as he came down for the landing, lateral takeoff, extends out in front of the wave, gets the quick grab, full rotation at this point here, and then he just takes all that impact into his legs. And a perfect landing to that air. Love seeing this from Seth Monese. We know he's got these bag of tricks, and I'd love to see him dive into that bag more often. And hopefully this gives him the confidence to really tap in more.
Kaipo Guerrero, that was huge.
That was huge, Joe. And you know, early in Seth's career, we saw him doing a lot of airs. And lately, last couple of years, he's been very selective when he goes and does those big airs. But that was an incredible. And you know, those full rotations, they happen a couple different waves. You have the kind of the corked out off axis kind of full rotations. And that one felt to me, from what I saw here in the water, as a flatter rotation, which Seth was just square over his board the whole time. Super impressive. Can't wait for the score.
Yeah, Kaipo, like you said there, it was kind of like that, you know, Kelly copter, kind of that real cool flat spin. But gosh, so much height, whipping that thing all the way around. The bluff's going crazy. Seth's feeling it. An 8-point ride. And a massive lead over Miguel Pupo. Well deserved. What a great punt from the Hawaiian.
Wow, that was really cool. And that's one way to get an 8-point ride. Just one big helicopter rotation. And he would have taken off on that wave 2/3 down the line. But he saw the opportunity there. Silva likes it. This has put Miguel Pupo in a spot of bother here.
Miguel Pupo did improve on his last, a 5.83. So the veteran knows he's going to stay in this heat. He's chasing a 6.98. He did lose that paddle battle. Oftentimes, if it's close, they just try to keep the rotation nice and clean. But Seth definitely deserved getting priority. Did a great job just with his duck diving skill set.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with Miguel. Like, these guys are so competent in how they can duck dive under, you know, 6, 8, 10-foot waves.
It's kind of something we don't talk about too often, huh? Like just the duck diving skill.
Well,
and it paid off for Seth there.
They were neck and neck, and it wasn't like there was a huge wipeout set that came through and something happened to Miguel. It just, maybe a little lobster grabbed him.
So that ends up going in Seth's favor. And he's got a solid lead. 10 minutes to go. Miguel chasing a 6.98. Big, excellent score from Seth. Going to the moon. We'll be right back. Really exciting day continuing here at Winky Pop. Round of 32, Heat 4 has Seth out in front over Miguel Pupo. Still with some time on the clock. As we enjoy this gorgeous day, let's check in with Vaughn Blakey.
You know, so many people are always coming up to me saying the comparisons between you and Tom Carroll are endless. Yes, he can walk under a shopping trolley without having to duck. But aside from that, our dedication to fitness, our dedication to flexibility, peace of mind, and everything we put in our body is without peer. And with me is Mick from BioGlen, the official vitamin and supplement partner of the WSL. Mate, you guys contribute to that epic peace of mind and good health that we all crave in our day-to-day life.
Yeah, it's great to be down here at the WSL at Bells Beach. Yeah, we're doing an activation here today, playing cornhole. It's a great one for the kids. We're giving out popcorn as well. We've also got our supplements on special, event prices just for people to try out, you know, and just really get that brand out there and known in the public.
Mate, there's nothing better than just introducing one little element into your life that can make such a big difference. That's where BioGlen comes in.
That's it, absolutely. It's like, you know, just something little goes a long way, and it's like, you know, small changes. It's good, good for the, good for it.
Good for the mind, good for the body, good for the soul.
Absolutely, good for the body, good for the mind, good for the muscles. We've got a lot of magnesium-based products, so come on down and check it out.
That's it, mate. Well, you and I are going to go in there, check out the range, and then we're going to do a little ice bath and a meditation and start feeling that calm, breezy peace, just like TVC, 87 Bells winner.
Love it, Vano. Ah, so much happiness with that, man. And fun part about this event, all of our great partners are here on hand. So if you're in the area, come check out great sponsors like BioGlen. And if you're not here, don't worry. You can check out the BioGlen Daily Dose in the Stone and Wood Post Show after a huge day of competition at Winky Pop. We'll identify the biggest moments. Producers doing a great job. Ted Chavanis and the team to create those special moments. Remember, Gabby Bryan got the leader's jersey earlier today. Some drama in the top 5. Molly Picklum out. Katie Simmers out of the event. Caroline Marks out of the event.
How's your fantasy surfer team looking, Joe?
It is a disaster. I don't know, maybe this will be my throwaway. I do have Kanoa, though, in my tier B, which is helping. Seth Monese having a blast today at Winky Pop. Nice arc off the top. Drives in that section well timed, and that's just going to shut him down. That thing just left without him. 2 turns, though. You can tell he's shredding right now.
Yeah, he's on. He's surfed quite a few waves in this heat already. This will be his 7th ride counted. He's got the 8 and the 4.8. So he's got that excellent score, but hasn't quite shut the door on this yet. And Miguel Pupo needing that 6.98. So it's still absolutely in reach. We feel like Miguel hasn't really connected with a wave yet from start to finish. And on that pulled back shot, I did see some lines approaching. So perhaps an opportunity here for Miguel. Seen one of the goofy footers progress already. Connor O'Leary, live action here.
Miguel starting to wind up. Good connection this time. Has the speed and power to match. 3rd turn, a nice quick check off the lip to cover some ground. Hang time on the backhand float. And drilling the end section. There's a celebration for Miguel, who has just given us the frustration in his body language, especially for the first few waves of this matchup. Finally surfing himself into rhythm at this high-paced Winky Pop lineup. Chasing a 6.98.
Well, we know with 4.5 minutes to go, Miguel's not the best duck diver in the group, so he needs to get a wriggle on here if he is going to need another wave. But Joe didn't this thing stand up for him. Perfect pace for the backhand surfing of Miguel Pupo. Jams that 2nd turn, comes around this section here, drives down the line, lip gliding floater, and then up and over the roof to finish off. So Miguel showing the judges that he liked that, and definitely the best wave of the heat for Miguel Pupo at this stage. 6.98. It's going to come close.
So close. Well done for Miguel. Speed throughout was great. Placement of those backhand turns were brilliant. He had just a much better wave to surf compared to the ones that he was on earlier in the matchup.
It was rock solid from start to finish. If I am to be critical, there was not that one moment where I fully grunted and just was like, whoa, crazy progression. But it was rock solid textbook surfing from the backhand surfer.
Yeah, when I hear you starting to grunt, Rick, wow, those scores go through the excellent range. If he's not grunting, it's probably averaging out just under. Miguel Pupo, 7.67.
Wow.
And the lead change. Seth has the 8. Needs a 5.5 now.
Look at this thing rifling down the line.
Seth rolling in. Looks like he might have a little wedge coming from the point. A little bobble there, but lays a lot into the open face. Knows the importance of this matchup. Going for the putt again and somehow pulls it off.
Wow. Clutch moment there from Seth Monese with a minute 50 on the clock. He needed the 5.5. We know that he's got that.
You can see Doug Silva just trying to suck in all the positive energy. Seth just so clutch. Already threw down a lofty punt single maneuver option on a bigger section. That one was a bit more inverted. First turn got a little stuck, but I mean, he doesn't need an excellent score. He needs a 5.5. That was insane.
He didn't have the 5.5 coming into the last maneuver of that wave. And then he just turned it into the score that he needs. Beautiful looking wall here in front of him. Approaches his first turn, little catchy. And the second one, more of a little setup, check turn, and then he takes to the air. And we get to see a little bit more of the bottom of Seth's board on this aerial compared to the first one. Way more inverted, very similar in the grab, and not quite the full rotation, but nonetheless gets that buttery finish. And this guy, he needs to be under pressure in order to pull out these moments. He always performs in these clutch situations, and he's dropped a good number.
When he felt the burn of falling off the cut at Margaret River last year, he lifted his game and found himself again. He's feeling that kind of rhythm today. A 7.7 for Seth Monese to go with an 8-point ride in an air show against the Brazilian vet, Pupo, who just turned the heat on his wave. Then right just like that, Seth answers again to earn a solid victory and move on into the round of 16. What a show that was. Relying on his air game, Miguel Pupo is going to have to shake that one off. Surfed himself into rhythm, but just to run out of time, he'll be preparing for Burley Heads on the Gold Coast. Seth will be preparing for the round of 16 and getting himself on the right side of the rankings for the midseason cut coming up at stop number 7. Big heat coming up next with the biggest guy on tour, Jordy Smith, taking on Imai Kalani DeVault, round of 32, heat number 5. We'll be right back.
back to the show. We're rolling through the heats. The round of 32, we've already seen some big performances. Seth Monese taken to the sky in that last heat. Big rotations. A healthy heat score total. He's on his way to the round of 16. Hi, Mum. Hi, Dad. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside the big brother, Vaughan. Great to see you, mate. Doing a good job out there, and just a balmy day down here in Victoria.
Oh, yeah, I'm sweating. I'm just taking a little moment here, dog, because we used to share the bath and now we share the booth.
Stop
what a
it.
journey it's been.
This is going to be a lot of fun. We've got some big heats coming our way. We know that we've got a number of surfers chasing multiple Bells titles this year. Geordie Smith is one of them, coming off the back of a win, and it had taken him some time to get back to that position. He's up against Kalinan de Volt, who's desperate for a huge finish in this contest.
Yeah, this is a great heat. Geordie, he's just looking so evergreen at the moment. I always think back to that famous Mick Fanning saying, you know, like if you want to win a world title, you kind of start halfway through the previous year. And last year, Geordie looked so on. And even though he sort of inherited that title as the oldest guy on tour, man, like, the longevity in surfers now is so insane that he's still a really young guy in terms of, you know, where he could go in his surfing life. He looks like he's peaking at a perfect time. For him, it's a different story. He wants to find the best form of his career, really, to get back on track and really get things moving.
Yeah, it's definitely Kelly cast a big shadow when it came to, you know, years on tour and age, and well, Geordie stepped into the spotlight and really risen to the challenge of being the longest serving member on the tour, into his 15th year now on the CT. 7 big victories, and all of them coming on the forehand. And, you know, he'll look to put that form and just that incredible rail work to good use here against Imai. But, you know, this has been an interesting day for people, you know, already showing just how desperate the situation is for them. We've seen a lot of upset results. Imai's got a lot of work to do to get himself above that cut line in these next 3 events, because he's had 3 33rds this year. And, yeah, thankfully was the benefactor of, you know, Ramsey not being able to surf in the elimination round here. So he, you know, survived a nervous one there, and we'll see how he fares against Geordie.
Yeah, gift. I made the mistake of running down the Winky stairs before, Ron. It's a long way down.
Oh, yeah.
It's a really long way back up. But when I was down there, just sort of getting a bit of a gauge on wave height and power and the mood of this ocean, it looks so dreamy when a set comes. But, you know, the downtime in between has been a real test. Speaking to a lot of the coaches and the athletes, you know, keeping your head together and just being completely on point with your decision making is such a big factor today. And it's strange that the top seeds really have been succumbing to the desperation of the crew on the cut, because you would think those top seeds would be just clicking into strategy mode when they're not getting the opportunities that they're used to.
For sure. You know, and also we've seen today some great combinations laid down for those bigger numbers, but Seth Monese just reminding everyone that you can fetch an excellent score if you do throw something truly spectacular. He was amazing in that last heat, a real highlight moment for him, and probably the most exciting and convincing heat he's had since his magic run at Margaret River last year.
How cool to be able to, you know, get down into that clutch situation. And let's have a listen here, because Doug was going mad when he made that air.
Thank you for...
Terrible start, huh?
Dude, did you see the board? I was like, dude, there's the biggest set.
I didn't know which way you're pointing.
I'm like, that way. No. The board was this way. Hugest, like, AICAL tryouts. Thank you. That was unbelievable. Got some followers out of that one.
Got some followers. I can hear you from the water.
Oh, I'm like, yeah, I was jumping off the stairs, bro.
That was a good battle.
Hey, you made that last section was unbelievable. Thank you.
I had to do that air, huh?
And you had to throw it in there. I mean, it was going to be close. A strong finish would have been high 4s, but you sealed it with pulling that off. So.
Yeah, Doug Silva is right. He'll be winning fans with surfing like that, Seth, and probably a few people, you know, heading to their local barber shop asking for the Doug Silva cut too. Very original. Very original. But out there in the lineup at the moment, a bit of a quiet start to this one, Vaughan, but Anticipation's building. You know, Geordie looked fantastic in the opening round. Tapping back into the kind of form that saw him break through for a well overdue win over at El Salvador.
Yeah, and this wave face, these conditions, they've just fallen beautifully into his pocket. It's smooth, yes, it is slow, but the canvas is just right there for him to get his masterpiece, you could say. But it'll suit both these guys. Clean faces, down the line, speedy surfing. They're both able to really engage rail, pop the tail, bring something special. It's going to be cool. The big crowd in the car park. Huge shout out to everyone who's come down to enjoy the Rip Curl Pro, the Savo. Big numbers, everyone enjoying the vibe and the energy. Winky isn't the best place to watch from in terms of being here and looking down, but they've got it covered with the Jumbotroners.
Definitely. And always out there feeling that energy is Kaipo. Let's see where he's at.
I'm in the water, Ron, and I'm frothing. That's what I'm doing. I'm frothing off of that last heat, Seth Monese, with some big airs. I'm also frothing off of the hydration I'm getting with the sparkling coconut water from Bonsoy. You get that in coconut water, plain flavor, lychee, I think you say lychee here, or passion fruit, Hawaii we call it lilikoi, or feeling a little peckish in the afternoon while you're bobbing up and down in the ocean. The ginger flavor settles your stomach, hydrates you, it's sparkling, it's Bonsoy, it's frothy, it's really good.
It's unbelievable, Kipes. Can vouch for it, and the ginger can help with the motion sickness too. But yeah, this is definitely going to be a great heat. One thing that's interesting, we'll get back to that point in a moment as we see Imai Kalani-DeVault here get things started. Great stylish surfer, can be light-footed, but has that application of pressure. He can throw into those bigger turns when needed. And a neat start for him.
Really cool, speedy, down the line surfing, clicking it in the pocket perfectly. Didn't have to chase that one down as we see Geordie now.
Well, let's see what the heavy-footed rail surfer can lay down here. He's actually going to go to the air. And it's a tidy finish, a nice rotation from Geordie, so a good exchange to get us started here. Might be relatively close on the scoreboard after the opening exchange, but the paddle battle is on here, Vaughan.
Yeah, Imai's not a small guy at all, but Geordie looked big on that wave. The big tail blow at the end, pretty spectacular, and now they will bury those arms up to the earlobes in a battle for priority. Good opening exchange. Probably smaller waves, not the sets that we've seen coming through every now and again.
Let's have a look at it. Imai first.
Yeah, Imai just got going. Heaps of speed off the takeoff. Slices that first turn, maintains speed down, and then this is where the work gets done. Good finner. Another blow tail there, and then really pushes the tail over the back. Good stuff from Imai. And right behind him, Geordie Smith. He gets a nice drivey down the line, speed check. A second one straight into the tail blow nose pick. And yeah, plenty on that last turn. Look at the disconnect there. Wow, that is so cool. Able to control that even with the disconnection. And I do recall Taj Burrow saying that he used to get paid out for waxing right up the nose of his board when he first got on tour, but he knew better than the rest of the dinosaurs because that's where the foot lands if you're going to huck the tail that hard.
Yeah, waiting on the numbers to come through for that exchange. Just really different kind of approaches. You made the mention, Geordie looked kind of big on his wave, thumping the lip, and we had Imai Kalani just, really pinpoint. Reminds me too, George Patar with that similar kind of approach, just clicking off beautifully down the line. Still 23 minutes to enjoy these two going at it, still waiting on those scores to come through, but let's feel the buzzing energy of Seth Monese, who just put together a great performance, Rosie.
Yeah, it was amazing. Well, Seth, when you needed it, pulling out those kinds of performances, just walk us through identifying that section and what you were able to get done on those waves.
Yeah, I was kind of just having a shocker in the beginning, and I had that first big air. It took off kind of wide, and I knew I just had to go for it, and the air wind's really good right now. I've been having pretty good free surfs and kind of working on my airs a lot, so I felt pretty confident.
And locking in your highest heat total of the season so far, that's got to feel good just to get those numbers and get the ball rolling.
Yeah, it's been a tricky year for me. Like, I feel like I've been surfing really well, but just kind of not putting it together in heat. So that felt really nice. Kind of a big confidence booster for me.
Nice to see you getting that momentum. You will be coming up against Igarashi in the round of 16. What are your thoughts on that matchup?
Yeah, it's a good matchup. Honestly, I can't really remember the last time I've had a man-to-man heat with Kanoa, so should be good. We grew up together, in the amateur ranks, and we've been on tour together for the last 6 or 7 years. So, yeah, let's do it.
Thank you, Seth, for your time, and well done in that heat.
Thank you, Rosie. During the interview, we saw Imai there just throwing everything at that final section. Judges still breaking down those opening rides. We're yet to see the scores drop for that one. Just under 22 minutes to go. Did want to touch on Geordie Smith's incredible track record at this event, Vaughan. So strong in a number of appearances. This will be 16th. And obviously he's rung the bell. Featured in the finals a number of times, and he's up again, loading up, already throwing a big air at us. Just a straight air on that occasion, not super high, but we'll see if he can add some points down the line. Does pretty well there. First numbers are in, really close on the exchange. 4.93 for Geordie, 4.83 for Imai. Geordie, though, is going to take the lead in a moment with that second score.
Yeah, they're bringing such different approaches to this fast-moving little winky right. Imai does look super speedy and sort of clicked into the pocket. Geordie looks like he's just taking his time, but he does look like the top seed in this one as he fangs down the line. He loads up, just a nice little ollie over the top. He'll bash that section, come through onto the inside. Nice little Larry.
Pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, back in the early days of Waves magazine, that might have got a cover. We were so into the airs, but, these days, I think even Geordie would probably admit, kind of mistimed that one, but still gets busy on the inside. Little recovery turn there. And snaps that one. Again, a bit sticky in the lip. Geordie will know there's plenty more in the tank.
Yeah, definitely. I think that both these surfers I'd like to think that they're going to dispose of those 4-point rides, those opening rides as they move on. They both kind of look sharp, but they were smaller waves. But the signs are there for a strong performance. But yeah, touching on Geordie's record, 15 appearances, prior appearances, and most of the time, 9 times out of those 15 appearances, he's made quarterfinals or better. But he's got a much better heat score average here than any surfer. And considering that this is his 16th year competing here, that's mind-blowing to maintain that average. 14.96, next closest Toledo, 14.43. So Geordie's the guy.
Yeah, and that's why there was so much talk before he rang the bell about being the best surfer to have never won. So he got that off his back. Surprisingly, ringing the bell before he'd won it.
Oh yeah,
the curse is real. You better believe it. But he did break that. So good stuff. And yeah, that heat average, it's not surprising. His standard of surfing, I mean, what he brings to this wave, whether it's Winky or the bowl in particular, deserves a really close look. It is supreme.
14.97 on his last ride. He's out in front. Now trying to improve on that first ride. He's got the rotations on lockout here at the moment.
That was cool. That was really sick. I think the first air felt a little lazy. The second one was even less impressive, but that one had the big whip. Committed landing.
Yeah, I think Geordie just has been a little reluctant in going to the air over the past couple of seasons, but probably a positive sign and a good indication of where his confidence is at the moment.
Well, that was just a click, wasn't it?
Really tidy. Nice and clean. He would have loved a combination before it. But he'll take this. Got that tail nice and high. Rotation was clean. No recovery time. A really nice air.
When surfers get into the back half of their career and they start letting the airs kind of sit on the back fence a little bit, you forget just how influential and huge they have been in their careers. Joel Parker was doing some of the biggest airs ever in his younger days. he sort of packed those away and just committed to the rail as he got older into the later stages of his career. That actually led to a world title, probably not an air in a heat in that year from memory. But Geordie, you know, the firepower that he brought to those early films, I think, Stranger Than Fiction, there was a bunch of them, and he was just so above the lip, so huge above the lip too. You know, not only did he have the height, he had the big tail whip. And it's good to see him throwing it, as you say.
Yeah, well, you know, part of that modern collective crew, the Kai Neville films, his sections were just so celebrated. Huge airs, and, you know, one of the most progressive surfers ever seen. Some of those airs, you know, they've stood the test of time. They're still very relevant. But the big dog just likes to swing into those big rail turns at the moment.
Well, the last clip he dropped was one of the great examples of just a bloke in the zone. He was so good. Big pits, big harks. And I would dare say he's surfing the best he's ever surfed.
Well, here goes Emai. Got a good looking wall here. Here's a huge opportunity for him to really push ahead of Geordie in the opening half of this heat. Needs just a 5.07, loading up down the line. Just whipping out of the top. Lets the fins go on the final section and hangs on for a clean finish.
Well, he's surfing with plenty of speed. He looks amazing on the wave. He's clicking the exact right section at the right time. It's where is the major move coming from? These waves, they're really fun to watch. We'll have a look at this one. It's look at these conditions. It's just a perfect canvas. It's sort of breaking fast down the line, but he stays in the pocket. Lots of swoops. And he begins to fang, and he's looking for a chance here. Zaps that one. And a cool tail blow to finish. So it's put together beautifully, this wave, but the big moment. That's what we're waiting to see from Emai. See, just a beautiful technique. There's everything about his surfing just looks light and on point. He's hitting the lip in really nice space, really nice places. He keeps that speed all the way down the line, puts a bit of flair on the end. I think that's going to be a good score.
Yeah, it's going to be the best under a heat so far, 5.57. The surfer from Maui is out in front. Geordie Smith after a 5.44. I mean, the form that Geordie's shown through El Salvador and even on these smaller rides sort of suggests that there's bigger scores in him, but wave selection's so crucial always, but in particular today, just the medium-sized sets and those slightly taller walls, you know, there's a big difference to what you can get done on them.
Yeah, and when you are down there and you're at water level, the difference between the smaller one and the big one is really obvious. Like, there's night and day between those insiders, those little in-betweeners that run down the point and the bigger sets. So if these guys get a chance to really open up, it's going to be fun to watch.
Well, Geordie Smith, a remarkable career for him. Two-time world title runner-up, 2010, 2016. Mentioned those 7 career CT event wins. And yeah, 18 years on the championship tour. Sort of shortchanged him there with just his Bells appearances. But yeah, he's just an incredible, one of the greats, Vaughan. It's just represented South Africa so beautifully. Never got the opportunity at Trestles to surf in those WSL finals where, you know, he had a couple of big victories. Would have been fantastic to see him in the mix there, but obviously got his sights set on a big finish this season.
Cloud break. Saying that all these wins have come on Wright, Stoggy?
Yep.
Yeah, so it's going to be a huge chance for him to not just get a world title, but do it on a left. That wave, though, is so powerful. It's so big. Everything about it suits this guy's frame and what he brings to the whole game.
So just under 13 minutes to go. It'll be, you know, a big opportunity missed for Geordie if he wasn't able to survive this heat as far as maintaining his position at the top end of the ranks, because we know that, you know, Geordie's best years, those big world title runs, it was all making it count on the right-handers when he was on that big, powerful forehand. And he's got a great run of events, you know, El Salvador through the GWM, Aussie treble, all on his forehand.
Yeah, and starting with one of his pet events here. Yeah, it's a huge opportunity for Geordie to lock it away, at least in the front half of this season. Establish himself in that top end. He was so close last year, finished 8th, and he was right in the running heading into that last event at Cloudbreak. It got away from him.
Well, let's have a look at Geordie's best results at the remaining stops on this tour schedule. And have a look at that. I mean, the back half of this schedule has been Geordie's happy place. A win at Bells, he's final on the Gold Coast, final at Margaret River, and then he's got Trestles, obviously, Rio, Jeffreys Bay. Man, he's going to be hard to keep out of that final 5 picture.
Oh, he's just such a great surfer. It's remarkable that he hasn't quite got that world title yet, but maybe this is the year. He's fanging down the line here.
Nice hit to get started. Whipping turn off the top. And really pushing hard on the tail of that board. Clean combination. Rode his dad's shapes to victory over there in El Salvador, but looks like he's on a mayhem out there at the moment.
Yeah, and didn't look good on that wave. The first couple, he just seemed to be taking his time, filling out this lineup, and as soon as Imai locked in that 5.57, he must have poked the bear, because Geordie really went mad on that last one. Let's see here. Imai, nice snap off the top. He's looking so sharp, and he throws a big frontside full rotor. And that's nice. So, yeah, something happened here. Geordie must have heard the crowd, and he starts to fang down the line, and this time he puts on the afterburners. Big snap into the lip, hacks that one around, and a nice 3-turn combo. And he's feeling that one as well, Geordie Smith. And this is going to be really fun to watch, because the big man starts throwing the muscle around. Compression into the top of that wave, straight into the bottom turn, and even adds that little bit of a tail whip into the closing move, and the judges will all day long pay combinations like that.
A lot of authority there, and just snatching the spotlight back from Imai, who also put a fantastic ride together. We're going to see those scores drop, but right now we're going to go to a Bonsoy brew break.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, and by Apple Watch, official wearable technology of the WSL.
Welcome back to the show. What a show it is, taking a trip on the Victoria flight cam overlooking Winky, and it's providing some nice opportunities for our competitors out there at the moment. Geordie Smith, Imai Kalani-DeVault dropping good scores on the last exchange. A 5.67 for Imai. It was like a dog chasing its tail. Quick rotations. And Geordie Smith answering with the biggest number of the heat, a 7.5. But Imai's up once again and has plenty of speed as he comes flying down the line here. Digging in, that nice little kick on the tail. Good variation on show. Swings the fins, gets release, and has control. And the conditions offering some great exchanges. Geordie Smith's right behind him, bringing this one right through to the inside. And he's going to pump the fist.
This is more like it. A little bit slow in the starting stages of this heat, but these two are really starting to go at each other now. With every score that gets locked in, you start to see the other guy respond, and Imai looked really good on that wave. That's probably one of the bigger waves he's had in this heat. And he was extremely pumped at the end of it. So scores heading in the right direction for both surfers.
6.5 minutes to go. You'll see it in the replay here, just how nice and light-footed Imai can be as he hammers down the line.
Yeah, well, he's unfazed by that 7.5. He's actually stepping right up, leaning into his scores. Big high-speed jag off the top there. Throws the little finner on the inside. Didn't get the tail blow, but still. Nice work from him on the inside as Geordie now. Vicious vert into the pocket. Drops the wallet. Hammers that section on the inside. It's good stuff.
Yeah, it's just interesting. We'll see in this replay here, just when Geordie leans his board over, you know, it's like he's swinging a block splitter, a big axe.
Yep.
And you've got Imai in comparison, sort of knifes his way through, slices his way through the face of the wave. Both great to watch, different approaches. But Geordie just seems to be finding a bit more of an edge from the panel with that extra clout.
Well, he's looking like a wasp. Imai, he is just so zippy. He hits that lip and it's just such a stinging move. Meanwhile, Geordie is just out there swinging the block splitter. He's got so much power. It's a great battle, this.
It really
bringing
is.
something different to the table. You know, Imai grew up just idolising Andy Irons and Bruce Irons. You can see, you know, that cruisy, high-speed attack that he's got. The influence is there.
Yeah, going to be really close, that last exchange. Geordie's got the benefit, though, of that 7.5. That's going to keep him in front, but it's Imai getting the jump on Geordie in that last little set wave. 6.5 for Imai, 6.43 for Geordie. Great heat on our hands. We are at that point in the season. Just bells, and then obviously the rest of the events on the GWM Aussie treble before that cut, and Imai is well below the cut line. He's had a really tough go at it this year, but the gloves are off. It's bare knuckle from this point in, and he really needs to cause some upsets if he's going to turn things around.
Yeah, he's doing a great job here. I'm loving the fight. You know, it's easy when an opponent the calibre of Geordie Smith whacks a big score up like that. It can feel like a knockout blow at times, but he's up for this one. 6.5 on his last wave. Let's hope we get a few more sets. This is good stuff, mate. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, looking forward to that Stone and Wood post show today too. Just getting the opportunity to reflect on what we've watched unfold, on what's been a huge day of competition, and you know, some great back against the wall fighting from those sort of down the back end of the rankings today.
Yeah, well, the women in particular, it was just upset after upset all morning long. I think Tyler Wright sort of upset the apple cart there from a local perspective, taking out Ellie Harrison. Wasn't going to let that happen twice, the two-time Bells and world champion. But yeah, it's really bringing out the grit. You know, who's up for it? Who wants to keep their place on tour? And who's ready to fight those little mongrels as they go for it?
Well, Imai clearly wants to stay here. Let's have a look at the GWM recap and have a look at some of the great moments we've enjoyed watching unfold here.
Sick move. Really hucks it out into the flats. gets a nice snappy landing, and Geordie, well, once he got into this heat, he started to really open up. Big power hack to slide there onto the inside for the combo. Judges saying yes, we like that a lot, 7.5. And then Imai down the point, everything just off the top. High speed, jams it through. The combinations are coming out in, you know, rapid fire succession here from Imai, and he's feeling good.
And then we had Geordie Smith on there, 6.43. Again, there's that big thump on the lip, that back foot power. But Geordie, he can link a wave together better than just about anyone on this CT. Just has such an incredible flow, and will, you know, always be a threat on a right-hand point break.
It's cool, isn't it? Because Geordie really got into this heat after Imai started putting a few scores on the board. It felt to me like Geordie was just out there surfing his own, you know, running his own race a little bit at the start of this one, feeling it out. And as soon as Imai started to get on a roll, Geordie responded instantly. I think that says a lot about where his head is at in competition too. He wants to fight.
Well, Imai, he's, you know, suffered at the cut before. That was it in 2022. Fell below the cut line, had to get back on the Challenger Series. To his credit, fought his way back to the CT. Was in a similar position, actually, I think, defending his position inside the cut line last year, and was able to do it. Ended up finishing 18th on the CT in 2024. He's got some work to do here. He's after a 7.44. This heat's just flown by. A minute to go. Something standing up on the outside, but it's Geordie Smith holding priority here at the moment. He's going to let Imai go this wave, and that's why. It's going to reel off quickly. He's out of position. Geordie moving through to the inside. 45 seconds to go. And Geordie now just on Imai like glue. Not going to give him a whole lot of space here, Vaughan.
30 seconds to go. That tiny little wave for just one split second. You just thought, oh, what's happened here? But nah, Geordie's in control. He's looking calm.
Big presence. 15 seconds to go. There's some waves standing up on the outside. Just don't think they're going to reach this line up in time. Or the takeoff zone, I should say. So Geordie Smith is looking like he's going to survive the round of 32, make his jump into the round of 16. Imai Kalinan to vault. He's got a couple of events to bounce back. He's going to need monster finishes on the Gold Coast and over there in Margaret River to stay alive on the championship tour this year.
Yeah, work to do, but the good thing is his surfing looks really good. Just needs to back himself, and hopefully the results will come. But that's a strong performance there from Geordie Smith. And as soon as Imai got going, Geordie was like, no, you're going to have to really come at me, run it straight.
All right, we'll take a quick break here. We've got another fantastic heat to look forward to next. Crosby Colapinto up against Joel Vaughan. The Surf Coast Shire, strategic partners of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. And we are loving what we're seeing out here today. Some huge clashes. Another great one for you here as we see the 2024 Rookie of the Year, Crosby Colapinto, on the rebound from injury earlier in the season, up against the exciting young Aussie, Joel Vaughan, a rookie on the CT this year. This should be a lot of fun. Two of the most exciting young additions to the tour, Vaughan.
Yeah, when I saw this on paper, my instant reaction was, get ready, tail blows. This is going to be one where these two could really go at it. But now, looking at the conditions, I wonder if they'll just lean more towards the traditional surfing. Nah, I doubt it. Nah, actually, I'm sticking with my original thoughts. I reckon these two could bring some firepower. Two of the great surf towns lining up in this one as well. San Clemente against North Shelley. And, yeah, similar in some respects.
Well,
core
the towns.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah. Well, these guys are both sort of have grown up with a bit of sibling rivalry to deal with, which has helped push them to some pretty special places. Crosby, obviously the younger brother of Griffin, but then Joel Vaughan, he's got a couple of older brothers, and his younger brother Huey obviously surfs incredibly well. You always said little brother never wins, but in this instance, little brother's going to get a victory. But yeah, this is going to be a good one. Crosby, you know, really unlucky at the start of the year. Broke his elbow, having a free surf before the Pipe Pro kicked off. It kept him out of the first three events. What a return to competition he had over in El Salvador, getting all the way to the semi-finals.
Yeah, it would have been so frustrating after a real breakthrough rookie season to have to sit on the sidelines. And I've heard you say many times, you know, at the start of the year, you circle the events that you want to do well at. You know, the first thing the red pen touch was that Pipe Pro. He was just ready and raring to go, and to miss that would have been torture for Cros. So he came out of the gates like a greyhound chasing a rabbit, and he got it done in El Sav. Really frustrating.
Yeah,
frustrating to just be landlocked when all you want to do is get out there and rip into your year. So yeah, he's looking really good.
He's done well to rehabilitate, and we'll see how he fares here. These guys hustling one another, pushing each other deep, starting to move down the line a little bit now. And just on Joel Vaughan, you know, he's had an impressive start to his rookie campaign with some decent performances. 9th in the first few events, dropped the ball in this round in El Salvador for a 17th. But one thing we know about this guy is, you know, the jersey doesn't hold him back at all. In the Challenger Series over the years, he dropped some of the most unbelievable airs we've ever seen. Just a really exciting prospect, and looking forward to seeing what he can do here.
Yeah, he didn't get a breakthrough win on the Challenger Series, but he owned the Instagram accounts. He got deep in a lot of events, and it was a lot of big airs. A couple of 10-point rides as well. So, yeah, he's also a surfer who just never seems to be ruffled in a heat. He'll surf all the way through from beginning to end, no matter what situation he's in. He's always ready to just surf his best. So I'm trying to think. I've been commentating the heats with Joel Vaughan in them for so many years, and that's been the consistent factor in what he brings to heat surfing. He just doesn't get ruffled.
Yeah, he can close out events too. He's done it at the qualifying series level, regional qualifying series level, but you know, events that have a lot of prestige. He's won in Newcastle, went back-to-back there the last couple of years. And when you think about the region down here and the talent that graduated from the Challenger Series ranks, sorry, the QS ranks to the Challenger Series, you know, Joel's had to overcome some, you know, strong talent to earn those titles. So, you know, I think the big results are coming his way.
Yeah. I do recall, I think it was a regional QS final in Maroubra a few years ago where Dakota Walters and Joel Vaughan went completely loony. Just 10s and 9s all over the place full-blown air show. And I think maybe Dakota even broke his leg landing in air in that one of those finals. But
yeah, I think he did his ankle.
Yeah, did his ankle, that's right. But
made the air and got a 10, but with a broken ankle.
Yeah, so it sort of shows you that regardless of what sort of shape the fight comes in, Joel can match it.
Yeah, and Joel would have, like all these competitors, and especially their coaches are watching all the heats unfold throughout the day, identifying judging trends, and probably the big one that would have stood out to Joel Vaughan was what Seth Monese was able to do in his clash. Big individual turns, and you know he might need that against Crosby. Maybe just where they're at in their careers, I'd say Crosby's got just a bit better rail game, bit more power.
Yeah, well, the arsenal's there for Joel. Crosby's got it too. If they get down into sort of the dying stages of a heat and there's a big score needed, you know that they will really go for that.
Let's talk a little bit about just this next generation, because you touched on it before. Geordie now the longest serving member on the CT, closing in on 20 years on the championship tour, but Kelly definitely front of mind once again. We'll come back to that point in a moment. It's going to be Crosby getting things started here. The Californian straight up into it. Whips through that first carve, maintains a whole lot of speed so he can dig in down the line. Banking again in the pocket, chasing a finish down the line, whips that board. That nose just pivots around it and gets the finish, and Joel Vaughan right behind him throws his board up. It's almost a similar kind of exchange to what we saw from Imai and Geordie in that last heat.
Plenty of sting from both surfers. It was just an inside couple of runners. Crosby got going first. The big rigs unfazed by these little insiders. I thought Crosby did extremely well. He had so much intent on that wave, and as we crossed back to Joel Vaughan, he was really punching it through the lip as well. Great exchange to get going. I'm looking forward to the replays of that as waves continue to roll through here.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I think a really, really close one. Let's have a look at the replay of Joel and see what he did on the outside here.
He gets off to a flying start, lays back off the top. Speed check, that turn there, venomous. A lot of whip out of the lip there, and Cros on the inside. He gets moving along this face. Slashes out of the top. Wants to keep that drive. A little bit of downtime, another in-between turn, and then throws the tail on the end. So he'll make a little statement there to Joel Vaughan.
Waiting on those numbers to come through now. Just on 24 minutes to go. Geordie Smith won the last event on the tour schedule, and he is chasing a second Bells title this year, Rosie, the longest serving member on the CT.
Well, we were actually just talking about how many heats Geordie has surfed out here at Bells. It's about 67, Geordie. That's a lot of hours and experience out at this location.
Wow, yeah, that's a lot. Like I was saying, it's, what is that? Over 30 hours of surfing, day and a half. So hopefully at the end of this week we make it 70 heats.
I like that. And you're coming up against Imai Kalani-DeVault. I mean, he was surfing really well in that heat. So you guys even chatting out in the lineup after that one exchange. What were you guys saying, and what did you make of your competitor?
He's a great surfer. He's got all the tricks in the bag. And I couldn't tell what he did at the end of his... I'd actually seen some sets coming, and I thought, oh, well, if the set gets to me before the score, I want to know, did he do an air on the end of the wave? So I asked him, I said, hey, did you do an air on the end of that wave? And he said, yeah, kind of rode out a little slow, he said it. But so I was like, okay, well, maybe if this set gets to me before the score comes, I know what I got to kind of go for. That's kind of just what I was asking. And then he didn't get the score, so I kind of sat there and didn't catch the wave.
But that round of 32 is so tricky, Geordie. What do you make of that round, and how do you kind of elevate your performance through to the next round?
It depends, though. Rose, on the bowl, I think it'll be a different situation than it is here at Winky. Yeah, I'm hoping that tomorrow and the rest of the week brings some size. and probably just a little bit more consistent. I think that's kind of what every surfer is looking for here. Winky's been pretty difficult today. I think we've seen with some heats, it's really been a patient game, and the guys that have waited for those sets have definitely benefited.
And with an event when you get a lot more expectations, I think, and a lot more attention, you know, how are you dealing with that in this event?
Yeah, the same as every other day in my life. I've had attention my whole life. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, look, you just take it day by day, and like I've been around this thing for a long time, so I know what to expect. I've heard everything, and yeah, now it's just time to go surf and enjoy it.
You do look like you're enjoying it, Geordie. We'll let you get out of here and relax. Your job's done for the day. Well done. Send it back to you, Ron.
Thank you, Rosie. Yeah, Geordie's loving his time on the CT. Talked to him just before the event kicked off. He said, you know, it's kind of grueling, this leg of the tour, having to leave his wife Lyndall, son Ziggy back home and hit the road for a long period is taxing. But it must make it a little bit easier when you're in such a great position and you're winning events.
Well, you were talking about Kelly Slater before, and I was thinking back to sort of that second chapter of his career when he came back from retirement, had the big battles with AI, and then once he broke through for a world title and started on that run, it was all about letting go and just having fun. I mean, there was even a film called Letting Go, I believe, where he talked about that, and it started to just almost become easy again for him. And it seems like Geordie's just in that headspace. Like, he's been around for so long, as you say, you come to these comps, everyone knows that he's great out here. Does it add any extra pressure? Probably not at this stage. No. So he's free to just get down here, be on his own program, do his own thing, and rip the lid off the joint.
Yeah, 8 consecutive heat wins he's had. And the way he's surfing, there could be a few more. But yeah, we were touching on it. Kelly, not here, but always talked about at any event.
He's here in spirit, always.
And also getting that Lifetime Achievement Award at the Laureus Sporting Awards just the other day. But with Kelly stepping away, Geordie being 37 years of age, the average age of the men's tour has dropped a few years.
How many do you know?
I think last year it was around 27, the average age, and I think it's now down to around 23. So, yeah, massive.
Yeah, that's cool. You know, as I was saying at the start of that heat, the average age of surfers surfing well into their later years has got to be getting higher, because, you know, you think of the guys who we looked up, heroes from our time, you know, Damien Hardman, Tom Carroll, Mark Occhilupo, Lane Beachley, like all these crew, they're surfing as good as they've ever surfed. Lane was just in the ABB the other week, ripping. I went away with Occy recently. He was absolutely ripping, man. He looked, it honestly felt like at times I was just in an old movie watching him just do his thing, fully putting on rail, just the big gaffs. And so, yeah, as I say, you know, like, yeah, that average age may have gone down a few years with Kelly moving on from the tour, but there's no reason if you were having a good time and still winning heats like Geordie is, you just drop anchor, surf this thing till you decide not to.
The scores from the opening exchange pretty close. Crosby Colapinto getting the jump on Joel Vaughan. There's still 19 minutes to go here. A lot of fun to unfold.
about bringing colour to mental health through saltwater therapy, surfing and fluoro. Sometimes one wave is all it takes to free the funk. Riding waves and having a chat to your mates can honestly change your life, and sometimes it's the people you least expect that are suffering the most.
What does One Wave do? It makes that invisible issue of mental health visible. We've got some that are standing up, some that are on their knees. They're all supporting, they're all hooting, they're all cheering each other, and that's what it's about.
Heat 6, around at 32, continues. 16 minutes remaining here. And just one wave for each of the competitors out there. Pretty close in the scoreline. Crosby Colapinto with a slight edge, but it's Joel Vaughan with priority out there at the moment. Both look sharp on those medium-sized set waves, Vaughan, that rolled through in the opening stages.
I just hope we see a flurry of activity in the back end of this because, yeah, opening signs were good. But since then, we've just been forced to sit here and chew our nails as we wait for the next exchange. But I know both these surfers would be feeling pretty good about where they're at. Speaking to Tommy Whitaker down there before, he's like, yeah, no, it's slow heat's a part of the game, mate. It's like, just think of Origin in the dying minutes, you know? Everything's just, the screw keeps turning, the pressure keeps building. How will you respond?
Yeah, well, Crosby kind of asking some questions of Joel Vaughan, trying to lure him, sell him on a mediocre wave there. Joel not buying.
No.
Being extremely stingy with his wave selection. He's got his eyes on something. He knows what he wants. And frugal, doesn't want to blow it, doesn't want to waste this opportunity. So just on 15 minutes to go, Crosby finds some room on the inside, loading up, kicks the fins, gets them above the lip for a moment, gets the rotation in. Just juicing at the moment, Vaughan, trying to manufacture just a little something, something.
Why not? On the inside, body language was really good from Crosby too. He's thinking, well, what have I got to lose here? There's nothing really out on the horizon. I'm just going to try and pilfer a little score on the inside here. And one thing Cros is doing so well is just making the judges know that he wants it. You know, there's so much intent. He just fangs down the line. First jam was just super speedy, loads up, hucks the fins. Yeah, it's not the biggest air in the world, but it had plenty of energy.
Yeah,
something about it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to lose anything too in getting back to that takeoff zone. I think that's the risk sometimes when you know, just start basically just looking for gold on the inside or trying to manufacture something on medium waves, that you might put yourself out of position when the big ones roll through. But he's back to the takeoff zone now, 3.67 for the last wave. And the requirement grows ever so slightly for Joel Vaughan, but he'll be unflustered at this point. 4.18 the requirement. I think, you know, what we're seeing is when the bigger waves roll in, they are coming in sets, generally 2 wave sets. So even if, you know, Joel Vaughan's patient, it's likely Crosby will get in on that rotation as well.
Yeah, well, I think the reason why Crosby went that little wave is he's just thinking, oh, I'm just going to apply a bit of pressure. I've been doing laps with my little grocery cart, ringing the bell. Joel isn't even looking at me.
Yeah.
Not hungry, not interested.
Well, yeah, Marco Mignot earlier on did so well in surfing waves up into reasonable numbers, but ultimately in the end, Conor O'Leary kind of found the biggest waves and got the job done, but it was so close. He only just got the opportunity that he needed to turn that heat, Conor O'Leary. So, you know, I think Marco, it was much like this. It was a situation where he was without priority and he just went, I'm just going to see what I can.
Yeah, and there was actually another heat where Ethan opened with a huge score and on the paddle out just snaveled this little insider and just all of a sudden put so much pressure on Ryan Kalinan in their heat So those little insiders, they can work magic for you in a slow one for sure. But Joel Vaughan, he'll just play the patience game. It looks like he's just locked into what he wants to do.
Yeah, 12 minutes to go here. Crosby, a remarkable return from injury for him, but that Bond University athlete check, Vaughan, you know, I think he's getting back to his best. He's probably not 100% as far as strength goes, but he's paddling well, and once he's on his feet, I'm sure the elbow is just not a concern anymore. Certainly appeared that way over in El Salvador. But yeah, shocking injury for Ramsey Bookham in the early round, the first round. We had competition underway. It was so unlucky. Just a moment where he was hanging to hear what score dropped for him in the final stages, had his back to the ocean and got awkwardly hit in the back while his foot was jammed in a hole in the reef and really tweaked his knee badly.
One of those ones, everyone who looked at it, saw it happen, was just wincing. Everyone felt the pain, and I think it wasn't just what happened, it was knowing who it was and knowing the journey and the injuries that have at times plagued poor Ramsey, and you know, that was a hard one to watch. But
well, we'll keep everyone updated as the news comes through. Just on 11 minutes to go here, and Crosby Colapinto hanging on to this lead. Set waves approaching. Joel Vaughan looks uninterested. Crosby doesn't want this one either. And will Joel elect to utilise that priority and go after the lead here? Well, he's going to pass it up. Crosby's going to take a shot at it. Loads up some speed. May not have a whole lot of room down the line, so he's going to take flight. Great rotation, clean finish. And that's definitely going to better that 3.67. So he's really looking confident at the moment. Strike rate on each of his rides been very solid.
No question when he took off on that. He was fanging down. He was always looking for the full rotor. The wind seemed to have picked up as he surfed down the line. And that really helped him just twist the board into the full rotation. You can see the gust of on offshore here as Crosby loads up, flies into it. A big huck, and it really did a good job to get the board spinning as Joel now down the line.
Let's see what he can do. Looking for a reply. Nice hit there, chasing this wave a little bit. And it stretches out, and he doesn't get to a final section. But you could just see what he was thinking.
Oh, it's so frustrating. A big danger if you get those ones that just race off without you. You can be chasing from start to finish.
Good size wave too. The wind kind of ideal at the moment for those rotations. Let's see what Joel did on the outside, Vaughan.
So big slice to open things up. Bit of a check turn really, the high line. And as he flew down through this bit, that snap was cool. You know, he timed that well, but there was just no chance for him to get back onto open face and unleash a final blow. So that's a lot of time soaked up with priority, and he's going to get back out there. Where's that going to land? The last of Crosby Colapinto, a 5.5 for just the one turn. And I wonder whether that will start to factor into Joel's thinking.
Well, that might not, but this certainly could. This is a good-looking wave. It seems to have a good pace to it. And Crosby meets that first section with great timing, and again just puts that board on rail. We'll mix things up as he moves through to the inside now, floating down the line, punching through the lip. Gets a nice combo, slightly mistimed on the final hit, but rides out of it anyway.
Yeah, well, he's given the judges the airs. And now that he's got the open face, he's putting the frame to work. Couple of big turns there, plenty of rapid-fired moves on the inside. Crosby has found rhythm in this heat as he takes off. And he'll put the rails to work here. This turn, slice. Back towards the power, jams it off the top. And just down the line speed here. It's all a bonus after those big turns out the back. Even adds a little bit of flair and will ride out. And I think that's going to be a really nice score here for Crosby Colapinto. The big open face carve, we just haven't been able to see it yet in this heat.
Yeah, that second last turn was strong too, and a nice little mix up after the rail turns on the outside. Just over 7 minutes to go. Another decent number coming through for Crosby Colapinto here. It comes through at a 6. And, you know, great surfing. There probably was more points in that wave, but he just wanted to make sure he finished it off. Joel's kind of falling a little behind on each exchange, but this is a huge opportunity. This is the biggest wave that we've seen in this heat. Board sitting nicely on the water. First turn strong, up into the lip, throws the layback, tries to push it on the tail, but catches the nose and goes down.
It's not something you see Joel Vaughan do often. Saying at the start of this heat, he rarely looks stressed out. Igarashi. There's a good sized wave and he's really pushed it just a bit too hard. Let's take a look here at what happened. Yeah, definitely one of the tallest waves we've seen. The first turn, just a really nice slice. And as he starts to load into this section, banks it on the back foot, the nose goes underwater, he can't recover. And you see the expression, the body language, midway through the turn, he could feel it slipping away.
Yeah, devastating. Missed opportunity there.
He's got to find a way to reset here, Joel, because, you know, a 7 is not a huge score for him. He can bank those, no problem. He can bank them with a single turn too. So it's just a little reset. 5 minutes 30. It's plenty of time.
Yeah, it'll be interesting for sure. Now, Crosby's built really nicely through this heat, but he also hasn't put it out of reach of Joel, as you mentioned. You know, with Seth earlier banking an excellent score for a single turn, and a competitor like Joel, who so often pulls similar moves out. Got a big alley-oop he can go to, but big frontside rotations. You wouldn't write him off. And then, like you said, uncharacteristic fall on that last wave. We'll see if he can hang in there.
Yeah, sometimes that inside at Winky can be so punchy, and sometimes it can really back off and just sort of have a little bit of a punchy lip, but then a really flat sort of ride out. So on that particular occasion, the wave just didn't sort of get steep enough for Joel.
You don't. It's a really good point, but you also don't often see the full transition of the wall here at Winky because you're kind of looking down on the wave. You talk to the locals though, they'll say, oh, you can go so fast here and then kind of have nowhere to place those bigger turns. And yeah, just felt like, you know, it wasn't as steep from the top of the wave where Joel attacked it as what he thought it might have been, and it actually started to flatten out midway through the ride. That's why the nose poked in, and it's kind of cost him potentially his best number. So 4 minutes to go here. And Crosby holding strong with priority. Let's have a look at the GWM heat recap and the opening exchanges. Both these competitors looked right on point, and Crosby started to find those big individual turns.
That was cool. Into the wind, full rotor. And Crosby was just getting busy on the inside. Really, this was one of his bigger waves. In fact, it was the biggest wave he's had in this heat, and that allowed him to really open up and put some power onto the rail of his surfboard. He gets the job done on the inside. Good little snap and some dynamic surfing there, rides through the chop. And that was pretty much it. It's been tricky at times as Jolie Vaughan goes to the air.
Unbelievable. We called it. We knew it was going to come at some point. This guy is just too good above the lip to not throw that kind of move at us, especially with the pressure on. That's going to be his best wave. Great rotation. We've seen a number of them today. The wind really lending itself to it, and also, you know, once the surfer realises that they're not going to be able to thread combos of big rail turns together, you can see them quickly shift their focus to a big air.
And best of all, it fires him up. A big turn to get this one going. Takes off and throws it. The loft, the hang time, impressive from Joel Vaughan. And he just is so good at controlling his board. Look at that, no grab. The technique is a marvel.
And Crosby
there's
watching on.
Crosby, yeah, well, he had a good view, as good as anyone.
Heat is on. He needed a 7. He drops a 7.4 just on 2 minutes to go. Joel Vaughan. We knew that, you know, he had that weapon, but it just felt like he was completely out of rhythm. Great strike rate with the airs. Sticks a big one. There's been a lot of tipping of the cap to Kelly Slater, who dropped that big rotation on us in the final back in 2012. Joel Vaughan up again, trying to get rid of a 4.5 to increase the requirement for Crosby. And there's a nice couple of hits as Crosby on the outside gets busy. He's after a 5.91. This one stretching out, getting away from him. What kind of work did he do on the outside? We'll see in just a moment. But yeah, this is, you know, this is something that those surfers that have those big Hail Mary airs that they can call on can really lean into. They're never out of it, Vaughan.
No, well, this has been simmering for quite a while, this heat, and it's just hit the boiling point as Crosby now has to fight back into this one. Joel Vaughan almost taking Crosby's lead and just getting busy on these insiders without priority, and it worked for him. A 7.4 with one of the best airs we've seen. And this score is going to be important as he races through onto the inside. He's trying to better a 4.5 and increase that lead. 50 seconds on the clock. And gritty stuff from the surfer from North Shelley. I mean, when these guys are against the wall, you will see them fight their way out of it. This has been impressive.
Numbers rolling through for the last wave for Joel Vaughan. 35 seconds to go. 4.57 ups that requirement just a little bit. Crosby after a 5.98. His last ride not factoring in. 25 seconds to go. Is he going to get an opportunity here? Is that a cheeky smile on Joel Vaughan's face there?
He's pumped. He is pumped up. I think even he cannot believe he got that wave, and what he managed to do on it is just remarkable. That air was almost a flat spin. He was so high and no grab. Incredible.
Well, this one's coming to a close, and Joel Vaughan has saved himself with some high-flying antics. A solid score, and he is going to survive this heat with Crosby Colapinto, who was in control for 95% of the exchange.
Yeah, Crosby, he'll be Devo after that. He surfed such a good heat. He got busy on the inside. He was holding priority at the end. He pretty much did every single thing right. And after that wipeout, that's when things changed for Joel. He got back out there. We said he needed to find a little reset, and he found it in the best way possible. The high-scoring wave of the heat.
He is buzzing. Saw his dad down there at the bottom of the stairs, watching on. I'm sure his brothers, Zach, Curtis and Huey, are cheering him on. Showing some real determination to rebound in that heat. We're going to take a quick break here. We're going to bring in Joe Tapel and Felicity Parmentier for the call right after this.
Crosby Colapinto talking to his big bro Griff about a tough loss that he just had with Joel Vaughn. A real focused debrief with the two brothers on tour. Griffin, so much love and support for his younger brother Crosby. Almost sometimes more stressful for Griff watching from the rocks there, and tough seeing him lose that lead, but Joel Vaughn deserved that win. Wow, what a big full rotation and a comeback for the Australian for North Shelley board riders. Joe Turpel with Flick Palmatier for the call. As we're getting into heat number 7, we're going to get to see how Cole Hauschman handles Morgan Siblick. Obviously, Cole trying to go back-to-back with his titles.
Oh, this is a good matchup because, I mean, Cole, he had a good result over in El Salvador. The backhand's nicely warmed up. Liked what I saw already, but from what I saw from Morgan in that opening round heat was pretty spectacular. I don't think he was just on fire at surf. Like he was surfing like there was just freedom there to express himself. He wasn't holding back, and some of those one turns that he put down, I was pretty impressed. So I think obviously Cole's got that consistency. He's got the good feelings from here from last year, but I don't think Morgan's going to go down without a fight.
It was fun hanging out with Morgan, wasn't it? He came into the booth and talked about life and how different he feels since that rookie season back in 2021. As we see Cole Hauschman really pushed his good friend Crosby in the Rookie of the Year race, came up just shy of it when he lost out early at Cloudbreak. But already got on the board here, Flick.
Yeah, so Cole getting to work super quick and on the backhand, 3 concise turns, done in a short space, so getting moving relatively quick, and there has been long lulls out there, you know, I mean 4, 6, 7, you're hoping you get something a bit, you know, you're hoping you remove that eventually, but as a backup it could stand with this afternoon, so underway pretty quickly.
4.67 for Cole Hauschman. His career just catapulted with his win over Medina at Winky Pop in smaller conditions last season. Ended up going all the way, beating Griffin Colapinto in the final. Picking up a win as a rookie is huge. A rookie win at Bell's, incredibly rare. And then to add to the list of the rare goofy foot victorious moments at this event, just added even more to his profile. We always knew he had the size and he looked different, you know, for being as big as he is, to be as flexible, nimble. He has the whole package, and when he hits the lip, man, spray goes to the heavens.
Yeah, I think we saw him coming from very quickly on the Challenger Series. I think from winning that first QS to qualifying for the Challenger Series and then qualifying for the Tour, it happened so fast. But I think back to the performances that he put on the Challenger Series, you know, that heat, that final he had with Jacob Wilcox when it was bigger at Narrabeen, and that for me was my first, like, okay, here we go. We got to look out for Cole, because when it's bigger and he's just got so much power, and he's such a precise surfer. His timing's really good, and he's really impressed me. I mean, his run here last year was incredible. I think we spoke about it already, but that turning moment was, you know, the heat he had with Gabby, and you know, he's looked up to Gabe his whole life, and then they had that heat down together at Winky, and it was small and it was challenging, and Cole got the jump, and from that moment onwards, it's kind of like he just ran with that momentum and just kept that gut feeling going all the way through to the final. But yeah, I'm excited to see what happens here, because a little bit different to that time that he competed here last, a little bit bigger, maybe a little bit more consistent.
A lot of people asking how seating works, especially people that are serious about their fantasy clubhouse. And this is a good time to share an example of how this works, with Morgan Siblick being a wild card. He had the second lowest seed coming into a championship tour event, but since he won that opening round heat, and a lot in his lower bracket did not win their heats, he moved up from the 35 seed to the 26th seed. And with Cole Hauschman, you know, coming in number 12 in the world, he was able to get Cole in the draw. Now, sometimes it's not the most favorable matchup. It's just a lower seeded matchup. So Cole's obviously the defending champ. It's not like he's getting an easier match, but typically wild cards will have world number 1 or 2 in this round. Example, Xavier Huxtable does have Italo Ferreira. So jumping that much, Morgan was able to avoid Ethan Ewing, avoid Yago Dora, avoid Jordy Smith. Those are typical matchups in this round, but since he dominated it as a lower bracket seed, he was able to lock in with world number 12. Waves on the way here. Priority with Morgan Siblick, and he'll get started. The man from Meriwether Beach has a lot of speed to unload, but just can't hang on to an explosive first turn. And a nice controlled paddle and up and out for Cole just to protect the outside position. And Morgan just trying to unload on that first section. Couldn't hang on. Could see the big separation there. Cole's going to get priority back without a problem.
Yeah, no problems for Cole, and not too much has happened. But even to your point before, Joe, you're talking about seeding. When we had Morgs in the booth here, he knew that too. He brought that up, and he brought that up to us, that he knew if he got the win, he was already factoring that in, and he said that that was more of an incentive. So he knows that going into that would have made him even more hungry. See Cole just having a little look there. But it's pretty interesting, you know. He knows exactly what he's doing, and here it goes now.
Morgan trying to recover from the fall. There he goes, throwing down now the second turn lets go of. So he landed the first, didn't have the feel on the second move, so he kind of threw that one away. So he's coming out with a lot of amped up energy, and he'll look to settle into this heat. Cole still 4, 6, 7 and priority. And let's catch up to the high-flying act of Joel Vaughn with Rosie Hodge.
Whoa, well, what a comeback from Joel Vaughn. Joel, you know what? There were a couple moments there. I want to know about the moment in between the fall and then the redirect of energy when you took off on that 7.4.
Yeah, I had that set wave and kind of didn't really surf it too well. Went for a layback on the end section and probably should have just done an air. And I'm not sure. The wind's pretty good right now. And then Crosby let me have that one, and yeah, I'm pretty stoked he did.
Did he say anything after you got that wave?
Nah, he didn't say anything to me. It was pretty slow heat. We were just sitting out there, and yeah, it was not much going on.
Well done for turning the heat. Up in the round of 16, you'll be coming up against Geordie Smith. You've gotten him before at Pipeline a few events ago. What do you make of that matchup?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I've looked up to Geordie my whole life, so it's pretty epic to get to surf against him in Australia, and hopefully we get some fun waves.
And just coming up in that matchup, how do you kind of think about your competitor? Do you pay any attention to what they've been doing, or just stick completely on your game?
I definitely watch everyone while I'm here. Everyone's surfing so good, hard not to watch, but it's definitely what I like to do is just I just like to focus on myself before the heat and yeah, try to get it done.
And what's been your favorite thing as a rookie on the championship tour so far?
Just getting to surf some really fun waves and compete against people I've looked up to my whole life. It's been pretty sick.
Really great performance. Thanks for catching up with us.
Thank you.
Great chat there, Rosie. Always fun to get to know the new rookies on tour. We called up Joel Vaughn in the off-season to talk about everything that he was up to in preparation for his rookie debut. It was actually kind of hard to get a hold of him because he was doing so much so fast. He was trying to get to Abu Dhabi for practice. He's trying to make sure everything was set. So we forgave him. We were like, yeah, you're busy. You got the time of your life ahead of you. And finally got a hold of him. He was just in such a great place. Loves his family. A lot of talented surfing going on in the Vaughn household. And with a clutch win there, being the lower seed with Crosby. Fired up to see what he does with Geordie Smith.
It's gonna be fireworks. I mean, Geordie's on fire. There's no doubt about it. For me, Geordie, obviously one of the picks, the win in El Sal, just the form he's coming this year. But Joel's so explosive, and he's kind of the surfer that you kind of don't know what to expect from him. So hopefully fireworks.
Morgan Siblick in this one, trying to settle in under priority. That rookie season, 2021, that was that real shortened year. It was really fast. We had that Aussie quaddie where we had Newcastle, Narrabeen come on tour, Rottnest Island, Wajima, that whole zone, Margaret River, a lot of new spots on the fly. That was when we all had that big private plane to fly in. You know, the world was slowing down, and it was the time for Morgan to make a name for himself. He just started enjoying a rivalry with John Florence. He got him twice, but he also had the luxury of competing at his home break. Meriwether was a CT upgrade event. We're going to get to see it on the Challenger Series this year. Siblick getting into pace. Quick little tag there around the corner with a lot of speed. How about a down carve? And then right through the open face again. Shuts it down well. You know, he was always planning on maneuvers like that. The wave kind of let him down, wave previous, so he threw it away, and he knew he was going to unload on that one. A wave that Cole let him take there, Flick.
I just like that he didn't stop his approach, right? I mean, you could tell from the first couple of waves that he took off on, he was pushing really hard. And sometimes when surfers fall a couple of times, they rein it back a little bit, but he hasn't. That intention's still there, that real power that he was pushing with. That wave seemed to flow, it seemed to stick. I think it was a bit cleaner on the face of the wave. Those first couple he tried to go, there is quite a lot of chatter, and that wind is blowing into the face of the wave. I think his fins just got disconnected on the first couple, but that one seemed to flow. Let's have a look. Pretty nice clean wave face. Absolutely spanks that thing there. Comes around, and that, I mean, the acceleration that he's coming out of these two calves with is just beautiful to watch. All done in quick succession. It was a smaller wave, but technically surfed so well, and starting to apply that pressure to Cole and sort of ask the question of Cole. I mean, there's 20 minutes on the clock now, and Morgs is sort of slowly taking the lead here, but you couldn't have placed that turn any better. It was really beautifully done. Just nice rail work there, and straight into that second one. Those two carving maneuvers nicely linked, and then straight up into this finishing turn. But well done for Morgs. It's just the intention for me is he's not trying to safety surf this heat. That's what I'm getting. I'm going hard.
Morgan Siblick working with a guy named Nathan Hedge. A lot of people call Hedge the Hog, one of the great spirits of the surfing world. Just an insane competitor in his day. Now a great coach. I think still puts the jersey on here and there. Nathan Hedge, gosh, first time I saw him surf would have been in those old Rip Curl Search movies. Feral Kingdom, I'm aging myself now. A lot of these older tapes on VHS, we just got to know Nathan Hedge as the free surfer, but he was really just the phenom, you know, from North Narrabeen. And then he got on tour, and he could get 10s at J Bay going backside. He could get 10s at Teahupo charging over a shallow reef. His energy is just infectious. And he said working with Morgan's been great. He said one thing he's really been working on is just the headspace and just reacting to things and turning them into positives, not writing things off so quick. As far as looking at conditions and being down on it, he's noticed a real change in Morgan's just positive headspace on how to hold himself. The maturity has grown in the last few years. And Morgan even spoke to that when he talked to us. He said he just needed a little bit of growing, and he's feeling really great.
We even think about, you know, that whole saying, you're a combination of the people you hang out with the most, the top 5 people. And if you're hanging out with someone like Hedgie, who's so positive, who's so excitable, who's just ready to, have a crack at anything in life, I feel like that's going to inevitably rub off on you. And I feel like that sort of approach is definitely rubbing off on Morgs and the surfing we've seen so far here at Bells and Winky.
And funnily enough, Cole's coach is one of Morgan's heroes from Meriwether Beach. Luke Egan watching on. Cole starting to step on the gas, almost getting clipped by the lip there, hanging in there for a tag. Great transition, but he just was a little off on that pace from the very beginning. So let a wave go. Morgan turns it into a 6, answers with priority and falls. Advantage Morgan Siblick.
Totally. I mean, this is the chess game right here, and you'd say, yeah, Morgs is just taking control of this heat right now, and I think it's going to be very telling when this next set comes through and what decisions Morgs make. I mean, he obviously needs to get it back up, or he's only holding on to a 1.9 right now, but I mean, good signs for Morgs right now. And interesting, I mean, Cole just looked like he was slightly ever so off timing there when he took off on that wave. And today, so far, when we look at the men's side of the draw, I think Connor O'Leary is the only goofy to advance so far. So it's a tricky thing for the goofs out there today, and we'll see if Cole can crack the code.
Yeah, we lost all of our goofy footers on the women's draw this morning.
All goofs on the women's side, and then on the men's, I think Connor's the only one to advance.
Connor O'Leary also saved himself at the end. He had some falls and then surfed his way into rhythm. Cole Houshman trying to find his flow. And when you think about time, 17 minutes, that's so much time for a world-class surfer. And there used to be conversations on, okay, how much time do you guys want in your heat? Remember sitting with Dino and Dino once at Lowers, and I'm like, why would anyone want less time? But like when you're voting and you see your matchup, Dino was like, hey, if you got a guy like Kelly, you know, Kelly's prime, you don't want him to have more time. Like a guy like Felipe, you don't want to give them more time. If you're actually like thinking through like how you could beat someone, and sometimes those votes would happen and you're like, hey, I got this guy, I don't want to give them more time. You'd actually vote for a shorter time in a heat.
Well, you think about it, right? It's just basic, but the less time, the less opportunity. And it's just the less sets that are going to be coming through, and the more that you can work out that rotation of sets and be on the right side of that, the less opportunity. We always talk about it, you know, but we hear surfers talk about it when they come in from a heat, and I was on the wrong side of priority, and that just, you know, that was how I came undone, and I cooked it because I was on the wrong side of priority. And I guess if you're going to have shorter heats, it's more likely that you could kind of kook it like that.
And oftentimes that's a game plan. If someone's got a huge name next to them, they're like, well, I can't let them be on the best waves. If I can get them, that'll be my chance, and force them to try to surf smaller waves up. Cole's learned a lot from growing up in San Clemente. Kind of was you know, an underdog, I suppose you'd say, as far as all the superstars around him, all of his peers and best friends. And then he just worked his way into his own profile and just became a giant on the Challenger Series, going back-to-back with wins. And just took over the Challenger Series and had so much momentum into that rookie season, which could have been too much pressure. And he turned it into a very successful start on the top 34.
Oh, it was absolutely incredible. We touched on it earlier, but from the moment of him, you know, surfing in that qualifying series event to the Challenger Series to his first CT win was probably one of the quickest in history as we see him take off now.
Just really trying to get up some speed, winding up an enormous punt attempt there. Got a nice springboard launch ramp, but just couldn't find the landing gear. And almost looked like he was grabbing stale, if I saw that right. Nice try, Houshi. 14:30 on the clock. Let's reflect on a magic moment for the rookie Cole Houshman, getting his first ever victory of his career right here at Bells Beach in a final on the bowl with Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, you know, going into this final, I mean, this is the stuff he probably dreams of as a kid. You know, he's looked up to Griff his whole life, and then all of a sudden he's matched up against him in this. And I mean, right now you can just see that backhand on display, the prowess, and I guess Cole really just, he had this opportunity in front of him, but to seize it as a rookie and to do it and take it off one of your best mates. I mean, because going into this, you got to be thinking Griff was the favourite. He's wearing the yellow jersey, but to have the confidence to back yourself, to take it to someone who you've looked up to your whole life, I mean, that takes guts and that takes grit, and hats off to Cole because he got it done.
Yeah, and Matthew McGillivray was on fire. He was in the semifinals with Cole. And he joins a very special list of Goofyfoot champs, longest running event on the calendar, and very few Goofies have won bells. But when you think about the Goofies that have won, it's some of the best of all time, especially here in Australia. Barton Lynch just posted on his social media his victory speech that he had, and it was so classy. BL was just going, hey, I want my name next to all the legends that have won before me. And BL, he's on there forever. 91 champ, that was a few years after his world title year. As we lock in with Morgan Siblick, pressing hard off the bottom, nice draw on the open face. Quick little redirect there to shut it down. Rapid fire surfing. Another one of those examples of those speedy sharp eye surfboards that have looked great today. Siblick had the 6, now he's getting rid of a 1.9.
Making that requirement, just pushing it up. He's obviously going to replace that 1.9, and he's pushing so hard. I mean, let's have a look here. So drops into this. Just the whip he's getting out of the top of the lip. Even this turn, just almost overpowering the wave itself. Like, it's actually crazy. You usually want to match the power of the wave, but Morgs is pushing so incredibly hard here. Just And I think he's pushing hard too, and you kind of have to. When you've got that sort of devil wind blowing into the face of the wave, you really want to make sure that, one, you're not placing those turns too high because it's a fine line. You can easily get blown off the back of the wave. But two, you just want to keep sticking through that chatter on the face of the wave. And I mean, he just, see the body torque there, gets a bit of release of the fins, and then just getting the finish. So 3 turns here, bit of variety. And he's going to be asking the question of Cole here, applying more pressure.
Pushing really hard, Morgan Siblick. A 6 and a 6.17. Now Cole needs to respond. The Californian belts it quickly, driving into the pocket again. Already coming off the top and slips off in transition. So a couple of falls where he's off tempo. It's a wave where you just can't force it, can you? Once you're out of rhythm, it's hard to regain your timing. But Cole still has 11 minutes.
He's still got 11 minutes. I also do feel that could have been a moment where he could have at least dropped some sort of score. Maybe, you know, because he was on his way to a good score. It was a smaller wave, but there were a few nice, well-timed turns. And it's sort of uncharacteristic, the amount of falls that we've sort of seen from Cole. Let's have a look. So pivots there, tight in the pocket. And comes around this section. This is where he starts to do some damage. You can see just so much spray flying off the back of the wave. But I think I'd be interested to know what that score might have been. I mean, maybe it could have pushed up into that 5 range, maybe another point. I don't know if he was to make that last turn. But yeah, a few uncharacteristic falls for Cole right now. And leaves Morgan's out the back with priority with those couple of 6s. And potentially more opportunity on the way.
Morgan Siblick might be from Newcastle, but he's got a lot of support on the Bluffs today. Being a Rip Curl team rider, this would be a second home for him. And even though he fell off tour a couple of years ago, he really hasn't missed an appearance at Bells. Now in his 3rd straight call-up as a wild card in this event. Quarter-final finish last year as a wild card, losing to his good friend Matthew McGillivray. And it's just a different type of wild card. Not one of those guys that doesn't surf in heat. So he is in the running to re-qualify in the Challenger Series. First event will be on his home break at Meriwether Beach. Good time to be Morgan Siblick with a lot of life experience. He's one of the stars in the Make or Break series, where he was mic'd up, hanging with his coach at the time, Jay Bottle Thompson, and he was classic, making us laugh. He said he didn't really have too many expectations on himself, and he started beating all these world champs and found himself in the world title race. It just all happened so fast. One guy he had a hard time with that first year was Gabriel Medina. That was Gabe's world title year. Got Morgan 4 times, including the final at Rottnest. Numbers coming through for Cole Hausman, 3.5, as he's got some work to do to try to defend his Bells trophy. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break as we prepare for Leo versus Al Cleland. Download True Surf now on the App Store and on Google Play, and you get to surf perfect conditions with the world's best to every location around the world. You get exact same conditions live as what we're experiencing today here at Bells and Winky Pop. You download it, play it for free, and experience what it's like to rip like the best in the world. Morgan Siblick, Cole Hausman. The way they surf is what we all dream of. That's why we love this sport. These guys can adapt on the fly and turn in brilliant results. Morgan, former number 5 in the world in a stellar rookie season. Cole Hausman celebrated an unreal rookie season last year with a win at Bells. And now in his second lap on tour, he just came off a big result, making finals day at Punta Roca. And Cole told me, he's like, yeah, it's interesting. And even my rookie year, I kind of need to wake up a little bit. He's like, starts off with a tough result at Pipe, and he kind of builds. For Bells, it was his breakthrough performance, not just win, which helped him stay on tour. He said this time, he was like, okay, it was Punta Roca that brought him to life, moving up all the way to number 12 in the world. But he said maybe having the cut at stop 7 kind of didn't really build the fire strong enough for having him fly out of the gate. So he'll try to get a quicker start next year as we look at Siblick racetrack section here at Winky. Driving into that first one under the lip. Board looks magic. He's just going, where am I going to put this thing into the sky? But it's a throwaway. So a wave that just made him hunt for a while. End up will be a long throwaway score. 5:15 on the clock. Cole chasing a 7.5.
Ball's sort of been rolled into Cole's court right now. He's being given a little bit of an opportunity, a little bit of space in the lineup now. Still chasing a 7.5. It's a decent score, but he has priority now, and sort of a little bit of a mistake from Morgs. Maybe Cole was having a bit of a look at that, so maybe a little bit of a sell, like, are you going to go this one? Morgs is like, yeah, I'll roll the dice. Doesn't improve on his 6s, so doors sort of opened ever so slightly for Cole now. Only thing that might be the enemy is, will the wave come through or not? But you've got to be thinking that Cole's going to want to convert on this next wave. I mean, probably thinking you're only getting one more opportunity at this point.
Cole trying to stay hot, coming off a semi-final finish, going down to Jordy Smith on that finals day in El Salvador. That was that sleepy start, couple of 17ths, building to a 9th in Portugal. He got crazy barreled the day before opening day at Super Tubos, and then got knocked out really early, so he really started to fire. His backhand has saved him a lot of times in his career on tour, and he's trying to rely on it now to get him out of trouble. Needs a 7.5. Trying to defend his title. We have had some stories where surfers had been able to go back-to-back at this event. Ted Spencer went back-to-back in the 60s. Man from Sydney, smooth, regular footer, shaper, spiritual human being, as we watch Siblick knife that one right into the guts of the wave and just forces the tail chuck reverse. You can just tell how in rhythm this guy is. Even when the wave's not helping him too much, he can punch it out with a lot of authority. Liking what he's doing without priority throughout this entire matchup.
That, and I think the sharp eye boards are just looking so good underneath his feet. This first carving maneuver is just picture perfect, really. I mean, look at how it's slicing through the water there. Morgs is also demonstrating just perfect technique, perfect body, upper body torque as he rips it around there. It kind of just feels like, to me, he's on a magic board, and it's just an extension of his body, and it kind of goes wherever he wants it to go. It's not like he has to think too hard about it. You know, it's not going to go into his top 2, but the board looks amazing right now.
Really does. You could tell right away, even when he's just going down the line. Yeah. Like, he could basically go for anything he wants right now. Talk about a confidence boost when you found some magic under your feet. Here's the GWM recap. Wild card, Morgan Siblick pushing the full-timers on tour and the defending Bells champ, getting some scores even without priority, a 6 and a 6.17.
Yeah, he's done such a good job at keeping the pressure on Cole, and he's just surfing with so much power, and he's not holding back, which is what I love. He's not you know, he had a couple of falls in the beginning, but, you know, sometimes when that happens, surfers want to rein it back a little bit. But Morgs is not showing any sign of that. He's just absolutely giving it to the wave, just non-stop. So applying the pressure, it's looking good. The boards are looking good. Just under a couple of minutes on the clock, and Cole is searching 7.5. But Morgs is going to probably stay quite close, I'd say.
Yeah, getting to crunch time. Minute 35 on the clock. The defending champ. Cole Hausman trying to survive. We lost the defending champ on the women's side this morning. Happens to be world number 1, Katie Simmers, out of the contest in the round of 16. Her toughest loss so far result-wise this season. And Cole trying to keep his momentum hot after that third on El Salvador. And he's had a couple of mistakes in this heat. Let Morgan go into his 6 when he had priority. Looked to answer back and just was off pace. A couple more falls continued for Hausman, and now he's chasing a 7.5 into the final minute. That right, his backhand attack just groomed on the lower trestles right in his backyard. Through all of his amateur national title experiences on that wave, which is going to be part of the regular season this year. Morgan's home break, part of the Challenger Series this year. And we are down to 22 seconds. A lot of blue jerseys winning heats today. And Morgan might be adding another one. This wave's not really giving Cole a chance, and he's already going to paddle over to Siblick to shake hands. Last year's champion going down to a fired up Morgan Siblick, who is always going to be tough. Morgan coming out of a crazy trials from Rip Curl team riders, just getting past Dane Henry, getting past Jacob Wilcox, and he was ready for the world after that. Hausman, unable to defend his Bell's title, will leave here in the round of 32 and start preparing for Burley Heads on the Gold Coast. And Morgan will be waiting to see who he's battling with. Be the winner of the next heat. Leonardo Ferrvanti has had a very consistent season, takes on Mexico's Al Cleland Jr. Be right back after this.
Cleland Jr., first professional surfer on the championship tour representing Mexico.
Congratulations on the tour this year. Thank you so much. We worked hard for it.
I'm really stoked to see Mexico represented on tour. He is an absolute weapon of an athlete.
I mean, look at where I came from. Who's a blonde kid living in the middle of Mexico and likes to surf. You're gonna create a monster, you know?
Kind of take waves from those guys. Now I'm like, I'm here too, bro. What's up?
This guy's got depth, but he's got charisma. He does it his way. He might end up being the mascot of the tour by the end of the season.
Been fighting for the past 4 years for this. I put my life on the line for it. And
Hola, senor! Head back door! Coming out again!
almost was like, oh no, I'm gonna straighten out for the score. And then I was like, you know what? I'm Mexican. I go all out all the time.
Al Cleland Jr., definitely one of the best personalities on tour, joining the rookie class late with John's announcement of sailing around the world, and he is gonna just throw up a nice little punt to kick things off against Leonardo Ferrvanti. He's that kind of rookie, isn't he, Flick? That is just gonna have surprises for us all season long.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna have surprises all season long, and I think the best thing about Al is he really is just the mascot of the tour already. I mean, you called it then. He's really, really taken on that role. He's just such a fun time to be around. Everyone wants to hang out with him. He's everyone's mate, as we see Leo.
Ferrvanti lighting up that section, always has a nice, comfy pace. Always looks like an athlete on a wave as he just throws down his version of an air reverse on the inside section. He's really fallen in love with his training. His family on the North Shore of Oahu. There's some giants there that love training, love working out, love supporting Leo Ferrvanti. Second home for himself these days on the North Shore of Oahu. His fiance from there. So he feels comfy at pipe. Kicked off number 2 in the world. Back to Cleland Jr. on his start.
Yeah, this was just a big punt and just kind of stomping that authority. I love the body language afterwards too. Real big tail height reverse there. And let's have a look. Super slow-mo. Just beautiful. Almost touches there. Almost gets the grab. Decides not to. And lands in the reverse. But yeah, I just love that. Great start for Al. And I just love that piece, you know, from Inside Pro Surfing WSL. It just encapsulates exactly who Al is as we look to the replay of Leo. So a couple of nice snaps. Sort of waiting for this last section to present itself, and he goes to the air too. Really lofty tail high air is also obviously not that much height, but just so much projection out and gets that tail so high. So interesting to see where this will go. Al obviously just the one punt. It's dropped to 6. Leo got the couple of turns beforehand. Let's see where it goes.
It's been a fun day for single maneuvers to be heavily rewarded. We saw that with Seth Monese earlier today with an 8-point ride. And then also with big combinations of turns. It definitely feels different when we head over to Winky Pop just for the style of surfing. There's some surfers that want all their heats at Winky Pop, and some on the other hand, they want to be on the bowl. For these two types of surfers, I don't think they really mind as long as it's fun. They've got opportunity. Leo's got a lot of weapons he can use on this wave, and one thing is just owning lineups just with that alpha type of approach, and he can put a whole wave together like a fierce athlete. He just trains so hard, never looks like he's out of gas. That opening ride for Leo, 5.5 compared to the single maneuver for Al at a 6. What's your thoughts there?
I think it's all come down to the air and just the height that Al got, you know, the projection. Yes, Leo did get those couple of turns beforehand. I also think maybe, I'd need to look at it again, but I think that maybe that wave height is ever so slightly coming into it, just the speed that Al had as well going into that. But it is a pretty interesting take, you know. I mean, there's a few ways to do it. And, you know, they are very similar scores. I mean, even if you, let's have a look here, side by side. Here we go. Exactly what we asked. You ask and you'll receive around here. So, I mean, let's look at both these airs. So, I mean, right there, for me, Al's just getting a bit more height, a bit more projection. It looks to me like a bit of a bigger air. But it's quite interesting, actually, because we didn't get, what we didn't see is we didn't see the couple of turns that got done before that from Leo.
Yeah, that's fun for us to break down. You know, it's like you get to see a rare angle, just like if you're in the water with these guys. I mean, if you get to surf the same time as Leo now, to be like looking over your shoulder and seeing a punt like that, judges stick to like a front on angle typically and will make their scores accordingly. Angles are everything. You know, when you watch a wave, you can really trick your friends you know, if you're down the line or looking from behind compared to looking at it straight on, it's a huge difference. And that's always a really thoughtful decision on where the judges go. As you now see Leo Ferrvanti locking in under priority, but a solid position to get this wave. First snap into a nice open face hook, running after a speed jam off the top, and now laying it out again. Nice flow for the Italian, putting a lot into that last snap, and now punt.
Wow.
Reverse, complete. Al Cleland answering right behind him. Laying into a nice change up there of his flow and rhythm. Nice variety. Putting a little extra into his final turn with the tail blow. And a smart competitor, seeing where Leo is. I mean, you'd kind of guess by the training program of Leo that he might have an advantage when it comes to a paddle battle, but Al's got his head down.
Al's got his head down, and what Al has is he does have a lot of heart and a lot of grit. And, you know, I mean, right now it kind of looks like Al's getting the jump.
Look at that. I mean, he is an animal, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
When we're down in Punta Roca, you know, obviously he can speak Spanish representing Mexico, and everyone's just going, "Animo, animo." Like, they just love that heart, and look at that. He is just a natural athlete. Most of his time is spent surfing, but he loves to train, loves to hang out with the locals at every event. It's one of those guys that doesn't necessarily have a bedtime. Went over to the MCG and saw the Hawks play the Cats and won for the ages. Cats just getting the win in a close decision. And a lot of surfers are invited to that. Anyone could go and get tickets, but some are like, you know, I got a heat coming up.
It was the next day.
I was like, I'm not missing that. Yeah.
Which is why I really like him as a person, because he just wants to make the most out of every part of life, you know, and I think he just realizes how, you know, how special it is and how almost and privileged it is to have a spot on this tour and to do this and call this as a job, you know. And I think anywhere he goes, he always just tries to make the most of it, and not only in the water, but just make sure you're seeing the sights, make sure you're hanging out with the locals. You get these opportunities, take them. Who knows what's around the corner?
I wonder if Leo's going, how did he beat me in that paddle battle? Because he got some distance. You saw Leo catch his breath and kind of look back at Al. He's going, oh my goodness, you've got an extra gear. But Ferrvanti's going to take this wave. Even after a serious paddle battle, he's still got energy to spend. Blitz on that first section, snap, and then to set up the reverse. That was fun. Al's going, yeah, let you have that. Leo's going to get rid of a 2. And now he's heading back to work. So this has been what would be an exhausting heat for most surfers around the world.
Yeah, this is the heart rate's higher right now. Let's just say that. You're sucking in the big ones. I mean, Winky's also a longer wave. It's demanding. You're doing a lot of turns. So let's have a look. Al lets him go this one and cracks it up into lip. Beautiful first turn. Sort of a little transition hack there to set up for that punt at the end. But smart surfing for Leo to just be like, you know what, let's roll the dice here and let's see what we can do.
We talk about the chess match and the feeling you might have of losing a paddle battle, but then the feeling you get when it doesn't matter. And you just go roll right into a wave right in front of your competitor who got priority off you, and you turn it into a 6.23. Then you paddle back out and sit next to Al Cleland.
I think that's winning a paddle battle is a good feeling. I think doing what Leo did is a better one. And I think you're spot on, Joey, that he's going to go and be best mates with Al right now. He's going to become his new best friend and sit right next to him and be like, yes, I did just do that.
And those decisions, right? Like, you got to decide. Al's like, one priority, did the hard work, and then lets him go. And sometimes I really do think a lot of heats, you can't really be too hard on the whole wave selection thing. It's easy to do it in hindsight, right? Where you go, oh, I did this, I did that. But for Al, he's expecting a bigger wave to come through. If that did happen, he'd look like a genius. You got to kind of trust your instincts in the moment, going, okay, I'm letting Leo go because I don't think he's going to turn in the best score of the heat. 6.23 and a 5.7 back-to-back. Leo out front. Al Cleland needs a 5.94. As they get reset out the back, let's join Rosie Hodge.
Oh, thank you, Joe. I have been putting on the makeup and stuff. I hope I'm looking that good. But Morgs, wow, how good is that feel?
Oh, it feels amazing. It looks so pretty out there, but it's actually really challenging on the waves. Kind of butchered my way through that heat. It felt like I got surfed a really smart heat, but didn't really surf the waves that good. But yeah, lucky that it was pretty slow at the end and it went kind of flat for Cole. It was a bit unlucky there.
Yeah, I mean, the defending Bells champ also coming into this event on good form with a semi-final in El Salvador. But, mate, you know, we saw you in this event last year. It felt like you were on a massive roll and that you could have done something special. Since then, your surfing just keeps going from strength to strength. It feels like you're really back to where you want to be.
Yeah, I know. It's like it was funny. I came into this event and out of it last year feeling so good, and then the Challenger Series is just so hard. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling really good again. I said before, I've been putting in the work, so these stairs here have been feeling like light work. And yeah, feeling good. So hopefully can get on a roll through this event.
That'd be great, mate. And tell us, it just seems like your surfing is also not just getting better, but really in sync with the waves down here. You know, Winky, Bells Bowl, doesn't matter where it is, you're really finding your rhythm.
Yeah, you know, like come down here a bunch due to Rip Curl, just being down here, based down here, and yeah, I feel like I just kind of big calves, big open canvases. It doesn't get much better than that, and that's what I really enjoy surfing. So it kind of feels like I'm at home when I get down here.
Well, I know everyone on the North Coast and in Ewing would be cheering you on, mate. Anything you want to shout out to them?
Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Mum, Dad, Mims, just all my mates, my brothers, everyone. Cheers for watching. Hopefully keep it going. Pew!
Yeah, more.
Come on.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, Vaughn. Great job there with Morgan. That is classic. Those two developed a relationship a few years back. I don't know if you guys have seen that great Rip Curl movie, Postcards from Morgs. Vaughn Blakey called up Morgan along with Nick Paulette. And Morgan had just qualified for the tour, and everyone was kind of going, who is this guy? And Morgan kind of enjoyed that. It was fun. If you guys haven't seen it, you should check it out as we'll catch up with the surfing of Al Cleland Jr. using priority on this wave.
Yeah, this is an interesting decision right now for me. I'm thinking, hang on a second. I don't know if that was the right thing to do. Obviously, what we were talking about before, hindsight is the perfect science. However, I just feel that that could have been a little bit of a mistake. And just with Leo being such, you know, he's got so much experience. Been on tour now for years, surfed so many, you know, heats out at Winky, heats in the bowl. It's just the knowledge of the wave. I think that potentially could be a bit of a mistake, and I think Leo is going to capitalise on this.
Yeah, advantage Leo for sure. And I think the greatness about putting a heat together is really put to the test when everything's not going your way, when he turns not having priority into a strength. Those are the greats. And Ferrvanti's doing that right now. He's looking for the first win of his career. He'd love it to be Bells. There's the car. He's just kind of fishing. He'll load up. Goes for the reverse. That looked like a tough way to fall. Cringing a bit there, and he's going to shake that off and get back to business. So two kind of throwaway scores from these guys. And Leo's first wave that he didn't really convert. Now he's got to check his equipment. Those hard landings can really do some damage. These boards are often glassed really light for these surfers on tour. They're not meant to survive like the boards that you buy in a surf shop. The glassing is a lot lighter. Sometimes they're just built for an event. Sometimes they're built for a heat, really. Now with 18 on the clock, Leo recovering. Let's hang out with some special people that were with Rosie Hodge.
Well, thank you guys. I'm in good company, surrounded by Olympians here with us at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. We've got Jakara Anthony, who's a gold medalist in mogul ski. Jakara, you're also from down the road in Byron Heads. Here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells, what are you enjoying?
Yeah, try to get down here every year. If I'm in the country, just love getting to support some of the Aussies in other sports and check out the best surfers from around the world at breaks that I get to surf as well. It's pretty cool.
And you're also supporting, obviously, local girl Ellie Harrison from your hometown. How cool was it to see her in the main event?
Yeah, super cool to see Ali get a wild card spot again. Got to watch her absolutely crush it on day one and then have a tough draw today coming up against Tyler, but always awesome to see her out there surfing the CT.
And also a world record holder, we've got Valentino Giselli, and it's just so cool to see you here again. I know that you've been to the Bells Beach Pro before. What have you been looking forward to?
Just watching all the punts go down. It's been sick. Geordie just stomped a sick one, and yeah, it's awesome.
Having the world record for the highest air, I mean, and you surf yourself. Snowboarding, surfing, I mean, which one do you enjoy the most?
Oh man, they're both so awesome, and can't wait to get back in the water very, very soon. And yeah, just going fast, smacking lips, going in the air. So it's all the best.
I love it. Thank you guys so much for being here. And then our very own Kanoa Igarashi. Kanoa, I mean, how cool is it to be hanging out with the athletes that have competed in the Winter Olympics?
Yeah, I'm kind of boring here after these two, but it's so cool, you know, like it's really cool how with the Olympics and surfing being a part of the Olympics now, like we're able to share moments with other Olympians, and obviously we're in different times of the year. We're in the Summer Olympics and they're competing in the Winter Olympics, but it's so cool to like share stories, and obviously completely different sports, but there's something about sports that unite us, and we have that language between us, and it's really cool.
Yeah, well, we're so stoked to see you guys down here. I hope you enjoy the rest of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, and thanks for hanging out. And if you're around, come say hi to all these athletes. I mean, they love to catch up with all the fans. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Rosie. Always great to hear from legends of the Olympic Games. Kanoa's met a lot of them since he's represented Japan in the Olympics 2 times now, silver medalist at Tokyo 2020, as well as these 2 guys in the water. Al Cleland Jr. representing Mexico in big chopes last year in Paris 2024. He was one of the highlights from the early rounds, going upside down and below sea level barrels. Leo was charging as well, representing Italy. As we get caught up here, Flick.
Yeah, so let's see what happened here. A couple of nice whippy turns out of the top, followed by a carve. Another nice fin release, so that's got to be feeling good for Leo. And then behind him, looks like Al just absolutely destroying the face of this wave. Big jam here. What's he got to finish? Another big Larry layback. I mean, this heat is so close. I mean, both guys just absolutely asking the question of another. It's just been back and forth the lead here. Wow, I mean, such good surfing. Just demonstrating so much power and control, because it's such a hard section to hit. You put it all on the line like that. And I think Al's feeling pretty good.
Gosh, I love that back and forth. 2 regular footers, both on their front side, but very different types of surfers, aren't they? When you look at Leo's line, precision rail work. Al's got that more raw kind of free surfer type of look to him that he might go for a layback hammer at any given moment. He could go for a full road. So it's a great balance where Leo's so precise and perfect down these long walls. You can kind of feel what he might be going for on certain sections. Numbers in for Leonardo Ferrvanti, a 6.93. Al Cleland built to a 6.43 and still waiting for that last score to come in for our surfer from Mexico. He's up again. Driving down the line and putting a lot into that top turn and laying back, blowing the board out. Can Al catch up to it? Almost. That was big. Number did come in, Flick, though. 6.9 on his previous wave. Al Cleland in the lead. Leo with priority needs a 6.4. This is really close.
We are splitting hairs here, Joey. This is pretty crazy right now. I think it's as close as it gets, and you've nailed it on the head. I mean, Al's definitely got this more free surfer approach, definitely more raw. I mean, demonstrating it right here, just absolutely putting it all on the line. I mean, it was a hard section to make. But yeah, I mean, this is an amazing heat. But the lead has probably flip-flopped back and forth between the two, maybe 3-4 times. It's been really entertaining. As a surfer, though, when you're out there, these heats, I mean, they feel really good to win. if you are the person to come out on top. But when you're out there, it feels, oh my God, man, can I just not get a break? Like, I'm trying so hard, I'm doing everything I can. Like, as an athlete, you kind of, those convincing wins where you drop an 8 and then you drop a 7 and you sit there, you're like, yeah, I got this one in the bag. But yeah, this is tough. This is really tricky for both surfers, and it's exciting for us as commentators.
We're winning right now. What a close battle with these two. Al Cleland Jr. in the rookie class, Leo Ferrvanti. He's been there, done that, and going to find a way to try to get the lead off Al with 12 minutes to go. We'll be right back. Let's get you caught up on a huge day of competition here at Winky Pop. Wow, going to first thing in the morning, an Australian veteran, 2-time Bells champ, 3-time runner-up in the world, Sally Fitzgibbons, finds her best single high wave score of the season, her best combined heat total of the season, 12.73 to eliminate world #1 Katie Simmers, and also defending Bells champ. Big hug from Pops. Sally moving on. And then for the first time in this young lady's career, Gabby Bryan powers her way to yellow. Now your world #1. Getting through Nadia Arostarbay today with Katie out, took advantage of it and just was swinging for the fences. High fives from the dog pound. Connor and Ryan proud of that performance. And then we just saw a ton of Winky Pop excellence. Oh my goodness, Ethan Ewing looked aggressive. 8.83 as he looks unstoppable. Got past Ryan Cleland, and that was a rematch of the final a couple of years back. Same result, two good friends. Big one for Australia there. Then Kanoa Igarashi had a wild ride with Liam O'Brien. He built up to an 8.5, and Liam certainly pushed him. Liam had a 7.5 in this one. A classic battle with precision and flair from Igarashi. Getting props from Jake the Snake Peterson. Coming up the staircase. That was a big one for Snake. Then a big punt for Seth Monese. Finding his flair again. His mom texts me. She's like, we need sketchy Seth back. That's when he goes for broke on every section. Turning in excellence with that big full road. And then how about the surprises here? Joel Vaughn was losing to Crosby and then went to the sky. A lofty, feathery landing for Joel Vaughn to get a crucial heat win. Now he's got a matchup with Jordy. He's looking forward to that. And then Morgan Simblick. Yeah, he was former #5 in the world. He brought a bit of that magic back. Magic Sharp Eye surfboard as he ended the run of the defending Bells champion, Cole Hauschman. Simblick looking dangerous into the round of 16. Al Cleland Jr. and Leo Ferrvanti still with 8 minutes. And we're just getting news in. This will be the last heat of the day. So finishing a lot today. Round of 32 has a lot of heat, so we'll get 8 heats done. The rest will be on hold for a start, maybe first thing in the morning. So exciting times for all of us watching, and going right into the Stone and Wood post show. And we're going to look forward to the BioGland Daily Dose. The top 5 is going to be a big one with all the drama we saw today here at Winky Pop. Al wants to be all a part of that if he can. He's trying to hold off Leo Ferrvanti. Cleland has had some statements this year, Flick, hasn't he?
He's not afraid to speak his mind, is what I'll say. And it's kind of the way he surfs too.
Got past Jack Robinson at pipe. That was huge. And he was ready for it. I mean, Jack had a 10 in that heat. Jack was devoed. You know, and he could have gone all the way. Jack's 10, by the way, might be my favorite of the season. That thing was unbelievable. And then Al beats Felipe Toledo at Punta Roca. Advanced along with Al in the opening round here at Bells, but he got the win again. He's just showing his X factor of, you can't really sum him up. He's a guy that's going to surprise you all year, and I think he loves that.
I think so too. I think he's just got such a different approach. Just looking from the outside, that's what I see. I see a different approach from Al, and I think that he likes that because I think people can't figure him out. You're always keeping people guessing, like, what's he up to? Where's he going now? What's he doing tonight? What's he doing tomorrow? Where is he surfing? Like, it's just a question mark. No one quite knows, but he's always having the best time. And I think just who he is, you know, on land, it just transpires straight to who he is, like when he surfs a wave. You know, it's just always asking questions. He always keeps us guessing.
And Kaipo's been keeping me guessing all day. Where are you at, Kaipo?
Hey, you just caught me on my Fat Boy e-bike, and you can get a Fat Boy e-bike just like this. Come down to the contest, scan the QR code, get yourself one of these beautiful machines. They're fun. It's the e-bike. E stands for electric. E stands for excellent, economical, and exciting. Fat Boy, it's the way to ride. Let's go. Meow.
Oh, I'm going to add to that eat list, epically entertaining Kaipo Guerrero. Great job. And he's got all the fun responsibilities, doesn't he? In the water.
Except for when it's really cold.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
But yes.
That's when he's earning it, right?
Captain Fun.
Gosh, no other place you'd rather be. Thanks so much. Kaib says we're down to 5 minutes on the clock. Al Cleland enjoying this lead. Look at those numbers. It's tight. And tough for Leo, being in a lot of close decisions this year. Had a close one at Abu Dhabi. The wildest final as far as numbers are concerned at Pipeline. Just losing out to Baron Mamiya when the majority of the panel had him winning. That's how close it was. But he took that, ran with it. Still in a great position on the rankings, and actually in a great position to try to answer back if the Southern Ocean gives him a chance. Looking at all these numbers, let's break it all down. Scored on their top 2 as we enjoy the GWM recap. Leo Ferrvanti coming out swinging.
Yeah, Leo to me is just looking, you know, if I'm trying to put a difference between these two, it's really hard. I think it's the difference in their approach. Leo is precision, whereas Al has just got that raw power demonstrated right there. And we're splitting hairs. It's so close. I think, I mean, it could have gone either way. I mean, but judges obviously favouring with Al right now. I mean, he's just looking so powerful, so strong. I mean, Leo surprised me in a couple of ways, just in the way that he's fought back in this heat. He might not have the win right now, but he lost that paddle battle against Al and then, you know, scooted in on the inside, gave him something to think about, answered back, got himself in the lead. It's just been a flip-flop battle, back and forth. You know, Leo got himself in the lead after that, then Al answered back. He got the 6.43, locked in a 6.9 straight after it, and ever so slightly is he just inching out in front of Leo right now. However, Leo does have priority and 3-minute 2s on the clock.
Very close. Different opinions on the panel of who they might have winning when you see a difference in the score this close. Moving now, though, this could be an important wave. Leo Ferrvanti looking interested until now. It's always a fine line when you stop paddling. Leo's got to do it in enough time where it shows that he didn't make a clear paddle for that wave. If he does, they'll switch priority, so he did that well. Now checks out the Apple Watch. He can see priority is with him. He can see that he needs a 6.4. And he knows his scores are in the 6 range. So he has a 6.93 and a 6.23. So he's right there.
He knows what it feels like. I think right now, I mean, it's just going to, it looks like we're going to have a couple of lines on the horizon. I think they're going to make it here in time. So hopefully we get to see some surfing. But Al's sticking really close to Leo right now. And I mean, as you would, you don't have priority, but you know, in my opinion, I don't think you want to create space on someone who's so talented like Leo. You don't really want to make them feel too comfortable right now. You kind of want to be orbiting. Just, hello, I'm here. Just giving him something to think about and just applying that bit more pressure. You got to be thinking that, I mean, they're extremely close right now.
Yeah, some people talk a little bit. Some people sing. Some people just do their own thing. It's interesting. You can feel a vibe. It's an energy thing. 90 seconds.
That's a run. That whole thing.
I didn't even realize that. We're at that part of the day. Stone and Wood post show coming up next to break down all the action. This might be a part of it as we enter the final minute. Ronnie, Rosie, Rich to break down all the action on the Stone and Wood post show. Here comes Leo, important wave. Needs a 6.4. Snap to start. Nice bottom turn. Punches out that section. Great transition off the roof. Laying into it with the tail slide and controls it after that long wait. Hung in there, but Al has been answering all heat long. Speed check there. Trying to force the wrap, but keeping pace with the ride. He's loading up. There's that rotation towards the beach. Easy as you like, and posturing his way out of the air reverse. What a classic matchup. Mexico versus Italy.
Wow.
That was awesome. Coming down to the last exchange. Both these surfers should be very proud of themselves.
Oh, they just keep going 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. Doof, 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 doof. It's so exciting when it's like that. And you get that two-wave set. You see Leo first up, and you know what? It feels like he probably almost got the score. I think it's like, you already said it, Joe. He's already got a 6.23. He's already got a 6.93. He's right there on the score he needs, which is a 6.4. To me, it felt like he got it. It's so hard from that behind angle to get a proper read on the wave to what the judges are really looking like. But then we saw Al straight behind him. And then, you know, the start of Al's wave may be looking, let's have a look here. Let's break it down. So Leo straight up into the lip. Beautiful surfing, just precision again. Up into the lip, beautifully timed, and just absolutely lays back into that last turn. Gives it all he's got. He likes it. This is the wave I wanted to see as well again. So down the line approach from Al. Sinks his teeth into a bit of a layback there. Wraps it around, but he loads up here at the end. And this thing here, just sunk. Hello. Thanks for coming. Let's see from this angle, get a proper representation of how high that was. Tail went incredibly high. Did you get a grab there? I couldn't quite see that.
Gosh, I blinked too, but that was insane. Jeez, just the way how different they surf. Leo is just so precise with every turn and then pushed hard to earn the lucky jackpot. 777 got the lead, so Cleland was chasing a 7.8 with that last wave.
It's tricky, right? Because we saw the angle where you're looking down the line. It's hard to tell just how critical Al's two first turns were. So it's hard for me to even get a read on it. The air was sick.
That's a good point. Really No, for sure.
Very Australian right now.
No, angles are huge, Flick. Yeah, we had it was different on Al's view. The judges have the same angle. The reverse was smooth. It was solid. He did have to kind of hunt for a while, if that is a difference, but Al's turns are lethal. And what a finish. Chasing a 7.51. It's a 7.2. Just under for Al Cleland Jr. Leonardo Ferrvanti survives a very close one here at Winky Pop.
Wow. That was such a good fight. That was such a good battle. Just back, forth, back, forth, back, forth. And just really splitting hairs, absolutely as close as it gets.
What a battle coming to a close. Al Cleland, always positive. Happy to celebrate with Leo Ferrvanti. And their breakdown similar to our reaction, back and forth battle from start to finish, even a couple little paddle battles in there. Leo getting keepers at the early stages without priority. So his fiance breaking it down the review as well. Those are one of those heats everyone's going to be chattering about it into the night here in Victoria.
Thank you.
Leo, proud of that performance. And we finished half the round for the round of 32. Italo on deck with Xavier Huxtable first thing in the morning. Coming up next, it will be the Stone and Wood post show with Ronnie Blakey, Rosie Hodge, and Richie Lovett. We'll see you then.
Welcome to another Stone and Wood post show, and those beers are just looking so tantalising there on the edge of the desk because it has been a big day worthy of celebrating. Great conditions at Winky, huge matchups, And a real pushback from some of those surfers that need big results here at stop number 5. Welcome to the post show. Ronnie with Rosie and Richie. We got so much to break down. Rosie, a great day of competition and a fantastic way to finish.
Oh, a huge day of competition. Got through 16 heats. That last one, as exciting as it gets. Leo Ferrvanti taking the win over Cleland. We'll get into that, but I'm frothing.
Absolutely, Rich. The conditions, there was slow moments. There's no denying it. A couple of heats which got a little wave starved, but when the waves came, there was enough quality there that we saw some great surfing.
Saw some amazing surfing today, starting with the women, and it was a little bonus day. We weren't too sure if the swell was going to hang around, but it did. There was ample opportunities in all the heats, and again, the surfing level went right up, and you expect that at this stage of the competition.
Some big stories unfolding today, some magic highlights. We're going to kick it off with the Boost Mobile wave of the day, heat of the day, I should say, and it was a big one for the veteran Sally Fitzgibbons, chasing a 3rd Bells title, coming up against last year's champ, and she didn't disappoint.
Oh, I mean, both of these women had moments of brilliance. Katie Simmers, she had this 2-turn combo that was very zesty, but just couldn't find the backup. And I think Sally just played such a smart game. She started early and then just, you know, built throughout the heat.
Yeah, real pressure moment. Real pressure moment, the scheme of things for Sally Fitzgibbons, way down in the ratings. But a former champ, and it wasn't easy for her. Katie Simmers had her opportunities here and just slipped up on the end section on a few of these waves, that one in particular. And you could see the anguish for Tommy Whitaker, her coach. But Sal on one of the bigger waves of the morning here, just connecting and flowing so beautifully between these turns. Finishes incredibly strong on this ride and a big sigh of relief. We saw a lot of the blue singlets getting through this morning. I'm not going to say the underdogs because some of the veterans were in the blue singlets, but you can just see the relief on Sally's face there, getting through that. She needs to get her year started right now.
Yeah, the emotion was really evident. You could see it as that heat came to a close. Sally put her head down in her hands. I think it was an emotional win for her. She loves this event and she loves her place on this championship tour, Rosie, and that was a really tough draw. Katie Simmers, you know, has been unstoppable this year.
Well, she said in her post-heat interview, she wants to come up against the best. She wants to beat the best. That's going to bring the best out of her. But yeah, she had such a heartbreaking one in El Salvador. It's great to see Sally come here to Bells and get a little bit of rhythm going.
Yeah, and of course, you know, with Katie getting bumped out, with Lakey Peterson so strong in her heat as well, and you know, Molly Picklum falling out of the mix. We just kept seeing the upsets roll on, and that opened the door for Gabriella Bryan to make a move and get herself a shot at that yellow jersey for the first time.
Oh, well, this is a lady who has been on an absolute tear. The improvement over the last 12 months, I've said it before and I'll say it again, it has been astronomical how good she is surfing and looking just so strong, the most powerful woman on the tour at the moment. She's sort of just blowing her opponents out of the water.
Coming up against Nadia Aristabe, who is looking solid on the backhand, but there's no denying just how powerful Gabby is. And just what a contender she's looking like at the moment. I mean, she's taken that #1 rankings with this result already, moving through to the quarterfinals. Hot off a win in El Salvador, and to back it up with this kind of surfing is just super impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. It's ferocious the way she attacks these lips. And just almost like Carissa's passed her the torch.
Yeah.
She's picked it up, she's added a little petrol to it, and the fire is burning bright.
Yeah, that yellow jersey has been reserved for just a small group of women in the last 10 years, and Gabriella Bryan is going to add her name to that list. Congratulations to her. Really strong performance and just a great run of events coming up for her. She can she'll probably be hard to get that jersey back from.
That's such a good point. I mean, looking at, you know, the Aussie treble, what we've got ahead of us, I mean, we've still got work to do here at Bells, and you picked her as your favorite on our first morning show that we had, Richie, and yeah, she's definitely been the person to beat.
Let's have a look at the quarterfinal bracket here for the women. Great matchups across the board, Rich. Two surfers trying to solidify a position at the top end of the rankings, coming up against one another in that first clash.
Yeah, this is a really good quarterfinal bracket. As you mentioned, Rosie, we're all out of goofy footers on the women's side of the competition. Luana Silva against Lakey Peterson, #1. Sally Fitz against Brissa Hennessy. Great matchup there. Gabriella Bryan, Isabella Nichols, and then Betty Lou Sakura Johnson with Tyler Wright in quarterfinal number 4. Some great matchups.
Seeing a couple rematches from El Salvador too in a few of those quarterfinals, so it's going to be interesting to see how those play out.
Yeah, just that bottom side of the draw has got the real threats for the title here. We know that anyone can break through for a championship tour win, but it is going to be hard to stop Tyler Wright and Gabriella Bryan down the bottom there.
Well, also, I mean, you got 2 past champions. Sally Fitzgibbons is still in the mix, so there's a bit of an advantage of knowing this place so well, having all those emotions and good feelings coming into this event.
We had such a magic finish to the day. We saw a battle that went right down to the wire, Rich, flip-flopping at different stages. I think it stands out as one of the best heats that we had.
Oh, absolutely. This was a crazy heat, and well, you've said it, Ronnie, the last couple of events, Leo Ferrvanti is in career best form at the moment. Something's really clicked into gear for him. The equipment's looking on point, certainly as fit as we've ever seen him look. But our Cleland Jr. really took it to him in this one, bringing this raw approach, just really unhinged the way he attacks the lip here. He's got this kind of free energy about him, and really put some great rides together, and Leo came bounding back right in the final stages.
We saw some amazing performances from surfers that lost out today, Rosie. I think Al Cleland was the best of them, and really forced the issue and made it a close one in the later stages.
Well, it all came down to this final exchange in this heat, and it was so close with both El and Leo trading 7-point rides. Yeah, there's just so much excitement around El's surfing at the moment. He's had to overcome some really amazing competitors, and Leo was one of them, and they super gracious in defeat, El Cleland, but stoked for Leo to see his campaign continue.
Yeah, if he keeps surfing like that, he'll win some of those close ones. It just feels like he is one of those guys that, you could kind of identify, even as a junior, like if this guy can make the CT, he's going to do damage. His surfing just looks right at home here, but Leonardo, you mentioned him, Rich, in fine form at the moment, already collecting some solid results this year, and another great heat score total for him.
Yeah, and I think we've just got to look at the heat score total there. Al with a 14.10. That's a solid heat total, and would have potentially beaten some of the other heats of the round. But the performance, he's got to be, taking some confidence in that going into the next event on the Gold Coast and then on to Margaret River. But he looks like he belongs here on the tour.
For sure. Well, Leonardo Ferrvanti winning through in that last heat of the day. He's down there with Vaughan.
Leo, what a heat to finish the day, man. You and Al were just going toe-to-toe, blow for blow, a total slugfest out there.
Yeah, it was an incredible heat against Al. He's an amazing surfer, and I really feel like he's been finding his form since El Salvador and over here. His first round he surfed amazing, and even today he was ripping, and I kept getting the lead, he kept getting the lead, I kept getting it, so great battle up until the end.
Yeah, that's right, you got it done, mate, and you're surfing looking so on point. But tell me, like, when you're in a heat like that where it's a real arm wrestle, do you think that helps lift you to another place?
Definitely the battle, fires you up. But, I was trying not to let my emotions in some way get to me. With like 12 minutes to go, 10 minutes to go, 5 minutes to go, there was no sets. I was like, oh, come on. And just tried to stay patient, believe that if the moment comes, I'll do it. And, I have a bit of a strange relationship with Bells Beach. I absolutely love it. My stepdad, Stephen Bell, is from here. My best friend, Cody Robinson, is from here. But I've never had a good result over here. So again, there a couple of thoughts came in like, oh, well, I'm probably gonna have to wait till next year to get it. And then as soon as those thoughts came in, I'm like, no, believe till the end. It's gonna come.
Matey, if you love Bells, Bells will love you back. That's how it works.
Yeah. I love it over here, like I said. And the people are so nice. The locals are amazing. And just really, really happy to win that heat and into the next round.
Mate, so stoked to see you into the next round. I really do think that, yeah, as I said, once you click with Bells, as you've been hoping to do for so long, it'll give back to you. So looking forward to seeing you surf again tomorrow.
I totally agree, and shout out to all my family back home. I think in Italy it's the morning, so that they were able to watch it, I think. Ciao a tutti, nonna Anna, mamma, Belli, Matteo, tutta la famiglia. Vi voglio bene. Forza Italia, dai.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
Well done to Leo there. His 6th appearance at Bells Beach, just his 3rd heat win. So he's He's forcing it. He's like a stage 5 clinger. He won't give up. He won't leave Bells alone. He wants to forge a great relationship with this wave, and he's on his way. Let's have a look at the Surfline forecast, Rich, because today it kind of delivered more than we thought it would, and promising signs for what's to come.
Yeah, absolutely. As I mentioned earlier, it was a bit of a bonus day. We had this residual swell left over from the last 2 days, but we did have to shift everything down to Winky Pot, which was a little more consistent throughout the entire day. We got through a bunch of heats, which was great. We are going to see a new swell start to fill in overnight, and promising signs for the next couple of days. What I really do like to see on these forecasts is the wind. It's looking really good. We had beautiful offshore conditions for most of today, and I think we're going to have offshore conditions for the next few days as well. So looking at tomorrow all the way through to Monday, you can see a solid swell up around the sort of 5, even up to 8 foot faces. And the wind is looking really, really good. Side shore sometimes, and then coming back around to offshore, and that'll give us those beautiful groomed faces. And especially if we move things back onto the bowl, we might get little hints of that classic Bells imagery that we're used to seeing.
Bring it on. We've got so much to look forward to, of course, getting through the first half of that rounder of 32 for the man still. Got to get through that bottom half, and you know what, there's, as we said before, we've got great heats to watch, the Hydrolite heats to watch for the quarterfinals for the women. Gabriella Bryan up against Isabella Nichols, you know, really similar weapons, both showing great form in that last round, Rosie. This will be a big one.
Well, it's a rematch of the El Salvador final with both of these women competing over there, and Gabby obviously getting that win. But that was a hard-fought final for Gabby. Isabella was right there looking in on that to take home that win in El Salvador. So I'm looking forward to this one.
It's going to be good.
Yeah, it's going to be great, and I think Isabella's just going to have to really be on her game, you know, knowing that Gabriella's going to bring all that sort of power and energy to the heat. She's going to have to be in top form.
And then on the men's side, Hydrolite, the heat to watch. Heat number 9, Italo taking on the local Xavier, who won through in the trials. Great talent. Love his chances here. Italo, though, he's been just in rare form, kind of looking like he's back to that world title magic.
Well, both of them, they met up in that round 1. Obviously, that's a 3-person heat. Xavier was right there in the mix. Obviously, Italo dropping some exceptional scores, but it's cool to see the local wildcard. He's created some big upsets here in the past, so cool to see this matchup.
Yeah, and like I said, so many more great matchups you can break down by going to worldsurfleague.com. Have a look at that heat draw. It's looking exceptional. We did know that we unfortunately had a tragic incident in the opening round. Ramsey Bookiam, he fell awkwardly on the reef on the inside, and he injured his knee. The extent of the damage to that knee, you know, we're still yet to get an official word, but I saw Ramsey last night, and you know, he said it's sort of 50-50 whether he's going to need surgery at this point. He's going to seek some different opinions, and when those opinions come through and we get official word from Ramsey, we'll let you know what the story is. But forced to withdraw from the contest, sadly. And, you know, for a goofy footer with a backhand as strong as his and an event with so much prestige, just a heartbreaking moment for him.
Oh, just so tough. And even, you know, he had that season where he broke his femur. He's just been through so much in his short career. Would love to see Ramsey back in it and back in the mix, and obviously wishing him all the best.
We sure are, and look forward to hopefully some positive news for him. Let's have a look at the BioGland Daily Dose, a day full of magic moments, but this is what we've picked out of it. Coming in at number 5 and looking very strong out there today. We had a number of those surfers fighting to get themselves off the bottom of the rankings. Luana Silva, she really stepped things up.
Yeah, she sure did. Sorry, Rosie. I just, you know, pretty much the opening heat of the day, she opened it with a bang, really getting herself out of trouble here. This was Lakey Peterson. She put in a good performance as well.
Well, Lakey, I mean, just coming to Winky, feeling a lot of comfort out in this lineup, but it was a really tricky heat. She was up against Sawyer Lindblad, super close one, and redemption for Lakey getting the win over Sawyer.
Yeah, it just felt like we were going to see some of those top seeds really tested, with other competitors having their backs against the wall. Brisa Hennessy, she looked magic on these walls at Winky today, really in attack mode.
Yeah, it was a crazy run for the blue jerseys throughout the morning. And then we had another one here with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. putting a good performance and starting to find that form that we're used to seeing. We've seen her surf so well on these classic right-hand point waves and some of the rights in Hawaii. Yet to find the form, but today she clicked into gear.
Yeah, absolutely buzzing. Moving into number 4 today, we saw some really strong performances. Joel Vaughan saved himself in the dying moments against Crosby Colapinto.
Yeah, just incredible. Needing that 7-point ride, dropping, I think this was a 7.4 to take the lead. And this happened off the back of, you know, a mistake. So I feel like for Joel, as that rookie, to recenter himself, regather himself, and do this type of surfing was really impressive.
Yeah, Crosby was in total control of this heat, all the way up into the final moments, but this was always going to be the danger for Cros, as this guy is so capable in the air.
Yeah, big Hail Mary moment for him, and he pulled it off. Morgan Siblick, you know, this was more probably of an even matchup than maybe what people thought. Even though Cole Hauschman won here, Morgan's just looked so on point through the free surfs in that opening round, one of the most aggressive competitors, and he came out firing again.
Yeah, he sure did. He just looked like he picked up from 2000 and looks totally at home here on the championship tour. We know he wants to get back there, working with Nathan Hedge, eliminating the past champ.
Coming in at number 3 on the Daily Dose, Gabriella Bryan just takes control of the rankings. She's moved into that number 1 position on the live ladder already. She is in that yellow jersey. And who's going to stop her? It'll be so difficult.
That you just took the words right out of my mouth. And even just chatting to some of the competitors, I was on the interview for the men's round, and a lot of them just citing Gabby's performances as their inspiration. Geordie said it, Connor O'Leary were just mentioning how powerful and how just dominant Gabby is looking at the moment.
Yeah, I think Connor summed it up perfectly. He said she's shining at the moment. She is looking every bit the number 1 surfer in the world through these past couple of performances. Coming in at number 2, Winky Pop Excellence. Ethan Ewing chasing a second bell, going excellent, dropping the biggest number of the event so far.
Oh yeah, the form surfer on the men's side of the draw today, and just did not put a foot wrong. He looked so good. His form was impeccable. This man too put some great rides together. Kanoa Igarashi on point. Slower start, but came back strong.
That was another really close, great heat with multiple high-scoring rides. Liam O'Brien also looking sharp, but Kanoa tapping into just that perfect timing that he possesses.
And just at the right time. I mean, Liam O'Brien was looking so good in that heat.
Coming in at number 2 is all the excellence that we watched unfold, and the big rotations. There was plenty of them today, but none bigger than what we saw from Seth.
Yeah,
and then we've got it, Sally Fitzgibbons. She was so impressive throughout the event in the past, and she is showing again that she's going to be a force this year, Rich, overcoming the world number 1.
Yeah, such a fighter. And again, a little bit of anguish there from Tommy Witts as Katie Simmers, number 1 rated surfer on the tour at the moment, gets knocked out. But Sally needed this way down in the ratings. She's desperate for points, and she's a real fighter and a real crowd favourite as well. Just getting a great reception when she walked up the stairs for this heat. And I don't mind this, mixing up the ratings a little bit more. Let's spice it up a bit and see how we go through this Aussie leg.
You can feel things intensifying, Rosie, but an unbelievable collection of moments from a big day of competition.
Yeah, it's been so fun to watch this one. I think for me, the upsets that we saw in the women, I mean, the top seeds falling out of the mix, it's definitely bottlenecking the bottom half of the rankings. It's going to take a breakout result for one of, you know, those lower ranking surfers to really move up the leaderboard.
Most definitely. Tomorrow, Anzac Day, we're going to have a slightly later call. Just at 8:15, we'll be making the call for a potential 8:30 start. Stay tuned to worldsurfleague.com to catch more highlights. And right now, we're going to leave you with some of those beautiful moments from a great day of competition here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.